Chapter 244. Ling Xiao didn't show any mercy and struck Lao Longqiang's head with a rod. Although Lao Longqiang had the dark protection force to offset half of Ling Xiao's strength, he still let out a blood-curdling scream and was knocked to the ground. Ling Xiao didn't show any mercy and took the opportunity to strike Lao Longqiang's limbs. Kacha kacha. Ah! The ear-piercing sound of bones breaking and painful cries rang out. For a moment, everyone looked in Ling Xiao's direction. The Lao clan elders were all dumbfounded. Lao Longqiang was the strongest in the 21st generation of the Lao clan, and was already a peak spirit master. However, he was crippled by a young man who wasn't even 20 and was only a middle-stage spirit master. Ling Xiao stepped on Lao Longqiang and pointed the rod at his head. He said to the Lao clan elders, "If anyone dares to move again, I'll kill him immediately." Ling Xiao displayed an imposing aura filled with killing intent, suppressing the Lao clan elders to the point that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Although Lao Longqiang wasn't the current clan leader of the Lao clan, he was deeply loved by the two ancestors of the Lao clan. This was because the two ancestors firmly believed that Lao Longqiang would be their future successor. He was the fastest genius to break through to the king level in the 21st generation of the Lao clan. He was only in his early 50s, but he was already a peak spirit master. Breaking through to the king level was a sure thing. As long as Lao Longqiang broke through to the king level, the Lao clan would still be in charge of Burning Ground City for the next few hundred years. The Lao clan would continue to flourish like this. However, the future king-level expert of the Lao clan had his limbs broken and stepped on by a young man. This was simply a slap to the Lao clan's face. An elder of the Lao clan stood up and said faintly, "Although you are a disciple of the Purple Sky sect, it seems that you've gone too far to treat an elder of the Lao clan like this. Our Lao clan and the Purple Sky sect are close neighbors, and our relationship has been good for 1,000 years. As long as our clan leader asks your sect leader, I'm afraid that your position as an inner disciple will come to an end." Hee, I'm going too far? As soon as I entered the city, people from your Lao clan came to find trouble with me one after another. It is already merciful of me to not kill him. Since you said that your Lao clan has been on good terms with the sect for thousands of years, I will definitely report the truth when I return to the sect. Your Lao clan is so awe-inspiring. Ling Xiao sneered. The Lao family is on good terms with Qianyan? What a joke. The Purple Sky sect was in charge of dozens of cities, including the current Burning Ground City. It could be said that all of them were under the jurisdiction of the Purple Sky sect. However, the Lao family was closest to the Purple Sky sect, and every year, they gave a lot of things to the Purple Sky sect, so every time the Purple Sky sect recruited outer sect disciples, they would give the Lao family one more spot. How could a big sect be on equal footing with the Lao family? Wouldn't that be a loss of face for the Purple Sky sect? The Lao family elder had only said that to scare Ling Xiao. However, how smart was Ling Xiao? How could he be fooled? The Lao family elder's expression was somewhat ugly as he said, "Then what do you want for you to let him go?" "Simple, let him go first," Ling Xiao said as he pointed at Xianxia. "No problem," the Lao family elder replied. Xianxia wasn't delicate at all. He cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling, take care. This time, we haven't drunk to our heart's content. The next time we meet, we must drink to our heart's content." "Of course, Brother Yao, you go first," Ling Xiao replied. Xianxia nodded, and with a few leaps, he disappeared in front of everyone. "All right, he's already been released. You can let him go now," the Lao family elder said. "Although he left, I haven't," Ling Xiao said. "You want to go back on your word?" The Lao family elder immediately became alert, as if he would immediately pounce on Ling Xiao the moment he moved. "Of course not. I, Ling Xiao, am a man of my words. I naturally won't go back on my word." Ling Xiao waved his hand, then grabbed the unconscious Lao Longqiang and threw him towards the Lao family elder. At the same time, the other Lao family elders moved. Each of them pounced towards Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, when they pounced over, Ling Xiao only left behind an afterimage. His real body was already 1,000 meters away. What a fast speed. Qianli, quickly catch up to him. Don't let him escape. I'll go back and report to the Patriarch and have him ask the Patriarch to come out and make a decision, the Lao family elder who caught Lao Longqiang said to another elder. That elder responded with a yes, and his entire body turned into an afterimage as he disappeared. "Everyone go back," the Lao family elder said to everyone. then carried Lao Longqiang back in the direction they came from. The others knew that they couldn't catch up to the other party's speed, so they could only nod and return in the direction they came from. Only Chai Xiao and Hu Qiao went to save 14th young master Lao Feiyong from the ruins. Lao Feiyong had been smashed quite badly. There were many injuries on his body, and his aura was extremely weak. Chai Xiao sighed and said, "Second brother, feed 14th young master 2 pills first." Hu Qiao nodded and forced 2 pills into Lao Feiyong's hands. At this time, the two of them carried Lao Feiyong back to the Lao family. Ling Xiao had the wind attribute, so his running speed was extremely fast. However, the person chasing him wasn't any slower than him. This was because he was also a high-stage spirit master, and one with a wind attribute at that. "You have some skill. Let's see how long you can chase me for." Ling Xiao could naturally sense that someone was chasing him, so he increased his speed. The Lao family elder, who was chasing after Ling Xiao, cursed in his heart, "How can this kid run so fast?" His strength was a level higher than Ling Xiao's, but he still couldn't close the distance between him and Ling Xiao. The two of them raced on the official road like 2 bolts of lightning. With a whoosh, they disappeared without a trace. This caused the passers-by on the official road to be astonished. They only heard the sound of the wind, but they didn't see anything pass by. They all muttered in their hearts, "What the F***ck," the two of them, one in front and one behind, rushed for 6 hours. They had already left Burning Ground City far behind them. Ling Xiao arrived in front of a barren mountain, and without a second thought, plunged into it. The Lao family elder didn't hesitate and followed Ling Xiao's footsteps into the barren mountain. Unexpectedly, just as he entered the barren mountain, Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks. He looked at the approaching Lao family elder and sneered, "You really have guts to dare come here alone." When the Lao family elder saw that Ling Xiao had stopped, he didn't dare to chase too closely and stopped 100 meters behind Ling Xiao. He could even cripple Lao Longqiang, so what right did he have to fight with him? Moreover, his mission was only to chase after this young man and not let him escape. There was no need for him to risk his life. Ling Xiao slowly walked towards the Lao family elder and said, "I'm not running anymore, why aren't you coming over?" The Lao family elder couldn't help but take a few steps back when he saw Ling Xiao walking over. He couldn't help but feel timid in his heart. "I say, old man, you must be tired after accompanying me for such a long journey. Why don't we sit down and rest first, and then we can run together later?" Ling Xiao said with a twist of the topic. As the Lao family elder retreated, he laughed dryly and said, all right, then let's rest for a while." At this moment, Ling Xiao dashed towards him from where he stood. The Lao family elder was already prepared and immediately turned around to escape. However, all of a sudden, he felt a pain in his head and his entire body fell to the ground. He saw that there were no wounds on his body, but his aura was completely cut off. Ling Xiao went forward and took out all the valuable items on his body. Then, he ran out with the Golden Wolf King and began to run towards the sect with all his might. In the cabinet of the Lao family in Burning Earth City, all the direct descendants of the elders were present. The dignified old man sitting at the head of the table looked at Lao Longqiang, who was lying in the hall, and said with a hoarse voice, "Who did it?" This person was the current patriarch of the Lao family, Lao Langhua. He had the strength of a middle-stage spirit master. In the Lao family, the patriarch was just a steward. It wasn't just because he was strong that he could become the patriarch. The reason why he was able to become the current patriarch of the Lao family was because he was the boss of the 21st generation of the Lao family. The other reason was because his management ability and adaptability were the best. Although Lao Longqiang was stronger than him, he was too impulsive and wasn't suited to be the patriarch. The elder who carried Lao Longqiang back respectfully said, "The third elder was injured by an inner disciple of the Purple Sky sect. I have already sent Elder Qian Li to chase after him." "Tell me the whole story first." Lao Langhua didn't immediately send people to chase after the culprit, but he first understood the situation. It could be seen that he was a very cautious person. Following that, the guard captain who had received Ling Zhao's gold coins was brought over. The guard captain knelt in the hall, his body trembling as he told the whole story. After that, Hu Qiao briefly explained what happened to Lao Langhua. Lao Langhua, who was sitting at the head of the table, slammed the table and said angrily, "Bastard! Men, expel this trash Lao Feiyong from the family." "Patriarch, please calm your anger. Fei Yong, he's just a child. He doesn't understand anything. Please ask him. An elder immediately knelt down and spoke on behalf of Lao Feiyong. This person was Lao Feiyong's grandfather, and also Lao Longhua's younger brother, Lao Chengmin. Seventh elder. Look at how the third elder has become. This is all your grandson's fault. If the ancestor were to find out, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as simple as expelling him from the sect. Lao Langhua coldly said. Clan. Patriarch is right. I'll expel that unfilial son from the family. When Lao Chengmin heard the words ancestor, his body couldn't help but shiver, and he no longer dared to speak up for his grandson. Lao Langhua responded then said, Elder Tan, please examine the third elder's injuries. An old man sitting on Lao Langhua's left slowly stood up. He responded softly and walked toward Lao Lang Chong. This person was called Tan Quan, and he was a third-rank alchemist in Burning Ground City. At the same time, he was also a consecrated elder of the Lao family, and his authority in the Lao family was no less than that of a direct descendant elder. Tan Quan seriously examined Lao Longqiang's body, then lightly said, The third elder has been crippled. Chapter 245. Third elder has been crippled. Tan Quan said indifferently. Elder Tan, can you explain it more clearly? Lao Langhua asked. Everyone despised. Even a blind person knows that the third elder has been crippled. Tan Quan ignored the disdainful gazes of the crowd and explained, The third elder's 4 limbs are all broken. This old man can refine a bone-growing pill to help the third elder recover, but the third elder is still heavily injured in one place. I can't do anything about it. There's another serious injury? Everyone was astonished. Lao Chong hurriedly asked, Elder Tan, please finish your words. Tan Quan pointed at Lao Lang Chong's head and said, The third elder's spiritual sea is severely injured. This old man can't do anything about it. What? The third elder's spiritual sea is injured. Lao Langhua could no longer calm down and exclaimed loudly. All of the elders' expressions changed as well. The spiritual sea was the key to everyone's thinking, and it was related to a person's intelligence and the foundation of their life. If the spiritual sea was injured, it would cause their mind to be in a trance, and if it was serious, they would become mentally retarded and die. That's right, the third elder's head must have been severely injured by the opponent, which caused the spiritual sea to become chaotic, and the only thing that can heal the spiritual sea is a high-grade medicinal pill. This old man can't do anything about it, Tan Quan said with certainty. Tan Quan didn't think that Lao Lang Chong was heavily injured by Ling Zhao's spiritual force attack, and only thought that it was because of Ling Zhao's rod attack. In this world, those who could use spiritual force to attack the spiritual sea were all super experts, or 5th grade or above alchemy grandmasters. And Ling Zhao was only a young man who wasn't even 20 years old, so he naturally wouldn't be considered a super expert or a 5th grade alchemist. Lao Langhua's expression darkened as he said, First, carry the third elder down to recuperate. Everyone else, disperse. Lao Langhua and Lao Langchong had a deep relationship, so he naturally couldn't let Ling Zhao go. He cursed in his heart, Damn bastard, no matter if you're a disciple of the Purple Sky sect or not, you must pay with your life for my third brother. Lao Langhua left the cabinet and rushed towards the back of the mountain. Who are you? Just as Lao Langhua was about to arrive at the back of the mountain, 2 figures quickly blocked his path and asked. Lao Langhua took out the patriarch's token and said, I need to see the ancestor. The 2 of them bowed to Lao Langhua and immediately let him pass. Lao Langhua started walking again, and soon arrived at a mountainous area with abundant spiritual qi. Lao Langhua knelt down heavily on the ground and called out to the entrance of a cave. Huar, I request to see the 2 ancestors. Lauren's voice echoed endlessly between the mountains. Following that, a hoarse and aged voice faintly rang out. What's the matter? Quan, Lu, Lao, Lao, Lu, Lang, is. Lang Shan, the everyone, immediately. The 2 said. Lao Lan Yen, Shan Lang Tian. Then 2 gusts of strong wind broke through and blew towards Lao Langhua. Needless to say, the 2 ancestors of the Lao clan had appeared. Both of them had snow-white hair. Although they looked old, their straight bodies showed that they were very strong, and their eyes were filled with anger. These 2 people were the Lao clan's reliance. The eldest, Lao Yueran, and the second, Lao Yuefan, were both king stage experts. Both of them were already over 250 years old. Originally, the Lao clan was only a second-rate clan in Burning City. Later on, because of the encounter between Lao Yueran and Lao Yuefan, the two of them broke through to the king stage, and the Lao clan gradually became stronger. Later on, they became the most powerful clan in Burning City in one fell swoop. The Lao brothers were even more diligent, advocating to pay tribute to the Purple Sky sect every year, building a good relationship with the Purple Sky sect, making the Lao family's position in the Burning Land City more stable. After 100 years of development, the Lao clan had completely controlled Burning City, and everything in Burning City was done according to the rules set by the Lao clan. What's going on? The eldest, Lao Yueran, frowned and asked. Thus, Lao Langhua repeated what had happened today. After Lao Yueran and Lao Yuefan heard this, they both emitted a cold-killing intent, and the pressure made it difficult for Lao Langhua to breathe. Hua, get up first, Lao Yueran said, and then said to Lao Yuefan, "Second brother, I'll leave that bastard from the Purple Sky sect to you. Capture him alive, and I'll definitely let him have a taste of being bitten to death by 10,000 snakes." Lao Yuefan nodded lightly, rose into the air, and shot in the direction of the Purple Sky sect. Hua, immediately have someone bring Chang'er here for me to see, Lao Yueran ordered, and then returned to the cave. Yes, ancestor, Lao Langhua said respectfully, and then retreated. Ling Xiao sat on the Golden Wolf King and sped along the official road. After running for an entire day, he finally left Burning City far behind. Then he found a quiet place to sit down and recover his mental strength. Previously in Burning City, his consumption was not small. The reason why he was able to cripple Lao Longqiang in a short period of time was naturally because of the help of his mental strength. If he only used his spiritual strength to fight with Lao Longqiang, although Ling Xiao was confident that he could kill him, it would take a lot of time, and he did not want to reveal too much information to others. In order to save Xianxia, he could only use his mental strength to attack Lao Longqiang's spiritual sea, temporarily making him lose his fighting strength, and then capture him in one fell swoop. He did not use his mental strength to directly obliterate Lao Longqiang, in order to make the elders of the Lao family hesitate. If he directly used his mental strength to kill Lao Longqiang, he was afraid that he and Xianxia would suffer crazy revenge. At that time, he could still escape, but he had to consider Xianxia's safety. Although he had only met Xianxia for the second time, he felt that the other was not bad, and should be a friend worth making. For someone like Ling Xiao who valued friendship and righteousness, it was impossible for him to disregard the safety of a friend. Using mental strength to injure Lao Longqiang's spiritual sea was an easy thing for the current Ling Xiao. However, when he used his mental strength again to kill the wind attribute Lao family elder, this was where Ling Xiao was truly exhausted. Although his spiritual sea was different from before, to kill someone of a higher level than him in an instant, he naturally felt a little weak. Therefore, after running for a day, Ling Xiao felt that there would not be any danger, so he stopped to rest and recover his mental strength. Now that his spiritual sea had been expanded by the innate sinister wind pearl and the blue demon fireball, he only needed to expand the mental strength in his spiritual sea, and he would probably be able to kill a king-level expert in an instant. Ling Xiao had this confidence. After all, he had killed a high-level spirit master in an instant half a day ago. In just an hour, Ling Xiao's mental strength had recovered again, and there were signs of it becoming stronger. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, thinking that the next time he encountered a middle-level martial artist, he would be able to kill him in an instant. That would definitely be a very refreshing thing. Now, he was even more reliant on the soul-controlling art. The soul-controlling art was a mystical spiritual attack profound skill, and Ling Xiao had only touched on 1/10 of its magic. Now, he was thinking that if he could gather the remaining 2 parts of the remnant scroll one day, it would definitely not be a problem for him to dominate a region. Ling Xiao jumped on the back of the Golden Wolf King again, and prepared to set off in the direction of the sect. According to the Golden Wolf King's speed, they would reach Zitian City in less than 3 days. However, just as the Golden Wolf King was about to leave, a sense of danger gathered behind Ling Xiao's head. "Xiao Jin, don't move." Ling Xiao immediately transmitted his voice to the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King responded and didn't even dare to move. At this time, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to have been pulled by something, and actually pressed down on Ling Xiao's surroundings. King Stage Expert. Ling Xiao's whole body was tense to the extreme. The pressure that could be produced by using spiritual energy was definitely something that could only be produced by a King Stage Expert. Ling Xiao only felt a heavy aura smashing him from all directions, making him unable to move. His back was covered in cold sweat, and the Golden Wolf King's limbs gradually knelt on the ground. Ling Xiao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, silently channeling his mental strength to sense the existence of his opponent. Above. Ling Xiao's mental strength could already expand to a range of 2 kilometers, and in an instant, he should be above the pressure coming from him. However, even if he knew that his opponent was above, he could do nothing about it. Just when Ling Xiao was at his wit's end, he had a flash of inspiration, and immediately closed his eyes to get in touch with a foreign object in his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, the spiritual energy from all directions formed a vortex and poured into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Lao Yuefan, who was above Ling Xiao, was shocked when he saw this and murmured, How is this possible? Under the pressure of a king stage expert, it was impossible for a cultivator below the king stage to use a mysterious technique to absorb this spiritual energy. After all, this spiritual energy was controlled by a king stage expert. But now, Lao Yuefan's spiritual energy was no longer under his control, and it was all pouring into Ling Xiao's body. How could he not be shocked? Lao Yuefan furrowed his brows and murmured, No wonder he could make Chong'er suffer. He really does have some skill. He withdrew his pressure and began to descend. Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King felt their bodies and minds relax. They had finally made it through. However, Ling Xiao knew that the real danger had only just begun. Ling Xiao looked at Lao Yuefan, who was floating in the air, and asked, May I ask why this lord suddenly attacked me? At the same time, he was already prepared to escape. This was because he could feel that this person wasn't an ordinary low-level king stage cultivator. He was at least a mid-level king stage cultivator, or else he wouldn't be able to emit such a terrifying pressure. Although Ling Xiao had an invisible mental strength to rely on, he knew that it was impossible for him to instantly kill the old man in front of him. If he was killed before he could even injure the old man, then it would be terrible. Why did I attack you? Because you deserve to die. Lao Yuefan said sinisterly. Chapter 246. Lao Longqiang was the successor to the future pillar of the Lao family. He was the disciple that Lao Yueran and Lao Yuefan had high hopes for. However, Lao Longqiang had already become a cripple. All of this was caused by this damned brat in front of him. Lao Yuefan naturally wanted to skin Ling Xiao alive. However, he wanted to see this damned brat being bitten by 10,000 snakes even more. The situation must be very beautiful, and only then would they be able to vent the hatred in their hearts. He had to capture Ling Xiao alive. Otherwise, when he caught up to Ling Xiao just now, he could have killed him while Ling Xiao was unaware. Ling Xiao was lucky enough to escape this calamity. After hearing Lao Yueran's words, Ling Xiao knew that this person was from the Lao family. This is bad. Ling Xiao felt as if he had fallen into an ice house, and his mood was extremely bad. He never thought that the Lao family would actually send a king-level expert to kill him. Even if the Golden Wolf King was extremely fast, it couldn't be faster than a king-level expert. Ling Xiao knew that this time, there was no way he could be kind. Why aren't you running anymore? Lao Yuefan said playfully, then continued, You know you can't escape, right? Since that's the case, let this old man break your limbs first, then bring you back to my clan and let you have a taste of being bitten by 10,000 snakes. I believe you will definitely like it. Lao Yuefan couldn't remember how many years it had been since he last fought. Today, he had to teach this arrogant brat a good lesson. Ling Xiao jumped off the wolf, and with his back facing Lao Yuefan, he said, You guys provoked me first, not to mention that you should know that I am an inner disciple of the Purple Sky sect, and Nangong Chengal is my master. No matter what, Ling Xiao had to bring out his sect to make this old fellow fear him. Unfortunately, Lao Yuefan seemed to be certain of Ling Xiao. He said coldly, Even if you are a true disciple of the Purple Sky sect, you will still die. After saying that, Lao Yuefan gently raised a finger. The hair on Ling Xiao's body stood on end. Swoosh! Whoosh! A golden light shot out at an extremely fast speed, and a stream of blood-red liquid splattered out. The one bleeding wasn't Ling Xiao, because Ling Xiao didn't feel any pain. The Golden Wolf King was no longer by Ling Xiao's side. The golden light had pierced through its body and sent it flying more than 10 meters away. Little Jean! Ling Xiao shouted and quickly ran towards the Golden Wolf King. Whoosh! Another ray of golden light shot out. Ling Xiao stumbled and fell to the ground. There was a small hole on one of his calves, and blood was trickling out of it. Run! Why aren't you running anymore? Lao Yuefan sneered. Ling Xiao ignored Lao Yuefan and began to use the Vajra 5 transformation technique to heal his injuries. At the same time, he sent a sound transmission to the Golden Wolf King. Xiao Jin, are you alright? Ling Xiao ignored Lao Yuefan and began to use the Vajra 5 transformation technique to heal his injuries. At the same time, he sent a message to the Golden Wolf King. Little Jean, are you alright? Bastard, immediately lie down and play dead, or else he'll kill you. Ling Xiao cursed. Ling Xiao knew that the Golden Wolf King would definitely teach him a lesson, so he didn't want it to stand up. Otherwise, the Golden Wolf King would kill it first. Ling Xiao didn't want his beloved mount to die just like that. Just as the Golden Wolf King was obediently listening to Ling Xiao's instructions, Lao Yuefan shot another attack at it. The Golden Wolf King let out a howl and was once again sent flying. This time, it really couldn't get up. Little Jean. Ling Xiao shouted. The Vajra 5 transformation technique was once again activated, and the wound that had been pierced through quickly healed. Ling Xiao had just stood up when his other leg was struck. This attack caused Ling Xiao to kneel once more, but he also managed to calm down. He couldn't stand up, so he had to take advantage of the Golden Wolf King's weakness. At the same time, the Vajra 5 transformation technique quickly healed his wounds. Kill me if you dare! Ling Xiao roared at Lao Yuefan. Don't worry, I'll let you die but not now, Lao Yuefan said sinisterly. At the same time, he slowly walked towards Ling Xiao. Just as Lao Yuefan was 2 meters away from Ling Xiao, the kneeling Ling Xiao suddenly sent 2 palm strikes at Lao Yuefan. Bang! Bang! Ling Xiao solidly struck Lao Yuefan's body and immediately rejoiced. Unexpectedly, before he had time to rejoice, his chest was slapped by a withered old palm. Ling Xiao immediately felt his blood churn and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew back dozens of meters. Heh, you want to play dirty with me? You're not even home yet. Lao Yuefan sneered. This time, he was sure that Ling Xiao had suffered internal injuries. He immediately rushed towards Ling Xiao. However, just as he got close to Ling Xiao actually turned around and attacked him again. This time, Ling Xiao didn't use his palms to attack, but instead used his legs to attack. The withered grass and trees around him were all blown away by Ling Xiao. Countless shadows of feet fell on Lao Yuefan's body like a tornado. Among the shadows, there were also sharp blades that were extremely cold, which made people feel cold when they cut their faces. This was the 4th form of the wind god's legs, destruction of the whirlwind. Lao Yuefan relied on the defense of the Dark Protection Force and was not afraid of Ling Xiao's attacks. You have some skill. With your current strength, it should be rare for you to meet a worthy opponent within the Spirit Master level. However, you are destined to die young. Lao Yuefan sighed and raised his palm again, sending the resisting Ling Xiao flying. Ling Xiao landed heavily on the ground and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He was in a sorry state. Luckily, he had already practiced the 3rd form of the 5 changes of the Vajra secret art. Otherwise, he would probably be going to see Yama right now. Lao Yuefan didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to take a beating like this and climb back up with difficulty. Could it be that this brat is wearing high-level armor? Lao Yuefan thought suspiciously. He had used 30% of his strength in those 2 palms. Even a high-level spirit master would die on the spot. However, this brat was clearly only an intermediate spirit master, yet he was still able to take it. This was hard for him to understand. Come, old dog. If you don't kill me today, I will definitely bathe your Lao clan in blood in the future. Ling Xiao stood up straight and cursed at Lao Yuefan. Lao Yuefan's expression darkened. His body was like a ghost as he once again appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Grabbing Ling Xiao's neck, he fiercely smashed him into the nearby rock wall. Bang! Ling Xiao heavily smashed into the rock wall. He felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Little bastard, I won't give you the chance. Lao Yuefan said as he pointed out a few times. Xiao xiao. 4 bloody holes appeared on Ling Xiao's 4 limbs in an instant. Fresh blood flowed non-stop. Ling Xiao lay on the ground without moving. It seemed that he really had no way of fighting back this time. Lao Yuefan wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao's next move. He flew over and grabbed the back of Ling Xiao's neck. Die for me! Ling Xiao suddenly raised his head and frowned. An invisible wave of psychic energy blasted towards Lao Yuefan. Ah! Although Lao Yuefan was vigilant and had the dark protection force protecting his body, he was still unable to block the invisible wave of psychic energy. The psychic energy directly penetrated his dark protection force and directly reached his spiritual sea, heavily injuring him. Ling Xiao could already condense his psychic energy into attacks. It was no longer a simple form of attack. Just now, he had used his psychic energy to condense the fourth form of the firmament palm, toppling mountains and overturning seas, to attack Lao Yuefan. The power of a condensed psychic energy attack was many times stronger than a simple form of attack. Even though Lao Yuefan was a king stage powerhouse and his spiritual sea had a certain level of defense, he was still caught off guard by Ling Xiao's attack. Just as Lao Yuefan was holding his head and retreating, Ling Xiao jumped up again. Instead of attacking at close range, Yang Kai took out the obsidian cauldron from his space ring. Watch as this young master smashes you into mincemeat. The obsidian cauldron in Ling Xiao's hand continued to grow until it was the size of a house. Then, Ling Xiao used all his strength to smash the obsidian cauldron towards Lao Yuefan. Lao Yuefan's spiritual sea had been damaged and his mind was in a state of chaos, so he had no way to counterattack or dodge. Boom! The huge medicine cauldron was like a small mountain as it smashed into Lao Yuefan. Ah! Although Lao Yuefan was a king stage powerhouse, he was unfortunately in a defenseless state and could only be smashed several dozen meters away. Ling Xiao gasped for breath as he swallowed a few pills in quick succession. Then, he once again urged the medicine cauldron to smash the unconscious Lao Yuefan. How dare you be so arrogant? How dare you be so arrogant? Ling Xiao repeatedly urged the medicine cauldron to smash Lao Yuefan, who had already sunk into the ground. After an unknown number of times, Ling Xiao finally stopped, and he sat limply on the ground while gasping for breath. Lao Yuefan had been smashed into the bottomless pit by Ling Xiao, and his entire body had turned into a bloody pile of mud. He couldn't act arrogantly any longer. A dignified mid-level king stage powerhouse had fallen. Lao Yuefan had never looked down on Ling Xiao from the beginning until the end. It was only because his big brother had ordered him to capture Ling Xiao alive that he wanted to slowly torture Ling Xiao before capturing him. Otherwise, he could have easily annihilated Ling Xiao a long time ago. However, it was precisely because of this that Ling Xiao had seized the opportunity to turn defeat into victory. Ling Xiao swallowed another 2 pills and put the medicine cauldron away. He was just about to go check on the Golden Wolf King when he suddenly thought of something and jumped into the pit. It wasn't long before he jumped up again, and then he casually raised a blue flame and shot it into the pit. Bang! Everything in the pit was incinerated, and not a trace of life was left behind. Xiao Jin, are you all right? Ling Xiao asked the Golden Wolf King, who was still breathing. Master, I'm not dead yet, the Golden Wolf King replied reluctantly. That's good. Ling Xiao took out some spirit herbs, crushed them, and wrapped them around its wounds. He then threw a few healing pills into its stomach, and then put it back into the spirit beast jade to heal. Ling Xiao no longer hesitated, and immediately changed directions to flee. Since the other party already knew the route he was going to take, it would be a piece of cake for them to kill him before he returned to the sect. Ling Xiao had no choice but to change his strategy and take a detour. Although Lao Yuefan had been killed by him, he might not be as lucky next time. Ling Xiao didn't know that his decision had allowed him to escape a calamity. Chapter 247. Blazing City. Lao Family. Lao Yueran was examining Lao Longqiang's injuries, and he finally came to the same conclusion as the alchemist of the main family. Lao Longqiang was completely crippled. His spiritual sea had been severely damaged, and without an emperor-class expert to help him repair or a heaven-defying 6th-grade pill, Lao Longqiang was destined to be an idiot for the rest of his life. Would the Lao family have an emperor-class expert? Would the Lao family have a heaven-defying 6th-grade pill? This was obviously impossible. Even in the 8th-grade sect, the Purple Sky sect, it was impossible to exist. When second brother catches that brat, I'll make him wish he was dead. Lao Yueran gnashed his teeth. After Lao Yueran had Lao Longqiang carried away, he stared blankly at the sunset in the distance, his eyelids twitching. Could it be? Something happened to second brother? Lao Yueran thought uneasily. That's impossible. That brat is only a middle spiritual master. Even if he can kill people above his level, he's at most a high spiritual master. Although second brother's strength isn't as good as mine, it's not too far off. He should be fine. Lao Yueran comforted himself and walked back into the cave talisman. However, after a while, he flew out of the cave again at an extremely fast speed. Lao Yueran looked anxious and murmured, "Second brother, please be safe." After flying for a while, Lao Yueran found a corpse on a barren mountain. Lao Yueran's eyelids twitched even more anxiously, and he immediately descended. Lao Yueran sighed after seeing the dead person. Fortunately, it's not second brother. However, Lao Yueran also recognized that the dead person was a direct descendant of the Lao family. He sent his subordinates to check, but he found that the dead person had no scars at all. His death was very strange. Forget it, let's find second brother first. Lao Yueran casually smashed the corpse into pieces and once again rushed in the direction of the Purple Sky sect. 2 hours later, Lao Yueran arrived at the place where Lao Yuefan and Ling Xiao had fought. Lao Yueran looked at the hole that had been scorched by the flames, and his eyelids twitched even more violently. Just as Lao Yueran was nervously walking towards the deep pit, a bloody stench wafted over. Lao Yueran frowned and saw a small piece of rag. He immediately bent down and picked it up while shivering. After sniffing the blood, his eyes suddenly widened. Second brother. Goddamn bastard. Lao Yueran, swear to kill you. That's right, the rag that Lao Yueran picked up was left behind when Ling Xiao bombarded Lao Yueran with the cauldron. It was because of this that Lao Yueran concluded that his second brother had been killed. After Lao Yueran put away his grief and indignation, he chased after Ling Xiao in the direction of the Purple Sky sect. He had to kill him before he returned to the Purple Sky sect. However, he didn't find any suspicious traces along the way. He guarded the entrance to the Purple Sky sect for a few days, but he didn't find the murderer that Lao Langhua described. He couldn't help but wonder if the other party had perished together with his second brother. Lao Yueran knew that it was not a solution to continue guarding, so he once again returned to Burning Earth City. At the same time, he also sent people to the Purple Sky sect to inquire about the whereabouts of Ling Xiao. This also meant that Ling Xiao and the Lao family would have to settle things in the future. Ling Xiao took a detour back to the Purple Sky City. It took him half a month to cross the mountains and ridges before he once again saw the city gate of the Purple Sky City. Ling Xiao revealed a silly smile and shouted, "Hey, this young master is back." Ling Xiao strode towards the Purple Sky City. Just as he arrived at the city gate, he was stopped by 2 guards of the Purple Sky City. "Pay the city entrance fee first," one of the guards said indifferently. Ling Xiao flicked his long hair and a token appeared in his hand. He showed it to the 2 guards very ostentatiously. When the 2 of them saw the token in Ling Xiao's hand, they immediately bowed respectfully and let Ling Xiao pass. Ling Xiao patted the 2 on the shoulder and said, "Do it well," then he strode towards the city. The 2 guards were so happy they almost fainted from Ling Xiao's pat. "Just now, that lord told us to do it well?" "That's right, he told us to do it well. Are we going to be lucky?" "It's possible. Just now, that lord took a fancy to the 2 of us and asked us to be his followers." "You wish." "If that lord transferred me out of the position of guarding the gate, I would be overjoyed." Ling Xiao naturally didn't know what the 2 guards were thinking. Now, he had arrived at the courtyard he had bought. "Who is it?" As soon as Ling Xiao approached the courtyard, Li Guanghu's voice came out. As soon as the voice fell, a figure jumped out of the courtyard. When Li Guanghu saw who it was, he was overjoyed and knelt down on one knee in front of Ling Xiao. "Greetings, young master." "Guanghu, get up. There's no need to be so polite in the future," Ling Xiao said as he helped Li Guanghu up. Then he noticed Li Guanghu's strength and said in surprise, "Guanghu, you broke through?" He really didn't expect that after he left for half a year, Li Guanghu had actually broken through to a low-level spirit master. This made him extremely happy for Li Guanghu. Li Guanghu said respectfully, "This is all thanks to this young master helping me repair my leg tendons. Otherwise, Guanghu wouldn't be here today." More than a year ago, Ling Xiao's crippled foot was cured by Li Guanghu's 3rd-grade bone replenishing pill. At that time, Li Guanghu was already a high-level mystic cultivator. Moreover, he had previously come to compete for the Purple Sky sect's outer sect disciple quota. Bin wasn't worse than the others, so after more than a year, he finally made a breakthrough on his own. Don't be so polite. Let's go out and eat, Ling Xiao said as he hooked his arm around Li Kuanghu's shoulder. He had never treated Li Kuanghu as a servant, but as a brother. This was where Ling Xiao's strength lay. It was also the reason why his subordinates who followed him in the future were all dead set on him. Why aren't you walking? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask when he saw that Li Kuanghu didn't move. Li Kuanghu looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said, Young master, you also broke through? Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. Yes, I broke through. But why do I feel that young master's strength seems to be stronger than mine? Li Kuanghu asked again. That's because young master is one level higher than you. Let's go. Don't grumble. Ling Xiao pulled Li Kuanghu and walked out. One level higher than me, doesn't that mean? Li Kuanghu's heart was in turmoil. His eyes were full of admiration as he looked at Ling Xiao. How old was Ling Xiao now? Not only was he a third-grade alchemist, but he was also a middle-stage spirit master. No matter where he went, he would be respected as a distinguished guest. However, it was rare to see someone like Ling Xiao who didn't neglect both alchemy and cultivation. After Ling Xiao and Li Kuanghu went to the restaurant and drank to their heart's content, they once again returned to the courtyard. Kuanghu, protect me for the next 3 days. Don't come in and disturb me if there's nothing important, Ling Xiao said and then went into the room. Li Kuanghu listened to Ling Xiao's words and didn't leave the door for the next 3 days. Although he didn't see what Ling Xiao was doing inside, he already knew what Ling Xiao was doing. After all, the strong smell of medicine often overflowed from the room. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Ling Xiao came out of the room, his eyes were bloodshot and he looked extremely haggard. Kuanghu, go rest. Ling Xiao sent Li Kuanghu away and took a bath himself. He didn't do anything else and directly fell into a deep sleep on the wooden bed. When he woke up early in the morning, he was once again full of energy. Ling Xiao stood in front of the courtyard and looked at the tall tree in front of the courtyard. He couldn't help but think of Xianxia. He didn't know how she was doing now. At this time, Li Kuanghu also walked out of the room and looked at Ling Xiao. Young master, are you thinking of the young lady? Yes, I don't know how that little girl is, Ling Xiao replied with his hands behind his back. Initially, he saved Xianxia because he felt that her experience was similar to his in his previous life. Later, he felt that the little girl was quite likable and Ling Xiao also treated her like a little sister. But now, she was nowhere to be found. It's all my fault for not protecting her well, Li Kuanghu said guiltily. You don't have to blame yourself. This must be Xuanxuan's fate. You can't blame anyone. Ling Xiao sighed and said, Kuanghu, do you have any plans for the future? Li Kuanghu looked at Ling Xiao in confusion and then said, other than training and following young master, I don't have any plans, but what? Just say it. I want to go home. Go home? No problem. You can go back whenever you want. Ling Xiao was slightly stunned, but he replied, young master, I don't mean anything else. I just want to go back to see my mother and then come back to listen to young master's orders. Li Kuanghu was afraid that Ling Xiao would misunderstand that he wanted to leave, so he quickly explained. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Kuanghu, don't be nervous. I cured your foot because I trusted you. Otherwise, it would be useless even if you begged me. I'll give you time to go back and see your mother. At the same time, I also have a task for you. Li Kuanghu heard Ling Xiao's words and immediately felt relieved. At the same time, he began to listen to Ling Xiao's next words. Kuanghu, go visit your mother first and then bring her to Meteorite City. That's where my family is. Take my token and find Lone Eagle. He's my servant. Ling Xiao ordered Li Kuanghu. Ling Xiao had been planning for Li Kuanghu to return to Meteorite City for a while. Although he had some strength now, he had not reached the level where others could look up to him. His main task now was to constantly improve his strength. Of course, while Ling Xiao was powerful, he didn't want his family to remain at their original level. After all, his future path would not be limited to this small northwest. He wanted to see more powerful cultivators and climb to the peak that his predecessors had been chasing. He really didn't want to stand at the peak of the world one day while the people around him were still struggling desperately at the bottom. Therefore, he had to think for their sake now. After Ling Xiao finished explaining everything, He took out a spatial ring and threw it to Li Kuanghu, saying, "These are the pills I refined in the past few days. They can help you break through to the middle stage spirit master as soon as possible. As for the rest of the pills, give them to my grandfather Ling Tsong to distribute. This spatial ring is a gift from this young master. I hope you don't disappoint me." Kuanghu will not disappoint young master's expectations. Li Kuanghu knelt heavily on the ground and said, the spatial ring Ling Xiao gave him was something that others could only dream of. It was difficult to obtain. In his heart, he was even more determined to work for Ling Xiao. Chapter 248. After letting Li Kuanghu leave, Ling Xiao was considering whether he should go see the great beauty Ji Beixin first. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still decided to make a trip to the city lord's mansion first. He must have left for so long. He was afraid that Ji Beixin would be worried. As soon as he thought of Ji Beixin's pitiful appearance, Ling Xiao couldn't wait to see her again. Just as Ling Xiao arrived at the city lord's mansion, he found that the entrance was locked. "Why is it locked?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully, then went forward to knock on the door. However, after knocking for a while, no one came to open the door. Just as Ling Xiao was about to choose to jump in from the outer wall, the door was opened with a creak. 2 outer sect disciples wearing the purple sky sect's martial uniform walked out. One of them said impatiently, "Who is knocking on the door here?" Ling Xiao frowned. Just as he was about to take out the token to enter and exit the city lord's mansion, he saw that these 2 people were unfamiliar with him and had such an arrogant attitude. He could not help but say indifferently, "I have something to request to see City Lord Ji, please inform him." There were thousands of outer sect disciples in the purple sky sect, so of course not all of them had seen Ling Xiao's face. Moreover, Ling Xiao was not the type of person who was famous for being flashy in the sect, and the 2 people in front of him were not the servants of the original city lord's mansion, so they did not know him. The person who spoke just now said again, "There's nothing here, City Lord Ji, quickly leave." The man waved his hand and said a few words. Then, the 2 of them retreated and closed the door once again. This time, Ling Xiao was stunned. Could it be that after leaving for half a year, the city lord had changed? Regardless of whether or not there was a change, Ling Xiao planned to investigate. Thus, he went around the side wall and nimbly jumped into the city lord's mansion. Previously, when Ling Xiao cured Ji Beixin's foot, the relationship between the 2 of them quickly warmed up. Ling Xiao often came out from the sect to accompany Ji Beixin, so he had long since known the city lord's mansion like the back of his hand. Ling Xiao withdrew his aura and carefully made his way to Ji Beixin's boudoir. Just as Ling Xiao was about to knock on Ji Beixin's door and enter, he heard sobbing sounds coming from inside. "Miss, Lord Lu said that if you don't go over, he'll come over personally. You should hurry up." "I know. Can you let me stay for a while?" "Miss, are you still waiting for young Master Ling Xiao?" "Don't be silly. Young Master Ling Xiao hasn't been here for half a year. His Excellency sent someone to ask around, and they said that young Master Ling Xiao has gone missing." "I know, but I really miss him. If he knew that I became another woman, I think he would be very sad." "I don't want him to be sad, but I don't want to see Grandpa suffer." "Xiao Cui, what do you think I should do?" I don't know what to do either." "Forget it. You won't understand. Let's go, let's go." Just as the person in the room was about to walk out, another voice rang out. "Who is it?" Ling Xiao's body trembled, and in a flash, he appeared in front of that person in an instant. He grabbed that person's neck and gently twisted it. Kacha! That person immediately died. Coincidentally, at this time, the people in the room walked out and saw the scene of Ling Xiao killing someone. Laugh. A delicate voice couldn't help but cry out. "Don't make a sound." Ling Xiao threw the corpse to the side and immediately ran over to knock the servant girl unconscious. At the same time, he carried the woman who spoke and entered the room again. All of this happened in a moment, and no one was alerted at all. What happened?" Ling Xiao asked gently as he looked at the beautiful woman in his arms. Wasn't she Ji2's granddaughter, Ji Beixin? Ji Beixin really didn't expect Ling Xiao to appear at this moment. She immediately buried her head in Ling Xiao's chest and started sobbing. After crying for a while, Ji Beixin slowly explained the whole story to Ling Xiao. Originally, everything was caused by a Deacon Lu from the inner sect of the sect. Speaking of which, this had to start from half a month ago. Since Ling Xiao hadn't come to the city lord's mansion for more than half a year, Ji Beixin missed him more and more. She thought that Ling Xiao had already forgotten about her, and her mood had always been very low. Her grandfather, Ji Tu, also saw through her thoughts and tried to persuade her many times, but she was still depressed. Thus, Ji Tu came up with a rotten idea. He actually introduced a partner to his granddaughter. He thought that this was the only way to transfer his granddaughter's feelings for Ling Xiao and live a normal life. In any case, now that Ji Beixin's legs were healed and she was so beautiful, any man would probably not reject her. Ji Tu didn't do this for himself, but for the sake of his granddaughter's happiness. After all, Ling Xiao had been gone for half a year and there was no news of him. According to the news he had heard, Ling Xiao had died while out on a deacon mission. Ji Tu had already confirmed that this news was true. A few of his friends had also died in that mission, so this news was definitely not fake. Therefore, Ji Tu could only think of a way to divert Ji Beixin's mind so that she could forget about Ling Xiao and live a happy life. Ji Tu's idea was good, but it also brought disaster upon him. The person Ji Tu introduced to Ji Beixin was the grandson of his old friend, Pang Jun, Pang Yongsheng. Speaking of this old friend of his, he had some status in the sect. He held the position of an inner sect deacon in the Medicine Peak. His grandson, Pang Jinshang, was also not bad. He was an inner sect disciple of the Black Rock Peak. He had just turned 23 and was already a high-level mystic cultivator. Therefore, Ji Tu felt that Pang Yongsheng was a good match for his granddaughter. With this plan in mind, Ji Tu brought his granddaughter into the sect to visit Pang Jun. Of course, Ji Beixin didn't know Ji Tu's intentions. She thought that her grandfather was bringing her to the sect to see the world and visit his friends, so she didn't think too much about it. When Ji Tu and Ji Beixin arrived at Pang Jun's residence, Ji Tu quietly told Pang Jun his intentions. Seeing that Ji Beixin's looks were top-notch, Pang Jun agreed to let his son meet her first. If his son had no objections, he would arrange for them to be engaged. Pang Yongsheng was at the age of hot-blooded youth, and was shocked the moment he saw Ji Beixin. He never thought that other than their junior sister, there would be such a beautiful woman. When Ji Tu and Pang Jun saw Pang Yongsheng looking at Ji Beixin, they knew that there was hope. Just as the two elders were rejoicing, Lu Dong, an inner sect disciple of the Medicine Peak, suddenly came to visit. When he first saw Ji Beixin, he was also shocked by her beauty. It was also because of Lu Dong's appearance that Ji Tu and Ji Beixin were in trouble. In the beginning, Lu Dong was extremely fond of Ji Beixin, so he definitely wouldn't snatch Pang Yongsheng's wife. However, when he saw Ji Tu, he found out that Ji Beixin was actually Ji Tu's granddaughter, so he set his sights on Ji Beixin. Why? Because Ji Tu had a feud with Lu Dong during the outer sect disciple selection more than 10 years ago. Therefore, Lu Dong wanted revenge. If Lu Dong was only an inner sect disciple, he naturally wouldn't have the guts to offend the outer sect deacon Ji Tu and the inner sect deacon Pang Jun. However, things were different now. He, Lu Dong, was no longer the grade 2 alchemist Lu Dong. He had just accidentally refined a grade 3 medicinal pill. Even though it was the lowest grade 3 medicinal pill, it allowed him to completely shake off the title of a grade 2 alchemist and successfully advance to a grade 3 alchemist. At the same time, he was also conferred the position of an inner sect deacon by the sect, and his status skyrocketed. Therefore, it wasn't that difficult for him to take revenge on Ji Tuesday. At that time, Ji Tu didn't know what Lu Dong was thinking. He only wanted his granddaughter to marry Pang Yongsheng as soon as possible, so that he could enjoy his old age in peace. Who knew that the situation would suddenly change? In just a few days, Pang Jun actually rejected the marriage between his son and Ji Beixin, and even strongly recommended Ji Beixin to be Lu Dong's 9th concubine. Ji Tu was incomparably angry when he heard this. He didn't think that his old friend would actually change his mind. This originally wasn't a big deal, but his old friend actually wanted to recommend his granddaughter to Lu Dong as a concubine. This was what made Ji Tu most angry. Ji Tu flicked his sleeves and left, breaking off relations with his old friend. He had originally thought that this matter would end here. However, the real trouble had just begun. Lu Dong actually invited a few inner sect deacons to come together and present betrothal gifts to Ji Tu to ask for Ji Beixin's hand. Xiao, they are now in the hall forcing Grandpa, saying that if he doesn't hand me over, They won't let Grandpa be the city lord. They even said that they will kill Grandpa. Ji Beixin nestled in Ling Zhao's embrace and said delicately, "Don't worry, with me here, no one can do anything to you. Come, accompany me to the hall." Ling Xiao didn't know that the Lord Lu that Ji Beixin mentioned was their Medicine Peak senior. Just as the two were about to walk out of the room, a disgusting voice rang out. "Sister Beixin, are you still not coming out? Do you really want Grandmaster Lu to invite you over?" He's the grandson of Grandpa's friend, Pang Gushing. Ji Beixin nervously grabbed onto Ling Zhao's arm and whispered, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Ling Xiao gently patted the back of Ji Beixin's hand and pulled her out of the room. Just as the two were about to leave the room, Pang Gushing, who was standing outside the room, discovered a corpse. His expression immediately jumped. "Oh no, did Sister Beixin escape?" Just as Pang Gushing was about to break in, the door opened. Pang Gushing saw an extremely handsome young man pulling his favorite goddess out of the room, and his heart felt as if it had been ruthlessly stabbed with a knife. "Who are you? Let go of Sister Beixin." Pang Gushing shouted at the sudden appearance of Ling Xiao. Although he liked Ji Beixin, he didn't dare to fight with Lu Dong over her. After all, she was already a true disciple, and even his father had to respectfully address her as Grandmaster Lu. He didn't dare to fight with Lu Dong, but that didn't mean that he was willing to see the woman he liked enter the arms of someone else, especially a man who was younger and more handsome than him. "And if I don't let go?" Ling Xiao glanced at Pang Gushing and said indifferently, "If you don't let go, then I'll break your arm." Pang Gushing's face twisted as he said coldly, "You can try." Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Pang Gushing was only a high-level mystic cultivator, and the kind whose foundation was not yet stable. This kind of opponent didn't even have the qualifications to be taken seriously. "How dare you!" Pang Gushing shouted and punched at the bridge of Ling Zhao's nose. Chapter 249. Pang Gushing was an inner sect disciple of the Black Rock Peak and possessed the earth element. His punch had a yellowish color to it. If this punch landed on the face of a normal high-level mystic cultivator, their nose would probably be broken. However, he wasn't facing a high-level mystic cultivator, but a middle-level spirit master. Ling Xiao frowned slightly at the incoming punch. A formless pressure swept towards Pang Gushing. Pang Gushing was caught off guard. He didn't hit Xin Lian and was sent flying. A mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. You're spirit master." Pang Gushing crawled up and said in shock. "Humph." Ling Xiao snorted coldly and ignored Pang Gushing. He pulled Bei Jisen's hand and walked towards the hall of the residence. "Brat, I don't care who you are. I'll make you beg for death later." Pang Gushing looked at Ling Zhao's back and hatred rose in his heart. In the hall in front of Ling Zhao's City Lord residence. Other than City Lord G2, there was also Medicine Peak's Lu Dong and 3 dignified middle-aged men. The one wearing the Medicine Peak's martial uniform was Pang Gushing's father, Pang Jun. The other 2 were Medicine Peak's inner sect deacon, Zhu Honglin, and Black Rock Peak's inner sect deacon, Fu Xiongzhong. G2, who was sitting in the seat of honor, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He clenched his fists tightly and stared at Lu Dong. "Lu Dong, I offended you in the past, but you took revenge on me. Now that we're all from the same sect, do you really want to force this old man to report you to the sect before you'll let us go?" If it was just Lu Dong here, G2 definitely wouldn't be polite. However, the 3 inner sect deacons were all helpers invited by Lu Dong. None of them were weaker than him, so he didn't dare to act rashly. City Lord Ji's words are wrong. Right now, I'm using 2 third-rank medicinal pills as a betrothal gift to marry Bei Xin. How is that revenge? Once Bei Xin and I get married, you'll be my father-in-law. Having a third-rank alchemist like me as your grandson-in-law doesn't seem to be a loss of face for City Lord Ji, said Lu Dong proudly. He had been sulking in Medicine Peak for many years. First, it was Chao Nan who suppressed him. Then, it was Ling Xiao who dared to contradict him. All of these made him extremely dissatisfied. He was the dignified eldest disciple of Medicine Peak, yet his limelight had been overshadowed by 2 disciples who came later. He was extremely jealous. Fortunately, after returning from the Fire Valley, he regained the trust of his master Zhu Ruchang. Therefore, under Zhu Ruchang's supervision and teaching for a few months, He finally refined a third-grade elixir a month ago and was promoted to an inner deacon. After so many years of suffering, the bitterness had finally come to an end. Now, he was going to enjoy the days of being respectfully addressed as master by others. At the same time, he didn't put G2 in his eyes. Although his strength wasn't as strong as G2's, he could refine third-grade elixirs. Therefore, many people could put down their pride for third-grade elixirs and listen to Lu Dong's orders. For example, Pang Jun, Zhu Honglin, and Fu Xiangzhong who were present. Lu had promised the three of them that as long as they were willing to help him marry Ji Beixin, he would definitely refine 2 third-grade elixirs for them for free. Pang Jun was also tempted by the third-grade elixirs, so he rejected G2's idea of letting his son back out of marrying Ji Beixin. After all, his son's Tenbin wasn't too outstanding in the sect. Only with the help of elixirs could his son quickly break through to spirit master level. In front of pursuing strength in women, Pang Jun and his son were more loyal to the former. Even if they had to give up many years of friendship, Pang Jun wouldn't refuse. "Give up, I definitely won't let Beixin marry you," G2 said resolutely. "G2, don't be stubborn. Deacon Lu is now a third-grade alchemist. Your granddaughter won't have any milk powder by his side. Moreover, if there's anything you need in the future, Deacon Lu naturally won't just stand by and watch. For example, let him speak to the elders and transfer you back to the sect. It's better than being the city lord here," Pang Jun advised. Although G2 was the city lord, he was only an outer sect deacon in the Purple Sky sect. He couldn't enter the sect normally. In the eyes of ordinary people, being a city lord was a very glorious thing. However, in the Purple Sky sect, being able to stay in the sect to cultivate was much better than being outside the sect. Just the heaven and earth spirit chi in the sect was many times denser than this so-called city lord mansion. Moreover, one could go out and do things for the elders at any time and obtain more black crystals for cultivation. For a martial artist, these two things were indispensable. Didn't every martial artist pursue a higher realm, obtain the respect of more people and a longer lifespan? Deacon Pang, I've been friends with you for many years. I didn't expect you to sell an old friend like me for such a small benefit. You're really loyal, G2 said sarcastically. Pang Jun's face didn't have the slightest bit of guilt as he said, "I'm doing this for your own good. If I had a daughter, as long as Deacon Lu is willing, I would definitely send her over." "Humph, it sounds nice." G2 coldly snorted then said, "You can leave, I don't welcome you here." "G2, it seems like you still haven't understood the situation. We came together to tell you that if you don't give your granddaughter to Deacon Lu, then your position as city lord will come to an end." Black Rock Peak's Fu Xiangzhong said impatiently. "Are you threatening me?" G2 suddenly stood up and said coldly. At the same time, he released a powerful aura towards Fu Xiangzhong. Fu Xiangzhong's strength was slightly weaker than G2's, so he was immediately forced back a step, his face slightly pale. "G2, are you really going to disobey our orders?" Pang Jun stood in front of Fu Xiangzhong and said. Pang Jun and G2's strength was on par, so G2's pressure naturally couldn't affect Pang Jun. G2 retracted his aura and looked at the few of them coldly. "Whether I become the city lord or not, it doesn't seem to be up to you to decide, right? Do you really dare to take the initiative to remove me?" He had been in the Purple Heaven sect for many years and knew that the dismissal of the city lord had to be decided by the Elders Guild, and then the order to replace him would definitely not be decided by a few inner sect deacons. "G2, your words are right, but you are also old, and your body is useless. If something goes wrong, you won't be able to manage the Purple Heaven City, and the Elders Guild will send someone else to replace you, right?" Lu Dong took a sip of tea and said with a cold smile. When Lu Dong said this, Pang Jun, Fu Xiangzhong and Zhu Honglin had already sealed off G2's chance to escape. Once G2 didn't agree, they would definitely not let G2 have an easy time. "You guys are going too far. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't let you trample on my granddaughter." G2 wasn't a person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He shouted loudly and grabbed towards Lu Dong. He knew that only by controlling Lu Dong would he have a chance today. Unexpectedly, Pang Jun was already prepared and instantly blocked in front of Lu Dong, kicking towards G2's day. For a moment, the two high-rank spirit masters fought together. At this time, Fu Xiangzhong and Zhu Honglin wouldn't be idle and immediately rushed into the battle circle. Ji2 couldn't do anything alone and was soon seriously injured. He was captured by Pang Jun and the others. "Kill me if you have the guts, or I will definitely not let you guys go," Ji2 shouted angrily. He never thought that Lu Dong would actually dare to take the charge of not killing each other and let others capture him. He also knew that this matter definitely wouldn't be good. Ji Beixin quickly found out that Ji2 was captured. Lu Dong didn't immediately use force on Ji Beixin, but very generously let Ji Beixin go back to her room to tidy up, and then come to the hall to bow to the heaven and earth to marry him. In the hall, Ji2 had already been seriously injured by Pang Jun and the others, and was tied up tightly with a 1,000-year-old rope so that he couldn't struggle. However, just as they were patiently waiting for Ji Beixin to appear, they suddenly felt a powerful aura. Lu Dong and the others looked at each other, and Lu Dong said, "Why don't we go take a look together?" Pang Jun and the others nodded and walked towards Ji Beixin with Ji Beixin in custody. At this time, Ling Xiao also appeared in front of them holding Ji Beixin's hand. "Ling Xiao!" Two voices cried out at the same time. One of the voices came from the tied-up Ji2, while the other came from Lu Dong. Ji2 never thought that Ling Xiao would actually appear at this moment. He thought that Ling Xiao was already dead, and now he really hoped that Ling Xiao would have a way to save his granddaughter from this place. Lu Dong didn't expect that Ling Xiao, who hadn't returned to the sect, would appear in the city lord's mansion. Furthermore, he was even holding the delicate hand of his future 9th concubine. Pang Jun ran to his father's side from behind, pointed at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Master Lu, father, this guy wants to take little sister Bai Xian away." "Yes, I saw it," Pang Jun replied, but in his heart he was wondering, how could it be him? This is going to be bad. Pang Jun and Zhu Honglin both recognized Ling Xiao. After all, the two of them were working under Medicine Peak, so they had a very deep impression of this direct disciple of the Peak Lord. They didn't have any misgivings about taking down Ji2's. After all, Ji2's position in the sect wasn't high, and he didn't have any backing. However, Ling Xiao was different. He was the disciple of the Medicine Peak's Peak Lord. As inner sect deacons, they had to be courteous to him. "Quickly let go of Grandpa," Ji Beixin cried out in distress as she looked at the injured Ji2's. "Ling Xiao, quickly take Bai and leave." Ji2 shouted back. Ling Xiao ignored Ji2's words and looked coldly at Lu Dong. "I didn't expect eldest senior brother to be here. I wonder what crime City Lord Ji has committed to actually trouble eldest senior brother to come and capture him?" Ling Xiao also didn't expect that the Lord Lu, that Ji Beixin mentioned, would actually be this despicable Lu Dong. It seemed like it was time to settle the grudge between them. Back then, Lu Dong had bribed Lao Fanqing to assassinate him. If it wasn't for that, Ling Xiao wouldn't have offended the Lao family and had to escape from Burning Ground City in such a sorry state. Lu Dong came back to his senses and said to Ling Xiao in disdain, "Ling Xiao, don't call me eldest senior brother. I don't have the qualifications to be your eldest senior brother." "Oh, when did eldest senior brother become so humble?" Ling Xiao said with slight surprise. Lu Dong laughed and said, "Don't you know that you're no longer a disciple of Medicine Peak? That's why I, Lu Dong, don't have the qualifications to be your eldest senior brother." "You're saying that I'm no longer a disciple of Medicine Peak?" Ling Xiao asked in a low voice. Chapter 250. "That's right, you've already been kicked out of Herb Peak," Lu Dong said with certainty. Ling Xiao fell silent after hearing this. Pang Jun and Zhu Honglin looked at each other, as if they didn't know if this news was true or false. "I don't believe it," Ling Xiao said indifferently. He definitely didn't believe that his master, Nangong Changle, would kick him out of the sect. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong. Was he going to be kicked out of the sect just because he'd left the sect for half a year? That didn't make sense, right? Heh, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not, it's the truth. When you return to the sect, I think the Peak Lord will announce this news. Lu Dong smiled sinisterly then said, "Ling Xiao, put down my bride's hand, or you're dead." Ling Xiao suddenly laughed, then really let go of Ji Beixin's hand. Ji Beixin's delicate body trembled. Just when she thought that Ling Xiao was really going to compromise, a large hand wrapped around her slender waist and tightly hugged her, making her feel unusually warm and safe. "She's already my woman. Let go of old too, or else you'll know the consequences." Ling Xiao took a light breath and said faintly. Regardless of whether or not he was really kicked out of the sect, right now he had to help Ji Beixin deal with Lu Dong. At the same time, he also had to help himself resolve the grudge between him and Lu Dong. Who the fuck do you think you are? Father, hurry up and kill him. Just now he made me vomit blood. You have to take revenge for me. Pang Yongxian looked at Ling Xiao with jealousy and roared. The woman who was supposed to be his was now in the arms of another man. He was extremely unhappy. Shut up, there's no place for you to speak here. Pang Jun coldly snorted at his son. Pang Yongxian knew that he was being too hasty, so he immediately responded and retreated. Lu Dong looked at Ling Xiao malevolently and said, Deacon Fu, I'll have to trouble you to help me cripple that claw of his. Lu Dong had always disliked Ling Xiao. He had talked back to him many times before, and now he was hugging his concubine's slender waist. How could he not be angry? Fu Xiangzhong stood up. He had the strength of an intermediate spirit master, and could also see that Ling Xiao's strength was on par with his. He was very confused. This kid is so young and already so strong. How could he be expelled from the sect? Did he make a big mistake? Although Fu Xiangzhong was thinking about it, he still had to listen to Lu Dong's words. After all, he also needed a third-grade medicinal pill. Just as Fu Xiangzhong was about to make his move, Ling Xiao glanced at him and said, What benefits did Lu Dong give you that you're willing to listen to him even though you're committing fratricide? Cut the crap. What he can give us you can't. Fu Xiangzhong snorted coldly and reached for Ling Xiao's neck with his bare hands. Must you force me to kill? Ling Xiao frowned and said coldly. He raised a finger and pointed at Fu Xiangzhong. Xiao. A ray of fire spiritual energy shot out from his fingertip. Li Family's Cyan class technique, Raging Flame Finger Technique. Fu Xiangzhong didn't expect Ling Xiao to know finger techniques. Furthermore, the two of them were too close. Ling Xiao's finger light was extremely fast and there was no way to dodge it. Ah! Fu Xiangzhong screamed and took a few steps back. He clenched his hand and blood flowed out from between his fingers. Shockingly, Ling Xiao's finger had pierced through his palm. Fire element finger technique. A few attendants exclaimed at the same time. I'll say it again. Release old two, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Ling Xiao pushed Ji Beixin back and said faintly. Good kid, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a bit of peace. Fu Xiangzhong swallowed a medicinal pill and shouted. His feet pushed off the ground and he immediately jumped up like a goshawk. Raging flames and wild sand. Fu Xiangzhong roared and kicked out waves of yellow earth light from his feet. It was like a sudden sandstorm in the desert, terrifying and suffocating. Trying to play leg techniques with me, you're looking for death. Ling Xiao sneered. At the same time, he kicked out with one foot and his whole body jumped into the air like a spring. His feet were like sharp blades as they swept towards Fu Xiangzhong. Wind God's Kick's third form, Torrential Storm. Bang bang. Countless shadows of legs intertwined with each other, producing a series of muffled sounds. The yellow earth light and the cold intent caused the surrounding houses to deform. Fu Xiangzhong really didn't expect that the leg technique he was famous for would be blocked by his opponent, and it even had the momentum to suppress him. Lu Dong and the others at the side also looked very serious. They also didn't expect Ling Xiao to not only know finger techniques, but also be so proficient in leg techniques. Lose. Ling Xiao once again increased the speed of his kicks. Ice spikes flew out from the tips of his feet. Fu Xiangzhong's moves were already used, and Ling Xiao's true power was just starting to show. Bang bang. Fu Xiangzhong was trampled by a wave of ice attribute footprints. His dark protection force couldn't withstand it and was shattered. His whole body finally couldn't take it anymore, and with a scream, he flew out like a cannonball, directly smashing into one of the houses and disappearing. Ling Xiao landed firmly on the ground, one foot on the ground, the other slightly bent. He looked very cold and grim. If there were more girls here, they would definitely be enchanted by his cool appearance. Let me experience your skills. Zhu Honglin, who had been silent all this time, made his move. He was an inner deacon of Medicine Peak, and at the same time was also a second-rank alchemist of Medicine Peak, famous for his palm techniques. Both of his palms sent out scorching hot palm shadows, densely packed as they flew towards Ling Xiao's chest. The speed of the palm shadows was peerless, and they attacked when the opponent was unprepared, making it impossible to defend. Bang bang! Ling Xiao didn't seem to be able to react before he was hit by several palm strikes. Good job, kill him for me. Lu Dong seemed to be injected with chicken blood as he roared. Pang Gushing, who was at the side, also shouted, "Kill this damned bastard!" Smile! Ji Beixin exclaimed from afar. Just as she was about to run over, she suddenly stopped and looked in front of her in surprise. Ling Xiao was still standing in the same place, not even releasing his dark protection force. His body wasn't injured at all, as if the person Zhu Honglin had hit just now wasn't him. Zhu Honglin looked at Ling Xiao in shock and exclaimed, "You? How can you not be injured? You're not even worthy of making me itch with that little strength of yours," Ling Xiao said disdainfully as he flicked his sleeves with his fingers. Lu Dong, who was at the side, panicked. It turned out that when Ling Xiao came to Medicine Peak, he was only a high-level mystic cultivator. How could he be so strong now? His strength was actually above Fu Xiangzhong and Zhu Honglin. "Deacon Pang, you guys attack together and kill him," Lu Dong ordered. "Come on, don't waste time," Ling Xiao said indifferently, and his body disappeared like a ghost. "Old Zhu, watch out!" Pang Jun shouted, then took out his pendant and shot towards Ling Xiao. Zhu Honglin was immediately alerted by Pang Jun's warning, and he threw a few palm strikes at the figure beside him. Unfortunately, all of his palm strikes missed, and all he hit were afterimages. His mind was shocked. So fast! Bang bang! Ling Xiao had already arrived at Zhu Honglin's other side, and a cloud-expelling palm struck Zhu Honglin's waist. At this time, Pang Jun had already rushed over. Ling Xiao was already prepared, and immediately dodged to the side. At the same time, a fiery sword appeared in his hand, and he turned around to fight with Pang Jun. Boom! A dazzling mystical technique blossomed with a gorgeous light in midair. "Good kid, I didn't think that a middle spirit master would have this kind of strength, but unfortunately, you must die." Pang Jun really didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to fight evenly with him. He sighed lightly, and the long sword in his hand once again strengthened with spiritual power. Rays of dusky yellow light smashed towards Ling Xiao like a city wall. Ling Xiao flew backwards a few times, and Zhu Honglin and Fu Xiangzhong seized the opportunity to attack with their palms and feet. "Watch out!" G2 shouted from the side. If he wasn't bound by the 1,000-year ox vine, he would definitely run out to help. Just as Ling Xiao was about to be assassinated by the three, Ling Xiao was still able to wear a faint smile. The moment he was about to hit the ground, he actually pointed his sword at the ground, and using the force of the fall, the fiery sword was bent. Then with a flick, Ling Xiao bounced back into midair, and at the same time, a fierce sword light burst out. Sword Scar. This was originally an abnormally overbearing sword technique. Of course, Ling Xiao was only in the martial disciple realm, but he could rely on this to defeat Luo Qingxuang, who was in the profound practitioner realm. Now that he was already a middle spirit master, the power he could display was hundreds of times stronger than before. Pang Jun really didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to turn the situation around in such a strange way. Furthermore, he was able to use such a powerful sword technique, catching him off guard. Ding dang dang dang. Pang Jun used all his strength to block, and a series of crashing sounds rang out as sparks flew in all directions. Not good. Pang Jun used all his strength to block most of Ling Xiao's sword light, but there was still a portion that greeted his vitals, causing him to panic. Don't even think about succeeding. Zhu Honglin and Fu Xiangzhong once again sneak attacked Ling Xiao from behind. Ling Xiao had no choice but to withdraw his sword technique and turn around to defend. Ling Xiao forced Zhu Honglin and Fu Xiangzhong back with one move, and said coldly, "Don't force me anymore." Ling Xiao's voice was like a demon from the depths of hell, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice house, and their bodies were filled with discomfort. Indeed, Ling Xiao hadn't used his full strength, or else they would already be dead. Seeing that everyone had stopped, Ling Xiao walked towards G2 step by step, the flaming sword in his hand cutting off the 1,000-year ox vine that was binding G2's day. "Don't just stand there. If they escape, everyone will be in trouble." Lu Dong was anxious and shouted at Pang Jun and the others who were still in a daze. Only then did the three come back to their senses, and once again attacked Ling Xiao and G2's day. G2 was already heavily injured, so Ling Xiao naturally couldn't let him fight. He threw a pill to him, and once again faced the three. You forced me to do this. Ling Xiao's entire body was completely cold. He decided that he had to kill the chicken to show the monkey the chicken to make them retreat. Just as Ling Xiao was about to use the innate wind evil qi and the blue demon flame, a voice called out, "Stop, or I'll kill her." Ling Xiao paused and looked back, only to see a long sword on Ji Beixin's neck. Bastard! Ling Xiao was furious. However, while Ling Xiao was distracted, Pang Jun and the other two had already arrived. Ling Xiao, be careful. Ji2 warned loudly. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chapter 251. Pang Jun's powerful earth attribute sword light, Zhu Honglin's fiery palms, and Fu Xiongzhong's tricky footsteps all greeted Ling Xiao at almost the same time. Boom! This time, Ling Xiao was sent flying far away by the three of them. His body smashed through the wooden wall and landed in a house. Haha, well done. Lu Dong laughed loudly when he saw that Ling Xiao had finally been killed. He was very happy and proud. Pang Jun, Zhu Honglin, and Fu Xiongzhong heaved a sigh of relief and quickly swallowed the pills. Ji2 dragged his heavy body as he stared at Pang Jin and said, "Let Exen go." It turned out that Pang Jin had placed his sword on Ji Beixin's neck, causing Ling Xiao to be distracted and injured by Pang Jun and the others. Hee, as long as you take one more step forward, I'll kill her. Pang Jin sneered at Ji2's De Xian, quickly put down the sword. He won't be able to do anything. Pang Jun shouted. Pang Gushing unwillingly looked at Lu Dong and nodded his head. Yes, father. Just as Pang Jin was about to put down Ji Beixin, his eyes suddenly went black and his entire body immediately withered. Looking at Pang Jin, who had suddenly fainted, everyone was dumbfounded. Xianxia, what's wrong with you? Pang Jun came back to his senses and shouted as he ran towards Pang Jin. Pang Jun called out a few times, but seeing that his son did not respond, he immediately reached out to his son's nostrils. Boom! Pang Jun's mind went blank. His son had actually stopped breathing. Deacon Pang, what happened? Lu Dong walked over and asked. My son. Pang Jun roared towards the sky as two streams of tears flowed down his face. He then glared at Ji Beixin and shouted, It's you. It must be you witch who killed my son. I will kill you to avenge my son. Pang Jun's killing intent was awe-inspiring, and his mind had already been drowned by hatred. He only had one son, and he had died in such a baffling manner. This was truly a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. How could he not be angry? He felt that Ji Beixin must have used some sort of trick to kill his son. He did not care that Ji Beixin had already been set by Lu Dong. He only knew how to take revenge for his daughter. Just as Pang Jun's attack landed in front of the pale-faced Ji Beixin, he was just like his son. His mind went black and he let out a blood-curdling scream. The long sword in his hand fell and his entire body fell limply to the ground. Lu Dong and the others watched in horror. They really couldn't understand what was going on, so they could only look at Ji Beixin. As she readied, Ji Yu's eyes, Ji Jin, Ji Beixin. It Ji 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 Jin, Ji, Ji Ji to this. You're fine? Fu Xiongzhong looked at Ling Xiao in shock. He didn't want to kill them. After all, they were all from the same sect. However, Pang Jun dared to use Ji Beixin to threaten him. He was furious. If he didn't leave the mountain of killers, others would think that he was easy to bully. Ling Xiao believed that they had brought this upon themselves. They actually dared to touch his woman, so they deserved to die. Lu Dong, Fu Xiongzhong, and Zhu Honglin all knew that Pang Jun and his son had been killed by Ling Xiao. They did not know what method Ling Xiao had used to kill Pang Jun and his son, which was what made them afraid. Anyone would be afraid of the unknown. Fu Xiongzhong and Zhu Honglin timidly retreated. They had worked together with Pang Jun to not be able to kill Ling Xiao. Now that Pang Jun was dead, they knew that they could no longer pose any threat to Ling Xiao. So. The two of them did not hesitate and immediately escaped from the city lord's mansion. Their speed was so fast that it made people speechless. Lu Dong saw that his helpers were either dead or had fled. He did not dare to stay and immediately turned to leave. Lu Dong, you stay behind. Ling Xiao faintly said. Lu Dong stopped in his tracks and did not dare to move an inch. He did not want to die silently like Pang Jun and his son. Junior, Junior brother, if there's anything, we can talk about it. Lu Dong looked at Ling Xiao in fear. He could not understand how Ling Xiao had become so strong after returning. This was bad. He could only pray in his heart that Ling Xiao would not kill him. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to Lu Dong for the time being. He gave Ji Tu some pills, then comforted Ji Beixin and asked her to go to the side to talk. Follow me. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Lu Dong and then walked to one of the guest rooms. Lu Dong did not dare to disobey and could only follow with his head lowered. He only had the strength of a low-level spirit master, and did not dare to play any tricks in front of Ling Xiao. Tell me, have I been expelled from the sect? Ling Xiao reprimanded with his hands behind his back. Yes. No. Lu Dong trembled as he answered. Do you have it or not? Ling Xiao asked impatiently. You have only been expelled from Herb Peak, not from the sect. Lu Dong calmed down and said. Then, Lu Dong told him the whole story. Only then did Ling Xiao know that Lu Dong's master, Chong Jian, had suggested to the elders to expel him from the sect. In the end, the elders did not approve of this suggestion and only expelled Ling Xiao from Herb Peak. Ling Xiao was still a disciple of Wooden Flag Peak. In other words, Nangong Chengal was no longer Ling Xiao's master and Mu Huai was Ling Xiao's only master. Hearing Lu Dong's words, Ling Xiao finally let out a sigh of relief. He had really thought that he had been expelled from the sect. It turned out that he had only left Herb Peak and was still a disciple of Wooden Flag Peak. Actually, with Ling Xiao's ability, even if he didn't cultivate in the Purple Sky sect, he could still become a supreme expert. However, he wanted to chase after that beautiful figure. He wanted to surpass her and capture her heart. This had always been his goal, and he had never thought of giving up. Even though he had already acknowledged the priestess as his wife and had a few women he liked, in his heart, Yun Mengqi was still his dream. Junior brother, can I leave now? Lu Dong looked at the silent Ling Xiao and asked in a low voice. Leave? You want to leave so easily? Ling Xiao said as he looked at Lu Dong playfully. Lu Dong shivered and knelt heavily on the ground, begging Ling Xiao for mercy. Junior brother, please let me go. I swear that I will never disturb City Lord Ji and his granddaughter again. Humph. I don't think you have the guts. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and continued. Now I will settle my old debts with you. Old debts? Lu Dong's heart went cold. I just entered the sect not long ago, and you bribed Fan Qing to assassinate me. If it wasn't for my luck, I would have died long ago. How do you think this debt should be settled? Now, you have come to harass my woman. Either one of these two debts is enough for me to send you to the Western Paradise, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Lu Dong's entire body trembled as he begged for mercy. Junior brother, please let me go. It's all because I was muddle-headed. As long as you let me go, I will do anything for you. Facing the call of death, Lu Dong completely collapsed. Why would I want trash like you? Ling Xiao said with disdain. I am a third-rank alchemist. This is a pill that I refine myself. In the future, if junior brother has any use for senior brother will definitely die 10,000 times. Lu Dong thought for a moment, then quickly took out the two pills that he had given as a betrothal gift and presented them to Ling Xiao. After all, any third-rank alchemist was very useful, and Lu Dong hoped that Ling Xiao would let him go on account of his usefulness. Ling Xiao took the pills and opened them. All he saw were two crooked pills that didn't seem to form a regular pattern. For a moment, he wanted to laugh. What kind of pill is this? Ling Xiao asked, trying hard not to laugh. This is a third-rank strengthening pill, Lu Dong replied. Strengthening pill, haha. So it's this kind of useless pill. I have to say, senior brother, you are very creative. Ling Xiao finally couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Strengthening pill was a third-rank earth attribute pill. After taking this pill, a martial artist would have a strong defense for 2 hours. Martial artists below the king level would not be able to break through this defense. However, after taking this pill, the martial artist's attribute would temporarily change to the earth attribute for 2 hours. Moreover, it could only be used for defense and would not be able to make a strong attack. This kind of pill was a good pill for earth attribute martial artists, but for martial artists of other attributes, it was simply useless. After all, It could only be used for defense and not for offense. What use was it? After 2 hours, they would still be at the mercy of others. Ling Xiao wasn't laughing because of the effects of the strengthening pill. He was laughing because the senior brother of his had refined the lowest third-rank pill, and he still had the nerve to loudly announce that he was already a third-rank alchemist. Moreover, the strengthening pill that Lu Dong had refined was simply terrible in shape and quality. Originally, the strengthening pill had a defensive ability for 2 hours. However, if one used the 2 strengthening pills in Lu Dong's hands, it would be considered good if one could defend for an hour. These 2 pills were simply trash to the extreme. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh even if he didn't want to. Lu Dong's face turned into a pig's liver, but he didn't dare to get angry. Instead, he squeezed out a dead man's smile and said, "Junior brother is right. You are right." It wasn't easy for him to successfully refine the strengthening pill. Although it was the lowest level, it was still a third-rank pill. His master had personally praised him, but he didn't expect to be laughed at by this insensible junior brother. His heart was incomparably uncomfortable. "I'll leave these 2 pills for you to use." Ling Xiao threw the strengthening pill back to Lu Dong and said, "When I return to the sect tomorrow, I hope senior brother can prepare 500 second-rank spirit herbs and 100 third-rank spirit herbs for me. Otherwise..." After saying this, Ling Xiao waved his hand lightly. Xiao! A wind blade flew towards Lu Dong's face. Lu Dong was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. A lock of hair fell down, and a shallow scar was left on his face. "Why aren't you scramming?" Ling Xiao said coldly. Yes. Thank you, junior brother, for not killing me. Thank you, junior brother, for not killing me." Lu Dong crawled up and thanked Ling Xiao. In reality, he already hated Ling Xiao to death. As long as he returned to the sect, he definitely wouldn't do as Ling Xiao asked. Was Ling Xiao really being soft-hearted and letting a tiger return to the mountain? Chapter 252. After Lu Dong left, Ling Xiao's face changed. He murmured in his heart, Ruchong, don't think you'll have a good life if you kick me out of the medicine mountain. If you really think I'm an honest and kind man, I'll tell you that you won't have a good life if you offend an honest man." If Ling Xiao's words were heard by Lu Dong and the others, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. A kind and honest man? He's a devil who kills without spilling blood. He's so scary. Ling Xiao went out of the room and found Ji2 and Ji Beixin. Ji Beixin didn't care about her shyness. She threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms and felt very comfortable. "Well, it's okay. The bad guys are gone. They won't dare to come again." Ling Xiao patted Ji Beixin's back and comforted her. "Xiao, I want to practice too. I can't let you worry about me anymore." Ji Beixin raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Ling Xiao firmly. Her heart was almost broken when she saw Ling Xiao was thrown into the room for her. Since her foot was cured, her grandpa always wanted Ji Beixin to practice. It was not only good for her body, but also for her to have the ability to protect herself. However, Ji Beixin wasn't interested in practicing, so she didn't pay attention to it. Now she finally made up her mind to practice hard so that she could stay with Ling Xiao in the future and not be a burden to him. "As long as you want, I can make you stronger," Ling Xiao said softly and then said, "Help Grandpa to have a rest." Jaibahin nodded, then turned around and walked over to Ji Tuesday. Ji2 looked at Ling Xiao with a guilty face and said, "Xiao, I'm sorry." With that, he allowed Ji Beixin to support his heavily injured body and walk away. At night, Ling Xiao and Ji Beixin snuggled together in the pavilion by the lotus pond and told each other how they missed each other for half a year. "Xiao, you haven't come to see me for so long. I thought you didn't want me anymore." Ji Beixin held Ling Xiao's waist tightly and said emotionally. Ling Xiao lightly tapped her forehead and said, "How could that be? How could I not want a woman as beautiful as a fairy like you? Wouldn't that be the same as having another man?" When Ling Xiao said this, he couldn't help but think of the priestess of Zhai City. He had to find the Heaven Gu divine technique within 2 years. He absolutely couldn't let her die. "Xiao, take me tonight. If something like this happens again, I'm afraid." Ji Beixin caressed Ling Xiao's chest. Before she could finish her words, Ling Xiao's mouth had already covered her jade lips, and he was enjoying her lilac fragrance. Ji Beixin's body trembled slightly. She hooked her arm around Ling Xiao's neck and responded passionately. The two looked at each other and kissed passionately. Ling Zhao's big hands slowly trembled on the virgin goddess's peak that was just the right size. Ji Beixin's delicate face flushed, and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. The sound was like an aphrodisiac spell. The blood in Ling Zhao's body was boiling, and the suction force was even stronger. His hands kept wandering around Ji Beixin's delicate body, and the thin gauze and satin separated them were all messed up. "Xiao, carry me into the room," Ji Beixin said quickly. Looking at her beautiful face that was like dripping blood. It was simply too beautiful. Ling Xiao didn't think of himself as a gentleman. He already considered Ji Beixin as his woman. Since she was willing to follow him, there was no harm in eating her. Ling Xiao carried Ji Beixin as if she was weightless and ran towards her boudoir. Ji Beixin was nervous and excited. Although she was already prepared to be taken by Ling Xiao, she still felt extremely shy when she faced him. Although Ling Xiao was impatient, he knew that Ji Beixin was no different from an ordinary person. She, who didn't cultivate at all, couldn't possibly withstand his wild torture. Therefore, after entering the room, his movements became gentler. "Xiao, you don't like it?" Ji Beixin saw that Ling Zhao's movements weren't as intense as before, and couldn't help but panic. Ling Xiao looked at Ji Beixin pitifully and said, "How could that be? I just want you to relax a little. You're too nervous." When Ling Xiao said this, Ji Beixin's delicate face became even redder. "Come on, I can do it." Ji Beixin closed her beautiful eyes and slightly turned her pretty face away, not daring to look at Ling Xiao as she said in a low voice. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the shy Ji Beixin and her rising and falling breasts, he gently untied her clothes one by one, finally revealing the pure white, tender and round skin inside. Ling Xiao looked at the white and tender neck, the towering holy maiden peaks, the smooth and jade-like abdomen, and the dark and mysterious garden area. All of this made Ling Xiao extremely infatuated. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva, his body shook, and all the clothes on his body fell apart. He couldn't wait to bury his head between the two peaks and kiss that tender, jade-like skin to his heart's content. Ji Beixin's entire body was like an electric shock, her delicate body trembling non-stop. A strange feeling assaulted her entire body, and her lower body couldn't help but become moist. "Smile, I want." Ji Beixin hugged Ling Zhao's head, letting Ling Zhao's face press tightly against her saintess's breasts. Her jade lips parted and softly moaned. Ling Xiao licked the two pearls of red on Saintess' peak. His hands supported her perky buttocks, and his body lightly pressed down. Ji Beixin only felt that her lower body was filled with something hard, and a certain part of her body was broken. That kind of tearing pain made her unable to help but let out a soft cry. Ling Xiao paused for a moment, then gently kissed Ji Beixin's cheek and said, "Relax, it'll be fine in a while." After pausing for a moment, Ji Beixin said shyly, I can do it. Come on." Ling Xiao responded, and his body slowly began to move. Gradually, the room was filled with a light and passionate tone. Ji Beixin also gradually found the joy of fish from the original pain. That kind of feeling made her shy and infatuated, and her mouth kept emitting unbearable sounds. "Smile, hurry up. Faster." Ji Beixin seemed to be enjoying some kind of elixir, causing her to be completely intoxicated. At the beginning, Ling Xiao was afraid that Ji Beixin wouldn't be able to take it, but who knew that she would be so fierce? He immediately no longer pitied her, and only wanted to ravage her, let her know how powerful he was, and make her obediently beg for mercy. Following a series of violent impacts, the two of them entered a state of forgetting themselves, leaving only a series of loud cries echoing in the room. Ling Xiao didn't know that the innate Yin wind bead in his sea of consciousness was constantly circulating, and strands of innate Yin wind qi passed through his dantian into Ji Beixin's body. And Ji Beixin was actually able to absorb the innate Yin wind qi, and then return it to Ling Zhao's body. Gradually, the innate Yin wind qi formed some kind of energy bridge in the two's body, and as they went back and forth, the innate Yin wind qi actually increased significantly. The two of them had no idea what was going on, but they were still immersed in that wonderful feeling of ecstasy. The two of them actually fought for an entire night before fainting in the early morning. It wasn't until late in the morning that Ling Xiao opened his eyes. He really didn't think that he would sleep so soundly and deeply. When he looked at the beauties curled up in his arms, Ling Xiao smiled warmly, and thought to himself, when can I sleep together with them? However, after he sighed, his pupils shrank, and he hurriedly closed his eyes. After a while, he opened them again, and his eyes revealed a puzzled expression. How did my spiritual power increase so much? Ling Xiao really didn't expect that after a night of madness, the spiritual energy in his body would actually increase by a lot. He had already faintly reached the peak of the middle stage spirit master. This was really too inconceivable. Ling Xiao seemed to have thought of something. He lowered his head to look at the beauty in his arms, and his eyes widened even more. How is this possible? Ji Beixin actually went from an ordinary person to a middle-stage profound practitioner in one night. This was simply inconceivable. Exang, wake up! Ling Xiao lightly patted Ji Beixin's fragrant shoulder and called out. Ji Beixin still had her eyes closed, and said in a somewhat displeased manner, "Don't be noisy, I haven't slept yet." After saying that, she tightly hugged Ling Xiao's tiger waist, and rubbed her head against Ling Xiao's chest a few times before continuing to sleep. Could it be that doing that can also cultivate? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a certain cultivation method, and couldn't help but wonder. Ling Xiao thought hard for a long time, and really couldn't think of any other way to say it. He immediately turned over and entered the moist area from behind. Following Ling Xiao's series of attacks, Ji Beixin once again enjoyed that wonderful feeling of wanting to die. At this time, Ling Xiao tried his best to maintain a clear mind. He had to understand what was going on. Sure enough, when the two of them reached a state of harmony, the innate wind pearl in his sea of consciousness once again released a grayish-black baleful aura. It passed through his dantian to Ji Beixin's body, and then returned to his body. This repeated endlessly, and the energy of the two of them increased. Does this count as the acacia art? Ling Xiao grabbed Ji Beixin's holy maiden peak, and while attacking with all his might, he thought in his mind. When the two of them reached the critical point, the speed at which the innate wind baleful qi circulated back and forth became even faster, and the condensed energy became even more vigorous. The two of them let out a muffled groan, and then stopped moving. Ling Xiao left Ji Beixin's body and began to sit cross-legged to refine the newly increased spiritual energy. After a while, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and murmured, "Sure enough, it seems that there must be some kind of energy sealed in Xianxia's body, and it must be related to the innate wind baleful qi. I must ask Elder Tu about this." Ling Xiao confirmed the cause of the matter, and took out a new set of clothes from his spatial ring. After putting them on, he lightly kissed Ji Beixin's cheek and left the room. Ling Xiao found a servant to find Ji Tuesday. After a night of adjustment, Ji Tu's condition was much better, but his old face was still pale. Ling Xiao went straight to the point and asked, "Elder Tu, I want to know what attribute Xianxia's parents cultivate." Ji Tu looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and asked, Xiao, why do you ask?" "Because I want to know what kind of energy is contained in Xianxia's body," Ling Xiao said in a deep voice. Chapter 253. At first, Ling Xiao thought that what he and Ji Beixin did was the acacia technique, but the more he thought about it, the less likely it was. After all, the acacia technique required one to practice the chant, and he and Ji Beixin did it unintentionally. This seemed to be related to the innate wind bead. Ling Xiao felt that there must be an energy in Ji Beixin's body that didn't belong to her, but this energy had been unsealed. He needed to understand if this energy was harmful to her. When Ling Xiao absorbed the innate wind baleful qi from Ji Beixin's body, he felt that there was still something in her body. Now, he was completely sure that what he hadn't discovered was the existence of another source of energy. It should be hidden in her dantian. Ji Tu was stunned for a moment by Ling Xiao's question, and his old eyes emitted sadness as he said, "Xianxia's father has the same wood attribute as me. As for Xianxia's mother, I don't know. I haven't seen her use any profound skills, but I feel that it should be the wind attribute." Even Elder Tu isn't sure of Xianxia's mother's attribute? Ling Xiao said with slight surprise. Elder Ji sighed heavily and said, "To be honest, I've only seen Xianxia's mother once. 18 years ago, Xianxia's mother suddenly found me and told me that Xianxia was my granddaughter. She told me to take good care of Xianxia and left. At that time, I thought that woman was lying to me. Later, I secretly gave Xianxia a blood test, and I was sure that Xianxia was my son's daughter. As for that woman, she never returned, and I haven't seen my son for 18 years. I don't know if he's dead or alive. When Xianxia asked me when I was young, I lied to her, saying that they went to a faraway place and would come back one day. But as the years passed, Xianxia and I also accepted our fate. I think my son and daughter-in-law have already. Sigh. Ling Xiao listened to Elder Tu's story and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It turned out that Xianxia's life was so pitiful. It seemed that there was no way to find the source of the energy. At this time, Jitu walked in front of Ling Xiao and bowed to him. Xiao, I was confused yesterday. From now on, Xianxia will rely on you to take care of her. I hope you won't wrong her. She is just a kind and pitiful child. Ling Xiao quickly supported Jitu and said, Elder Tu, don't be like this. Xianxia is married and is my woman. I will take good care of her for the rest of her life. Don't worry. Last night, he had already discussed the true meaning of life with Ji Beezer. How could he not take responsibility? What's more, he wouldn't allow his woman to lie in another man's bed in the future. Any man would be very selfish about this. Elder Tu, Tian, Xiao will Tian, said. Yen, Ji said. I will Elder. Elder Tian I Li. Xiao. Elder Tu, as long as I can do it, I will do my best to do it. Ling Xiao said with certainty. 20 years ago, my son was a true disciple under Wooden Flag Peak. His name was Ji Xiaozhen. At that time, he was not only 25, but he was already a high-level spirit master. His tenbin was also very high in the sect. Later on, he rashly entered the blood demon region to train. He swore that he wouldn't return to the sect until he reached the king level. Unfortunately, he never returned. G2's eyes were misty as he said, 2 years after my son entered the blood demon region, Xianxia's mother handed Xianxia to me and left. Although I don't know what happened to my son in the blood demon region, I have a feeling that my son won't die so easily. Ling Xiao hadn't expected that Ji Beixin's father, who was his cheap father-in-law, was not only from the same sect as him, but also from the same peak. This was something that Ling Xiao hadn't expected. Elder Tu, what do you mean? Ling Xiao didn't understand why Ji2 was telling him these things. I'm thinking, if you enter the blood demon region one day, I hope you can help me find my son's whereabouts, Ji2 said in a pleading tone. Elder Tu, I want to know what kind of place the blood demon region is. Why are you so sure that I'll definitely go in? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Ji2 stared blankly at Ling Xiao, then sighed and said, You'll know when you return to the sect. You just have to promise this old man that if one day you enter the blood demon territory, you'll help me find my son. Ling Xiao nodded in confusion and didn't ask any more questions. When Ling Xiao returned to his room, Ji Beixin had already woken up. She wore a plain white veil, and her delicate face didn't have a single trace of makeup on. Her pure, rosy skin emitted a penetrating glow, making her beautiful beyond compare. Thinking about it, after being nourished by Ling Xiao twice last night and in the morning, she still became a mature young woman, causing people to have endless fantasies. Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise softly, Xianxia, you're so beautiful. Ji Beixin glared at Ling Xiao and said coquettishly, Wasn't I beautiful before? No, you've always been very beautiful, but you're even more beautiful now. Ling Xiao walked over to Ji Beixin, knelt down on one knee, held her hand, and gently kissed it. Ji Beixin's heart was filled with honey, so sweet that she became even more beautiful. Xian, do you feel that something is wrong? Ling Xiao asked softly. No. I think it's pretty good. Ji Beixin hesitated for a moment, then replied in a mosquito-like voice. She didn't know what she was thinking, but her face blushed all the way to her neck. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and said, Xian, you're thinking too far. I mean, do you have any strange feelings in your body? For example, do you feel especially strong right now? Ji Beixin patted Ling Xiao unwillingly and said, You're the one who's thinking too far. Then she said, Xiao, you're right. I did that thing with you, I feel like I'm very strong. That's right. Xian. Didn't you say you wanted to cultivate yesterday? You're already a middle-level profound practitioner. Ling Xiao said with a serious expression. What's a middle-level profound practitioner? Ji Beixin asked in puzzlement. She had been crippled since she was young, and had always stayed in the mansion to learn the 4 arts, but she had never understood anything about cultivation. Thus, Ling Xiao spent a lot of time explaining to Ji Beixin the levels of martial artists, cultivation techniques, and profound arts. Do you understand now? You've already laid a good foundation for cultivation. Ling Xiao said. Ji Beixin nodded, then shook her head and said, Xiao, you said that every martial artist starts from an ordinary person to a martial disciple, and then to a profound practitioner. I've never cultivated before, so how did I suddenly advance to a middle-level profound practitioner? Hee, this can only mean that you're luckier than others. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Just tell me why. Ji Beixin unwillingly tugged at Ling Xiao's arm and begged. You really want to say it? Really? Then listen carefully. Ling Xiao said, and then whispered a few words into Ji Beixin's ear. Scoundrel. After Ji Beixin heard this, she rebuked and pushed Ling Xiao away. Her face became even more beautiful, as if blood would drip from a light touch. Ling Xiao spread his hands and said innocently, If you don't believe me, then forget it. After a while, Ji Beixin asked again in a low voice, Xiao, you said that doing that thing really can speed up cultivation? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Ling Xiao said seriously. Then Ji Beixin said shyly with her head down. However, before she could finish her sentence, Ling Xiao had already thrown her onto the big bed. Ling Xiao stayed in the mansion for 2 days, and finally he was on his way back to the sect. In just 2 days, he had reached the peak of the middle-level spiritual master. He believed that in less than a month, it wouldn't be a problem for him to suddenly become a supreme spiritual master. This was the great harvest he gained from the 2 days of discussing life with Ji Beixin. If Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to return to the sect, he would probably be able to suddenly become a supreme spiritual master if he persisted for a few more days. Ji Beixin would definitely become a mystic knight, not a high-level Xian practitioner. If other people knew that Ling Xiao broke through to middle-stage spiritual master less than half a year ago and was about to break through again, they would probably all go crazy with jealousy. Other people worked hard for dozens of years and still couldn't reach the spiritual master level. Now this young man was advancing like a rocket. How could this not make people jealous and feel inferior? Should I go back to Herb Peak first or go straight to Wood Flag Peak? Ling Xiao thought hesitantly in front of the sect. The day before yesterday, he had beaten Lu Dong and knew that he was no longer a disciple of the medicine body. It didn't seem appropriate to return to Herb Peak, but he wasn't willing to leave just like that. He was a grand 4th-rank alchemist, a rare genius in Tenbin. How embarrassing it was to be kicked out of the mountain. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and decided to regain his face first. Thus, he rushed towards Herb Peak with large strides. Who are you? Just as he stepped halfway into Herb Peak, 2 deacons blocked Ling Xiao's path. Ling Xiao had some impression of these 2 people. They were the gatekeepers of Herb Peak. Ling Xiao didn't reply. He directly took out the Herb Peak's medallion and showed it to them. However, he was puzzled in his heart. Could it be that the news of me being kicked out of Herb Peak has already spread? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment towards his master, Nangong Chengal. When the 2 outer sect disciples saw Ling Xiao's medallion, they didn't give way. One of them said, You are no longer a disciple of Herb Peak. Please leave Herb Peak immediately. Ling Xiao sneered, Master Nangong hasn't taken back my medallion. I am still a disciple of Herb Peak. If you have nothing to do, scram. Ling Xiao was furious. He had only been away for a short period of time, but everyone was already running over to pee and shit on his head. If he didn't show his imposing manner, others would think that he was easy to bully. When the 2 heard Ling Xiao's words, they were stunned for a moment. Then one of them said, Hand over the medallion. We'll bring it back to the Peak Lord. Ling Xiao frowned and didn't say anything else. His body flashed. Bang bang. Ah! The 2 of them didn't know what was going on, but they were both kicked to the side. Even if I'm not a disciple of Herb Peak, I'm still a disciple of Wood Flag Peak. If you dare be rude again, I'll definitely kill you. Ling Xiao immediately floated up the mountain after he finished speaking. Not long after, Ling Xiao once again ascended the medicine peak that he hadn't seen for a long time. He didn't feel any nostalgia, only a strong desire for revenge. He definitely wanted to make Chong and his disciple regret offending him, as well as Nangong Chengal, who didn't insist on standing on his side. You guys forced me to do this. Ling Xiao tightly clenched his fists and made a decision in his heart. Chapter 254. On Herb Peak, gusts of cold wind blew, bringing with it a hint of desolation. Ling Xiao stood alone at the top of the mountain, looking down at the grass and the trees. Even though he didn't stay at Herb Peak for a long time, he still had some feelings for it. A figure rushed over from not far away, and kept calling out, "Boss! Boss, you're finally back!" Ling Xiao looked at that person, and a warm smile appeared on his face. Wasn't the one who ran over his only brother in the sect, Hua Xiaogui? Hua Xiaogui came in front of Ling Xiao, and heavily punched Ling Xiao's chest, and said loudly, "Boss, I knew you didn't die, you'll definitely come back." F***CK, you're cursing boss to die. Ling Xiao kicked Hua Xiaogui and scolded with a smile. Hee, misunderstood, I know that boss is omnipotent with one hand covering the sky, there's basically nothing that can stump you, how could you die? Hua Xiaogui unceasingly flattered. F***CK off, you bastard. Ling Xiao scolded and then said, "Not bad, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for half a year, you've actually broken through to the middle stage of Mystic Realm, not bad, not bad." Isn't this all because of boss's teachings? Hua Xiaogui scratched his head and smiled proudly. Previously, when Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui had just entered the sect, Ling Xiao had passed on the cultivation method of Cloud Expelling Force to Hua Xiaogui. In this more than a year, Hua Xiaogui had cultivated non-stop every day, which allowed him to break through from the middle stage to the middle stage of Mystic Realm. Although he suddenly took a medicinal pill when he became a Mystic Realm, but Hua Xiaogui still knew that this was completely inseparable from the cultivation method that Ling Xiao had passed on to him, otherwise he wouldn't have broken through to the middle stage of Mystic Realm in a short period of a year. This is the result of your own hard work. Alright, there's still a little more than a year before the 3-year deadline. It's not easy to become a third-grade alchemist. Ling Xiao reminded. I also know this. Master once said that before I break through to Spirit Master, it's impossible for me to become a third-rank alchemist. That's why I've spent most of my time cultivating. However, to suddenly break through to Spirit Master within a year, that's practically impossible. Hua Xiaogui said with a downcast face. Hua Xiaogui and Wu Xixue had a 3-year agreement. If Hua Xiaogui could become a third-grade alchemist within 3 years, then Wu Xixue would agree to give Hua Xiaogui a chance to date her. At that time, Hua Xiaogui thought that she was outstanding in Tenbin, so she confidently agreed. However, when he truly became an alchemist, he realized that alchemy didn't only rely on Tenbin, but also the alchemist's own ability. Without the support of tyrannical strength, it was impossible to refine a higher-grade pill. Normally, in order to become a third-grade alchemist, the alchemist must at least have the strength of a spirit master. As for why Ling Xiao could refine third-grade pills at the mystic disciple level, it was because of his own Tenbin and the convenience that mental strength brought to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become a third-grade alchemist so quickly. Nothing is absolute. As long as you are willing to work hard, you can definitely do it. Ling Xiao comforted her. To be honest, he also didn't want Hua Xiaogui to grow too quickly. After all, it wouldn't have any benefits for her. Continuously using pills to advance wasn't good for a martial artist's body. It was even more limited for her future achievements. Alright, Boss, there's something I need to tell you. Hua Xiaogui revealed a troubled expression. There's no need to say it, I already know. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said indifferently. Boss, this is all Martial Uncle Zhu's doing. Master was also forced to do it. Don't blame him. Hua Xiaogui said. No matter what, Nangong Chengal was his god-grandfather. He really didn't want there to be any conflict between Ling Xiao and Nangong Chengal. It's fine. Actually, it doesn't matter if I stay at Medicine Peak or not. It's just that I can't take this lying down. I need to get back my dignity. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Boss, then what are you going to do in the future? This was the first time Hua Xiaogui had seen Ling Xiao like this. He didn't know why he felt flustered. He had always treated Ling Xiao as a good brother. A good big brother. He really didn't want to see Ling Xiao like this. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do. Now, accompany me to see Master Nangong." He shouted in his heart, "This is the last time I'll call him that." Hua Xiaogui nodded and went with Ling Xiao to Medicine Peak's main hall. When Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui arrived at the main hall, all the important figures of Medicine Peak were sitting there. Nangong Changle sat at the head of the table, while Yang En and Zhu Ruchong sat on either side. Next to them were Chao Nanxian and Lu Dong. After Ling Xiao and Hua Xiaogui entered the hall, the two bowed to Nangong Changle and said, "Greetings, Master." "Good, Ling Xiao, you're back." Nangong Changle nodded unnaturally. "Yes, disciple has returned." "I've caused Master to worry," Ling Xiao replied. Nangong Changle's expression became somewhat complicated. Just as he was about to speak, Ruchong said, "Ling Xiao, you're no longer a disciple of Medicine Peak. My senior has already expelled you, so you don't need to call him master anymore." Nangong Changle unhappily glared at Ruchong and said, "Junior, let's talk this out." Ling Xiao glanced at Ruchong, then looked at Nangong Changle seriously and said, "Master, do you really want to expel me?" Nangong Changle's expression slightly stiffened, then he lightly sighed and said, "The elders have unanimously agreed that it's better for you to stay in Wooden Flag Peak." "Yes, I understand," Ling Xiao lightly said, then took out the Medicine Peak's token and placed it on the ground. He then knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Nangong Changle. "Ling Xiao, what are you doing?" Nangong Changle asked in confusion. These 3 kowtows are Ling Xiao's thanks for Elder Nangong's teachings. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a resolute look. "That's good. Even though you're no longer in Medicine Peak, I believe that you'll still be outstanding no matter where you go." Nangong Changle encouraged him. At this moment, his heart was already filled with regret. This was because he could see that Ling Xiao's strength had actually reached the middle stage spirit master level. If he were to teach Ling Xiao for another month, he would definitely be able to become a 3rd-tier alchemist. He felt that it was a pity to lose such a disciple. However, that regret only lasted for a moment. After all, Hua Xiaogui's Tenbin was not any weaker than Ling Xiao's. As long as Hua Xiaogui broke through to the spirit master level, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a 3rd-tier alchemist. Moreover, in his heart, Hua Xiaogui's position was much more important than Ling Xiao's. "All right, from now on, I will respectfully address you as Elder Nangong." Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief as he looked at Lu Dong. Lu Dong was unexpectedly not afraid of him. Instead, he looked at him with a smile that rejoiced in his misfortune. "Lu Dong, have you prepared the spirit grass that I wanted the day before yesterday?" Ling Xiao looked at Lu Dong playfully and asked. Lu Dong's eyes flashed with viciousness. "Ling Xiao, you actually have the face to ask me? You killed Deacon Pang and his son, and now you want to threaten me. Now, in front of my master and the Peak Lord, you should confess to your crimes so that we don't have to waste our time." Ling Xiao didn't think that Lu Dong wouldn't be afraid of him and would even make things clear. It seemed that Lu Dong still hadn't given up. At this moment, Ru Chong coldly shouted at Ling Xiao, "Ling Xiao, you are no longer a disciple of our Medicine Peak, but you killed our deacon. You deserve to die. If you kill yourself, I will leave your corpse intact." "That's impossible. Boss just came back. How could he kill a Medicine Peak deacon?" Hua Xiaogui spoke for Ling Xiao. "What do you know?" Scram. Ru Chong glared at Hua Xiaogui. Hua Xiaogui was still unafraid. "I believe in boss. Whoever wants to kill him will have to step over my corpse first." "Good, very good," Ru Chong coldly said as he stared at Hua Xiaogui. At the same time, he released a wave of pressure towards Hua Xiaogui. "Impudent!" Nangong Changle, who was sitting at the head of the table, coldly shouted. Ru Chang's body trembled, and his aura completely dissipated. With an ugly expression, he asked Nangong Changle, "Senior, are you really so protective of your disciple?" Nangong Changle unhappily said, "Xiaogui is still young. Junior, do you want me to have no one to pass on my legacy to?" Nangong Changle had long been unhappy with this junior of his. Back then, he had snatched Chao Nanxian as his disciple because he didn't want his junior to ruin Chao Nanxian's future. At the same time, he also believed that Chao Nanxian could pass on his legacy. Because of this, his junior, Ru Chong, harbored hatred in his heart and went against him. Nangong Changle felt guilty towards him, so he often tolerated him. Take Ling Xiao's matter as an example. Actually, Ling Xiao didn't do anything wrong. At most, he had talked back to his junior a few times, and his junior wanted to chase him out of Herb Peak. Otherwise, his junior would be expelled from Herb Peak along with all the other disciples. Helpless, Nangong Changle once again indulged Ru Chang's actions. However, this time, Ru Chang actually wanted to make a move against his own godson. Nangong Changle couldn't bear it anymore. If he didn't show some of the dignity of the Peak Lord, he would treat him as if he didn't exist. When Ru Chang saw that Nangong Changle was really angry, he didn't dare to add oil to the fire. He immediately vented his anger on Ling Xiao and said, "Ling Xiao, do you not admit that you killed Pang Jun and his son?" Ling Xiao sneered as he looked at Ru Chang and his disciple. He calmly replied, "That's right, I killed Pang Jun and his son." "All right, since you admit it, then you can commit suicide. Otherwise, when the sect executes you, your reputation will be ruined. I don't want our Herb Peak to be shamed along with you." Ru Chang didn't expect Ling Xiao to directly admit to it. This saved him a lot of trouble. Lu Dong was even happier now. He thought to himself, "Damned bastard, let's see how you die this time." "Elder Zhu, are you an idiot?" Ling Xiao asked with an extremely disdainful gaze as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. You bastard." Ru Chang roared and smashed the tea table beside him into smithereens. He directly sent a palm towards Ling Xiao. He was a dignified elder of the Purple Sky sect, but he was actually called an idiot by a junior. How could he not be angry? How many years had it been since he had been humiliated like this? Boss. Hua Xiaogui didn't know Ling Xiao's true strength and thought that Ling Xiao was only a high-level mystic cultivator. He couldn't help but worry for Ling Xiao. He was afraid that if Ru Chang's palm landed, his boss would really die. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Chapter 255. For example, Chong Nai was a high-ranked spirit master, and his strength should be higher than Ling Xiao's. Even if his palm didn't cause any damage to Ling Xiao, it should be able to send him flying. Ru Chang was thinking the same thing. He wanted to execute this brat on the spot to vent the hatred in his heart. Unfortunately, he underestimated Ling Xiao's strength and overestimated his own. Pa! Ling Xiao stood in place and met Zhu Ru Chang's palm head-on. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao would vomit blood and die from the impact. However, in the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. Someone vomited blood, but it wasn't Ling Xiao, it was Zhu Ru Chang. Not only did Zhu Ru Chang vomit blood, he was also sent flying and crashed into many things. "Strong on the outside but weak on the inside," Ling Xiao said disdainfully. He then turned to Hua Xiaogui and said, "Little turtle, try not to use pills to break through in the future if you don't have anything else to do." Ling Xiao wasn't wrong. For example, Chong Nai had relied on pills to become a high-ranked spirit master. Otherwise, with his 10-bin cultivation, it would be good if he could break through to become a spirit master. Hua Xiaogui hurriedly nodded and thought to herself, as expected of the boss, he's so strong. Ling Xiao said and looked at Lu Dong. Lu Dong's body trembled as he hurriedly ran in front of Nangong Changle. He knelt down and said, Peak Master, quickly restrain him." "Ling Xiao, did you really kill Pang Jun and his son?" Nangong Changle asked with a frown. It was strictly forbidden to kill each other in the sect. If it was light, they would be punished, and if it was heavy, they would be sentenced to death. If Pang Jun had really been killed by Ling Xiao, then Nangong Changle wouldn't protect Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Xiao had just been expelled from Medicine Peak and was no longer a disciple. "That's right, I did kill them." Ling Xiao didn't deny it. Just as he was about to explain further, Ru Chang-yi attacked again. "I will kill you, you bastard." Zhu Ruchang's mind was already destroyed by his anger. He used all the spiritual power in his body and swore to kill Ling Xiao. Bang! Zhu Ruchang also failed to hurt Ling Xiao and was blown away by Ling Xiao again. "Stop!" Nangong Changle finally made his move. A powerful spiritual force shackled Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't resist and just stood there coldly. He swallowed a few pills and glared at Ling Xiao with a sinister expression, saying hoarsely, "I'll kill you, you damned bastard." That's enough. If you continue arguing, then get lost. Nangong Changle coldly snorted at Ruchong. Senior apprentice brother. I'll definitely kill him. Ruchong shouted without any sense of reason. He had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Bang! Before Zhu Ruchong could even touch Ling Xiao, he was once again blown away. Senior apprentice brother, you? Ruchong struggled to get up and looked at his senior apprentice brother in disbelief. His senior apprentice brother had actually attacked him. This seemed to be the first time. Junior apprentice brother Zhu, do you want to be the Peak Lord? Nangong Changle asked coldly. At this moment, Nangong Changle was furious. Ruchong had repeatedly challenged his patience. If he didn't bring out his authority as the Peak Lord, then Medicine Peak would probably think that Ruchong was in charge. Ruchong shivered from Nangong Changle's aura, but he seemed to have regained his sobriety. Senior apprentice brother, junior apprentice brother was just angry. Yong'an hurriedly tried to calm him down. Senior apprentice brother, junior apprentice brother was careless. Ruchong didn't dare to be impudent and quickly lowered his stance. Although his senior apprentice brother had always tolerated him, he knew that if his senior apprentice brother was angry, then he could only suffer. Not to mention the fact that his senior apprentice brother was the Peak Lord of Medicine Peak. Just the fact that his senior apprentice brother was a low-level king was enough to make him feel inferior. Humph, if there's a next time, then get the hell out of Medicine Peak. Nangong Changle waved his hand and snorted. Ruchong didn't dare to be angry anymore. He took a pill and viciously stared at Ling Xiao. It was as if his gaze could kill, and he hoped that Ling Xiao would be put to death by 1,000 cuts. Ling Xiao, do you know that harming a fellow disciple is a capital offense? Nangong Changle looked at Ling Xiao. I know, but I have to kill him. Ling Xiao looked at Nangong Changle. Do you have a deep grudge against Pang Jun and his son? Nangong Changle frowned. Elder Nangong, I think you should ask Lu Dong about this. He knows better than me. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain. Lu Dong, why don't you tell me what happened? Nangong Changle sat down and glanced at Lu Dong. It's the Peak Lord. Lu Dong nodded repeatedly and then began to make up a story. Lu Dong naturally wouldn't say that he had gone to kidnap Ji Beixin. Instead, he would say that he had personally brought Pang Jun and the other attendants to send the betrothal gifts to Ji Beixin. However, Ling Xiao had been unreasonable. He had kidnapped Ji Beixin, killed Pang Jun and his son, and even threatened him to prepare a batch of spirit herbs for him. Lu Dong wiped away his tears of sadness as he spoke. His concubine had been kidnapped, and now he was being blackmailed. How wronged! As Lu Dong spoke, Ling Xiao's face was calm and expressionless, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. Nangong Changle also noticed Ling Xiao's expression and thought to himself, could it be that this brat's strength has increased so much that he started to disrespect his elders? After Lu Dong finished speaking, Nangong Changle asked, Ling Xiao, are Lu Dong's words true? Would you believe me if I said it wasn't true? Ling Xiao replied with a question of his own. Are you not going to explain yourself? Nangong Changle said angrily. All right, I'll explain. Ling Xiao nodded and continued. Lu Dong's words are all bullshit. You bastard, I beg the Peak Lord to uphold justice for me. Lu Dong cursed at Ling Xiao before kneeling and begging Nangong Changle. Ling Xiao was extremely disdainful as he thought to himself, this is the first time I've seen such a pretentious person. Ling Xiao, you're too presumptuous. If you don't explain yourself, I'll take it as a tacit agreement. You're no longer a disciple of my Medicine Peak, but you killed someone from my Medicine Peak. I'll hand you over to the Elder Council and let them decide, Nangong Changle said unhappily. He originally wanted to give Ling Xiao a chance to explain himself, but this brat's mouth was full of filthy words, and he really didn't want to listen to it anymore. It would be better to hand this matter over to the Elder Council and let Mu Huai deal with it. Ling Xiao, speak clearly or else. Chao Nan, who had been silent all this time, spoke up first. Ling Xiao disapprovingly said, I killed them, but they all deserve to die. Lu Dong, you're not even embarrassed to say that you're lying. I really regret not killing you the day before yesterday, but it's the same if you die now. After saying that, Ling Xiao frowned slightly, and his mental force swept towards Lu Dong. Lu Dong had been hiding near Nangong Changle all this time. He thought that with Nangong Chengal protecting him, no one would be able to kill him. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he wouldn't be able to kill him in front of Nangong Chengal. Unfortunately, he was wrong, extremely wrong. Ling Xiao was originally a person who feared nothing. He originally wanted to let Lu Dong go, but now Lu Dong was biting him in the back. If he didn't kill him, wouldn't that be the same as treating him fairly? Lu Dong had mysteriously died in the main hall, and everyone was dumbfounded. No one thought that Ling Xiao would actually kill Lu Dong in front of Nangong Chengal. As Lu Dong's master, Ru Chong once again lost his rationality and roared, "You heavenly bastard, I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces." Ru Chang's palms shot out dozens of scorching rays of light, and the dense fiery rays almost filled the entire main hall. Motherfasterisk, come at me. You two master and disciple have never wanted me to have an easy time. Today, let's settle this. The anger that Ling Xiao had been suppressing in his heart also erupted. He roared loudly and his entire body drilled into Ru Chang's fiery rays. Bang bang! The two of them unleashed their powerful spiritual energy and began to clash. How could Ru Chang be a match for Ling Xiao? He had only exchanged 2 blows before he was sent flying. Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack again, a powerful spiritual energy pressed down on him. Nangong Chengal unleashed his anger, and Ling Xiao was ruthlessly slapped by a palm. His entire body was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh flowers. Boss! Hua Xiaogui cried out in alarm and hurriedly ran over to Ling Xiao's side. Ling Xiao clutched his chest and stood up. He calmly looked at Nangong Chengal, but in his heart, he was already thoroughly disappointed in his master. Ling Xiao, you're truly audacious. You actually dared to kill Lu Dong and injure your martial uncle. Do you want to be expelled from the sect? Nangong Chengal shouted. Senior brother, Ling Xiao is too impudent. I think we should directly execute him. Yang An was also greatly disgusted by Ling Xiao's current actions and immediately spoke up. Regardless of whether Lu Dong's words were true or false, Ling Xiao shouldn't have killed Lu Dong in front of them. He had no respect for his elders, and this was an undisguised provocation to them. Ha ha! Ling Xiao shook off Hua Xiaogui's hand and began to laugh heartily. His expression was filled with resolute sorrow. He thought about how many attendants and disciples he had saved in Blaze Valley. Not only had he not received any rewards, but he had also been targeted by Ru Chang's master and disciple. Later on, when the moon-worshipping sect had invaded, he had killed Wu Wei and saved a portion of the attendants and disciples. Now that he had returned to Medicine Peak, he had actually been expelled from the sect and even slandered by Lu Dong. Even if he was very open-minded and disdainful of Zhu Ruchang and Lu Dong, he couldn't help but be thoroughly disappointed by Nangong Chengal's actions. After all, he had once been his disciple. Bastard, what are you laughing at? Could it be that you still won't admit your guilt even when death is at hand? Nangong Chengal loudly cursed. At this moment, he was also thoroughly disappointed in Ling Xiao. He had actually dared to kill Lu Dong in front of him. The little bit of guilt he had towards Ling Xiao had completely disappeared. I admit my guilt? What crime have I committed? Did you even understand the whole story? Could it be that after being expelled from Medicine Peak, I will still be bullied and humiliated by you? Ling Xiao shouted at Nangong Chengal. Although Ling Xiao had always thought that he was very kind and honest, he absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to bully him. Humph! You still dare to quibble? You actually killed Lu Dong in front of me. Do you still have me, your master, elder, in your eyes? Nangong Chengal coldly snorted. Elder Nangong, please clearly see which hand I used to kill him. I was imprisoned by you the entire time. Could it be that I could have used a clone to kill someone? Ling Xiao denied. When Ling Xiao's words came out, everyone was stunned. Indeed, Ling Xiao had just threatened Lu Dong and he had died. However, no one had seen Ling Xiao make a move. He was still obediently standing at his original position. This time, everyone was confused. Chapter 256. Nangong Chengal was a king-level expert, while Yang An, Ru Chang, and Chao Nenxian were all quite strong. They had indeed heard Ling Xiao want Lu Dong dead, and then Lu Dong let out a strange cry before dying in front of Nangong Chengal. However, they had also clearly seen that Ling Xiao was still a few meters away from Lu Dong, and that Ling Xiao was still restrained by Nangong Chenggel's aura. At that time, they had all been extremely angry and felt that Ling Xiao had killed Lu Dong. They had also believed that Ling Xiao had killed Lu Dong. However, they had neglected the fact that how could Ling Xiao kill Lu Dong in front of their eyes without anyone noticing? Nothing to say? If not, I will return to Wooden Flag Peak. As for the matter of Pang Jun and his son, I will give Elder Nangong an explanation. Ling Xiao sneered. No, you can't leave. Lu Dong was definitely killed by you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died. Ruchang roared at Ling Xiao. This time, he wasn't willing to directly attack Ling Xiao. He knew that he wasn't Ling Xiao's match, and at the same time, he was afraid of dying mysteriously like Lu Dong. Lu Dong was his eldest disciple, and he had high hopes for him ever since he entered the sect. Unfortunately, he hadn't made any progress, and this made him extremely disappointed. However, not long ago, Lu Dong had actually been able to refine a third-rank medicinal pill. Although it was the lowest third-rank medicinal pill, it had still allowed him to advance by a rank. This time, Ru Chang was rather happy. He finally had a third-rank disciple under his wing, and he had finally found a sense of balance in his heart. Unfortunately, his disciple had died in front of him. How could he not be angry? However, he had no other choice, and his heart was filled with hatred for Ling Xiao. Elder Zhu, you've been targeting me since Blaze Valley. Now that I've been expelled from Medicine Peak, you still won't let me go? But don't worry, I will remember everything you've done to me. Ling Xiao walked to Zhu Ruchang's side and spoke very disdainfully. You scoundrel! Senior brother, quickly capture him. Ruchang retreated a few steps and shouted at Nangong Chenggel. Nangong Chenggel was currently investigating the cause of Lu Dong's death. Unfortunately, he did not find any injuries. Hence, he could no longer determine if it was Ling Xiao's doing. However, he knew that Lu Dong's death was definitely related to Ling Xiao. Let him go. I believe that Mu Huai will give me an explanation. Nangong Chenggel sighed and waved his hand. Senior martial brother. Ruchang called out again. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had already strode out the door, thinking to himself, you will pay for this. Ling Xiao hadn't gone far when Hua Xiaogui came out from behind and called out, Boss, are you all right? Just now, Ling Xiao had been struck by Nangong Chenggel's palm strike. If it had been an ordinary person in his place, he or she would have been seriously injured, if not killed. However, Ling Xiao had only suffered a minor injury. He could recover after circulating the Vajra 5 transformation technique for a few days. I'm fine. Xiao Gue, when boss is not by your side in the future, you have to work harder. You must not let Xiao Shui fall into the arms of another man. Otherwise, boss will not mind snatching her away to be your maid. Ling Xiao restrained his anger and smiled at Hua Xiaogui. I understand, boss. I will definitely not let Xiao Shui be with another man, Hua Xiaohua said seriously. She was very reluctant to let Ling Xiao leave Medicine Peak. If that happened, he would not have any friends in Medicine Peak in the future. That's more like a man. All right, let Yu Lang follow him from now on. He is a good servant, Ling Xiao said as he patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder. Yu Lang was previously chosen by Ling Xiao to be his medicine servant. Now that he was no longer staying at Medicine Peak, he did not want Yu Lang to go back and look after the medicine fields. Then, he turned around and strode down Medicine Peak. Boss, no matter where you go, you will always be my boss, Hua Xiaogui said firmly in her heart. As soon as Ling Xiao returned to the foot of Wood Flag Peak, an old and vigorous figure swept down from the sky. Haha, brat, you are finally willing to come back. The figure arrived in front of Ling Xiao and heavily patted Ling Xiao's shoulder as he laughed. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt warmth in his heart. He immediately knelt down on one knee and said, Master, your disciple is back. It was only at this moment that he realized that the old man Mu Huai was the one who truly treated his disciple with sincerity after being treated coldly and wronged in Medicine Peak. Ling Xiao decided that he must help this adorable old man to spread the Wood Flag Peak. Mu Huai looked at Ling Xiao and said in shock, Good boy, you have advanced to the middle stage spirit master? I was lucky to break through, Ling Xiao replied. He then said, Master, let's go back to the peak and talk. Good breakthrough. You are worthy of being my good disciple. This time, I want to see who dares to stop you from becoming our Wood Flag Peak's true disciple, Mu Huai replied happily. The two of them returned to Wood Flag Peak together. On the way, the outer sect disciples of Wood Flag Peak all saw Ling Xiao chatting happily with their peak lord. They all knew that this kid was the peak lord's favorite disciple, Ling Xiao. Everyone respectfully called out, "Senior Ling Xiao." Returning to the peak, Mu Huai said to Ling Xiao, "Xiao, from now on, you can stay at our Wood Flag Peak. You won't be going back to Medicine Peak." Mu Huai's words were vague because he didn't want Ling Xiao to feel sad. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao had already made a trip back to Medicine Peak. Ling Xiao said, "Master, don't worry. In the future, you will be Xiao's only master. Even if Medicine Peak asks me to go back, I won't go back." Mu Huai looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said, "You just went back to Medicine Peak?" Ling Xiao directly told Mu Huai everything that happened in Medicine Peak just now without concealing anything. Pow! When Mu Huai heard that Ling Xiao had been hit by Nangong Changle, he immediately angrily slapped the table and chair beside him and shouted, "Bastard, that Nangong bastard actually dared to injure you. I'll go and settle the score with him right now." After saying that, Mu Huai actually wanted to fly out of the house. Fortunately, Ling Xiao called out quickly, "Master, come back and listen to me first." Mu Huai returned angrily and listened to Ling Xiao's explanation again. After listening, Mu Huai's expression darkened and he asked, "Xiao, tell me honestly, did you kill Pang Jun, his father, and Lu Dong?" Ling Xiao did not deny it this time. He nodded and replied, "I killed them." "You sigh. Don't you know that harming a fellow disciple is a capital crime?" Mu Huai said with a heavy sigh. His eyes revealed a strong sense of disappointment. "Master, what if they wanted to kill me first?" Ling Xiao asked. "They wanted to kill you first? Tell me more clearly," Mu Huai asked as he pulled himself together. Ling Xiao told Mu Huai what had happened in the city lord's mansion the day before yesterday. How dare they? They actually dared to have ideas about G2. After listening to Ling Xiao's words, Mu Huai actually had a strong sense of killing intent. "Master, forget it. Lu Dong is already dead anyway. No one would dare to have any ideas about them anymore," Ling Xiao advised. "Yes, by the way, you said that G2's granddaughter is your woman?" Mu Huai replied softly and then changed the topic. Ling Xiao nodded and admitted it. "All right, then I will report to the sect master tomorrow and have someone replace G2 and make him an inner court deacon. I owe them too much for these things," Mu Huai said. Ling Xiao did not understand what Mu Huai meant, but he remembered that G2 had said before that his son, Ji Xiaozhen, was once a disciple under Wooden Flag Peak. Did Master know about Ji Xiaozhen? Ling Xiao wanted to ask, but he hesitated for a moment and did not ask. However, Ling Xiao still suggested to his master that it was fine to appoint G2 as an inner court deacon, but to force them to come to the sect. After all, they were already used to living in the city lord's mansion. They were probably reluctant to leave, so he hoped that G2 could make the decision himself. Mu Huai naturally had nothing to say to this disciple, so he agreed without hesitation. At the same time, Ling Xiao also asked Mu Huai to find Zhu Honglin and Fu Xiangzhong. Then he asked G2 to make a trip to the sect and explain the matter of him killing Pang Jun and his son. Although Ling Xiao believed that the innocent were innocent, there were still some things that had to be made clear, lest Chong said that his disciple had died unjustly. After everything was explained clearly, Mu Huai also asked people to arrange a quiet and secluded place for Ling Xiao to cultivate. One day later, in the main hall of the Purple Heaven sect, Ru Chong was kneeling in the main hall in a haggard manner, surrounded by the elders of the various peaks. Yun Xiong, who was sitting at the head of the table, asked, "Elder Zhu, why did you summon us?" "Sect Master, please execute Wooden Flag Peak disciple Ling Xiao. He killed Medicine Peak's inner court deacon Pang Jun, and yesterday, he killed my sect's disciple Lu Dong. Please uphold justice," Ru Chong pleaded sorrowfully. Yun Xiong frowned slightly and looked at Nangong Changle. "Elder Nangong, do you know about this?" Generally speaking, the matters that happened in the various peaks could be handled by the peak lord themselves. If they couldn't handle it, then they would go to the Elder Guild to discuss it, which was why Yun Xiong asked this question. Nangong Changle briefly explained what had happened yesterday and finally said, "Ling Xiao is no longer a disciple of our peak, So junior brothers summoned the sect master and the various elders here to uphold justice. Yesterday, he had been ignored by Ling Xiao and had completely severed the last bit of his relationship with Ling Xiao as a master and disciple. Elder Mu, has Ling Xiao returned to your peak? Yun Xiong asked as his gaze fell on Mu Huai. Reporting to sect master, Ling Xiao has indeed returned, and he also admitted that he killed Pang Jun and his son. Mu Huai stood up and replied. Just as Yun Xiong was about to slam the table, Mu Huai continued. However, Mu Huai believes that Pang Jun and his son deserve to die, and Medicine Peak's Deacon Lu also deserves to die. Elder Mu, what did you say? Could it be that you also say that I, Ru Chong, deserve to die? Ru Chong glared at Mu Huai and shouted. Although his strength was not as good as Mu Huai's, his status as a Tier 3 alchemist was not any lower than Mu Huai's. Moreover, with so many elders present, he did not think that Mu Huai would dare to do anything to him. Mu Huai looked at Ru Chong with disdain, then said to Yun Xiong, who was sitting on the throne, Sect Master, elders, please wait a moment. I will prove to everyone that what I said is not wrong. After saying that, Mu Huai walked out of the hall, and not long after, he returned to the hall. At the same time, two people followed behind him. It was Ji Tu and his granddaughter, Ji Bei-shin. After that, Mu Huai made a request to Yun Xiong, hoping to get the Medicine Peak's Deacon Zhu Honglin and Fu Xiangzhong to come over. This time, all the witnesses were present. Zhu Honglin and Fu Xiangzhong didn't expect that helping Lu Dong would cause such a big commotion. They didn't even need to be questioned before they confessed. This time, Ru Chong's face became extremely pale. He didn't expect his disappointing disciple to be so unbearable. He didn't have the face to stay in the hall any longer and wanted to leave with his tail between his legs. Unexpectedly, Mu Huai's next words made him stay again. Chapter 257. Who would have thought that Lu Dong would be so stupid as to slander Ling Xiao in front of so many witnesses? After he died, he could not be buried in the Purple Sky sect, and he would still be expelled from the sect. His body would be thrown out to feed the spirit beasts. Nangong Changle did not expect this result, and a wave of guilt welled up in his heart. He knew that he had wronged Ling Xiao, but as a peak master, even if he did something wrong, no one would dare to say anything. He would also not apologize to a disciple who had been expelled from the peak. However, Ru Chong did not have the face to stay any longer. He had caused such a big commotion, and he had thought that his disciple had died unjustly, but the truth was that his disciple deserved to die. Just as Ru Chong was about to leave the main hall, Mu Huai called out to him, Elder Zhu, you wronged my disciple, and you want to leave just like that? Ru Chong panicked and said apprehensively, I really didn't know either. Indeed, he had been miserably deceived by his disciple. Humph, I can't be bothered to argue with you, but Elder Zhu, don't leave yet. I still have something to say. Mu Huai coldly snorted and then said to Yun Xiong, Sect Master, my disciple Ling Xiao wants to apply for the True Disciple examination. I sincerely ask for Sect Master's approval. Yun Xiong was stunned for a moment and asked, True Disciple examination? That kid has reached the Spirit Master level? He has reached the Spirit Master level. Mu Huai smiled proudly and then said, however, he did not apply for the martial artist examination, but for the alchemist examination. As soon as this was said, Nangong Changle smiled bitterly in his heart. What should come will come. Previously, Ling Xiao had already reached the point of perfection in cultivating second-grade pills. Now that he had broken through to the Spirit Master level, he could definitely refine third-grade pills. Yet, Ling Xiao had chosen the alchemist examination to lose face for their Medicine Peak. This caused others to think that it was unwise for Medicine Peak to reject a third-grade alchemist. Moreover, he was so young, and his future was limitless. Nangong Changle seemed to have already thought of this. Yun Xiong glanced at Nangong Changle before saying, permission granted to Ling Xiao to apply for the examination. All right, if there's nothing else, everyone can leave. Sect Master, Ling Xiao is a disciple of Wood Flag Peak. He's taking the test to become a true disciple of the alchemist. It's not easy for me to make a conclusion about the alchemist's rank, so I hope that Sect Master and the various elders can bear witness. Ling Xiao once said that he has admired the various elders for a long time, and he hopes that the various elders can give him some pointers. I hope that Sect Master can fulfill his wish. Mu Huai said to Yun Xiong as he bowed. This time, all the elders were interested. Mu Huai's words were clearly saying that Ling Xiao wanted to challenge someone like Chang Yi in front of them to pass the true disciple test. Before Yun Xiong could express his opinion, Ru Chong stood up and replied, "Sect Master, I have no objections to Elder Mu's suggestion." Although he did not expect Ling Xiao to challenge him, would he be afraid of Ling Xiao? He had already advanced to the 3rd rank for several decades. If he had broken through to the king rank, he would have become a 4th rank alchemist a long time ago. Would he lose to a rank 3 alchemist who had just advanced? That was absolutely impossible. Zhu Ruchong already wanted to say something. Since Ling Xiao was so arrogant, then he would directly fulfill his wish. When the two of them were refining pills, he would ruthlessly give Ling Xiao a show of strength, completely destroy his confidence, and make him forever stop at the 3rd rank. All right, since the various elders have agreed, then 3 days later, in the martial arts arena, Wood Flag Peak's disciple Ling Xiao will take the test to become a true disciple of the alchemist. The various elders will bear witness, Elder Nangong will be the main judge, and the various elders and I will be spectators, Yun Xiong said in a deep voice. Many thanks for Sect Master's approval. Mu Huai bowed in thanks, but he was not happy at all. This request was made by Ling Xiao. At that time, he had opposed it with all his might, but Ling Xiao had insisted on his suggestion. Mu Huai had no choice but to agree to this precious disciple of his. In his heart, he hoped that this disciple of his would not shoot himself in the foot. In a quiet and secluded courtyard, 2 young girls, who were like lotus flowers emerging from the water, were whispering to each other. The 2 girls both had beauty that could topple cities. One was dressed simply and elegantly, and her fragrant skin was dewy and smooth. The other was dressed in a white veil, and her beautiful eyes were cold and elegant, like a snow plum with thorns. Weren't they Yun Mingqi and Bing Ruoxue? Senior sister, that bastard is back. Why don't you go find him? Bing Ruoxue asked. Why should I go find him? Wouldn't that make me lose face? Yun Mingqi said, not speaking from her heart. Ling Xiao had been missing for half a year, and she had been worried for a long time. Now that he was back, she couldn't put down her pride and go see Ling Xiao. Her heart was very conflicted. A complicated look flashed through Bing Ruoxue's beautiful eyes, and she said, Senior sister, if you can't put down your pride, I'm afraid that this man will have a change of heart sooner or later. Yun Mengqi opened her jade lips and wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Instead, she stood up and punched out with one hand. Rumble! A large tree broke in response. If he dares to have a change of heart, I'll kill him. Forget it, let's not talk about that. I heard that in 3 days, he'll be competing with the various elders in alchemy. It can also be considered a test to become an alchemist's true disciple. I think it will be a bit troublesome for him, said Bing Ruoxue indifferently. That bastard's just too arrogant. Elder Zhu has already been at the 3rd rank for a long time. As long as he breaks through to the king rank, he'll be able to become a 4th rank alchemist. He's just asking for trouble by challenging Elder Zhu, Yun Mingqi said somewhat angrily. She then smiled and said, but I'm sure he'll give everyone a pleasant surprise. You trust him that much? Bing Ruoxue asked in surprise. Yes, although he's a bit narcissistic and arrogant, I believe he won't do something he's not confident in. Let's just wait and see. Yun Mengqi clenched her fists. She couldn't help but recall the scene at the bottom of the mountain abyss. She would never forget it for the rest of her life. When Bing Ruoxue saw Yun Mengqi like this, she didn't know why, but a sour taste appeared in her heart. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was unknown who spread the news of Ling Xiao challenging Zhu Ruchang, but now everyone in the sect knew that Ling Xiao would be taking the alchemy test to become a true disciple, and that he would be competing with Zhu Ruchang. But now, all the attendants of the sect seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and they all wanted to come and watch the battle. This was an alchemy competition that was hard to come by every 10 years. If they missed this opportunity, who knew when they would get another chance? Moreover, they also wanted to see why Ling Xiao from Wooden Flag Peak was so confident that he dared to challenge Elder Zhu, who had already been a 3rd-rank alchemist for decades. It wasn't time for the competition yet, but the arena was already filled with people. Look, the sect leader and all the elders have arrived. I didn't think that this exam would alarm so many elders. Looks like there's going to be a good show. Isn't that right? It's a good thing we received the news early, otherwise we would have missed it. As the sect leader, Xianxia, as well as all the elders of the peaks, arrived one by one, causing many people to whisper. Sitting in the middle, Xianxia looked at the black mass in front of him and frowned. What's going on? Beside him the peak lord Su Jiannan replied, I don't know who leaked the news, but everyone knows about this test, so. Sect leader, should we call them off? Scarlet Flame Peak's peak lord, Zhao Mingyuan, asked. Forget it, since they're here, let's let them witness our new genius alchemist. Yun Xiong relaxed his brows. At this moment, Zhu Ruchang also walked into the arena. Right now, he seemed to have adjusted his state of mind. He walked with his hands behind his back and his head held high. He looked like an elder with a strong demeanor. 3 of his disciples followed behind him, and all of them had arrogant expressions on their faces. As alchemists, they received the best treatment no matter where they went. They were also respected by everyone in the sect, and no one would be dissatisfied with their arrogance. However, there were some people who disliked Zhu Ruchang's way of doing things. Zhang Li was one of them. He was one of the elders of Scarlet Flame Peak and the junior of the Peak Lord, Zhao Mingyuan. He was also the elder who knew that Zhu Ruchang was always against Ling Xiao in Fire Valley. Senior Mu, your wooden flag peak has gained a good disciple. I think that kid Ling Xiao will definitely make Zhu Ruchang lose face. Zhang Li smiled at Mu En. Mu En was the senior of the wooden flag peak's peak lord, Mu Huai. Haha, you're right. That kid won't do anything carelessly. In the future, if your Scarlet Flame Peak needs to refine pills, you don't need to ask old man Nangong. Just come to our wooden flag peak. I'll give you a 20% discount. Mu En happily stroked his beard. Senior Mu, that's not very kind of you. You should at least give a 30% discount. Zhang Li joked. At this moment, Nangong Changle stood at the center of the field and loudly said, Where is the disciple of Wooden Flag Peak's Ling Xiao? Nangong Changle called out, but when he didn't see Ling Xiao walk out, he repeated his call. Elder Zhu stood on the viewing platform and laughed. Looks like he doesn't dare to come. What a cowardly tortoise. What a disgrace to alchemists. Cowardly tortoise? Who are you calling a cowardly tortoise? A clear voice rang out. Many attendants lined up, and a figure slowly walked up. Cowardly tortoise. I'm calling you a cowardly tortoise. Ruchang didn't react in time. Who would have thought that his words would cause a wave of laughter? Ruchang's face darkened, and he immediately roared at the person who had come. Bastard you! You're calling me a cowardly tortoise? Wasn't that person Ling Xiao? Today, he was different from his usual self. He wore a rusty robe with strange patterns on it and walked out. He seemed to be in high spirits and his aura was high. I'm sorry, Elder Zhu. I'm calling you a cowardly tortoise, not you. Why are you angry? Ling Xiao said with a wicked smile. You. Ruchang wanted to retort, but Nangong Changle said, Stop arguing. Everyone's here, so let's prepare for the test. Ling Xiao, as long as you can refine a third-grade medicinal pill, you can become a true disciple. As for the elders, they'll give you some pointers. Don't worry, Elder Nangong. I'll definitely get the elders to give me some pointers, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Nangong Changle couldn't tell that Ling Xiao was angry, so he ignored him and called out, The test begins. However, at this moment, a faintly discernible voice rang out. Hold on. My Wooden Flag Peak's disciple is taking the test to become a true disciple. How can I not come and take a look? As soon as the voice finished speaking, a shadowy figure appeared in front of Yun Xiong and the others. Chapter 258. As soon as the person landed, Yun Xiong and the other elders stood up and greeted him. Greetings, Elder Xiao. This person was Wooden Flag Peak's previous elder, Xiao Songlin. He was the most powerful existence in Wooden Flag Peak and one of the strongest people in the Purple Sky sect. Xiao Songlin waved his hand and said, No need. I'm just here to join in the fun and see my disciple bring glory to our Wooden Flag Peak. Master, you've come out of seclusion. Come sit with me, Mu Huai said respectfully when he arrived in front of Xiao Songlin. He was very happy in his heart. He never thought that his master would actually come to see Ling Xiao take the test. "There's no need for that. I'll just sit with Muen," Xiao Songlin said and walked toward Muen, who came up to him. Ling Xiao, who was on the assessment stage, quickly walked over and greeted Xiao Songlin. Ling Xiao greets Grand Master. "Good child. Not bad. You have courage. Today, you will take the test well and let our wooden flag peak show off," Xiao Songlin said as he patted Ling Xiao's shoulder kindly. Ling Xiao nodded and replied, "I will not disappoint the Grand Master's expectations." "All right, don't be late. Go take the test," Xiao Songlin said with a smile and a wave of his hand. Not far away, Ru Chong looked at Xiao Songlin's sudden appearance and felt a sense of stage fright. He muttered to himself, "I didn't expect this kid to be so popular in Wooden Flag Peak. However, it's impossible for him to step on me." Ling Xiao returned to his seat, and Nangong Changle announced the start of the test. "Elders, please," Ling Xiao said politely to Ru Chong. In reality, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Humph. Watch carefully. Today I will let you see what a true third-rank alchemist is." Ru Chong snorted and a dark green cauldron appeared in his hand. This large cauldron was engraved with spirit patterns. It looked very profound and difficult to understand, and it was also emitting a strong fire element aura. Around it, there were illusions that were like snakes, giving people a very heavy and strange feeling. This was impressively a 4th-tier medicinal cauldron. Upper 4th-rank green python cauldron. Looks like junior brother is serious this time. Nangong Changle's eyes shook as he immediately recognized the cauldron in Zhu Ruchong's hand. This green serpent cauldron was one of the relics left behind by Nangong Changle's master. This cauldron was bestowed to his junior brother Zhu Ruchong by Nangong Changle's master. Even he, Nangong Changle, was only a 4th-tier intermediate-tier cauldron. This medicine cauldron was infinitely close to the 5th level, and it could effectively prevent the spiritual grass essence from overflowing, as well as improve the quality of the pill. He rarely used this green python cauldron when he was refining pills for others. This time, in order to compete with Ling Xiao, he actually used it. It could be seen how much importance he placed on this match. Zhu Ruchong took out his medicine cauldron and didn't waste any more words. Stalks of spiritual grass appeared in his hands, and he ruthlessly threw them into the cauldron at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, his hands shot out fiery palms that fluctuated in size, causing the cauldron to quickly be filled with a strong medicinal effect. 18 burning flame palms. As more and more spiritual grass was thrown in, Zhu Ruchong gave a loud shout, and his hand shot out mysterious palm shadows. His speed once again increased by a level, causing people to be dazzled by his movements. Yang En, who was not far away, had a complicated expression flash across his face as he murmured, "I didn't expect junior brother Zhu to be able to shoot out 16 palms at once. It looks like his fire control technique has already surpassed mine." Chao Nanxian, who was beside Yang En, stared unblinkingly at Zhu Ruchong's movements, silently memorizing them in his mind. "It's been a long time since I've personally seen Elder Zhu refine pills. I didn't expect his palm techniques to be so proficient. I'm sure that our sect will soon have another 4th-tier alchemist," Yun Xiong said with a smile. Even though Zhu Ruchong had done many unsightly things, he was still a 3rd-tier alchemist, otherwise Yun Xiong would have taught him a lesson long ago. "Yes, this is all thanks to the sect master," Su Jiannan said respectfully. "I just don't know if that kid Ling Xiao will give us another surprise. I heard that he's not even 20 years old yet, but Ten Bin is even stronger than Chao Nanxian," Yun Xiong said, changing the topic to Ling Xiao. He had been paying attention to Ling Xiao the entire time and found that the kid was abnormally calm, and there seemed to be a faint smile on his face. This time, before Su Jiannan could say anything, Yun Mingqi, who was standing beside Yun Xiong, interrupted. "Father, I believe that he will definitely give you an unexpected surprise." Yun Xiong looked at Yun Mingqi in surprise, then laughed. "It seems that you have a lot of confidence in him." Su Yi, who was behind Su Jiannan, also said, "Sister Mingqi has always been very accurate in judging people." When Yun Mingqi heard this, she didn't say anything else. Her beautiful eyes were tightly fixed on Ling Xiao, and Bing Ruoshui, who was beside her, did the same. 6 hours quickly passed, and no one left the scene. They were still closely watching Zhu Ruchong, who was refining the spirit herbs. This time, Zhu Ruchong's refinement was very successful. Out of more than 100 spirit herbs, Only 5 or 6 were lost. Compared to normal times, this was the least amount of waste. Zhu Ruchang glanced at Ling Xiao, who had yet to refine the pill, and sneered. He then swallowed 2 pills and threw a 3rd-level beast pill into the cauldron. How did that kid from Mu Qifeng come back? The elders have already reached the step of refining the beast pill, but that kid still hasn't made a move. I think he wants to watch the elders refine the pill before refining it. That might be the case. After all, he's still so young. Let's see how the elders refine it first so that we can have a better chance. The surrounding deacons saw that Ling Xiao hadn't started and couldn't help but lower their heads to discuss a few more words. Not far away, Hua Xiaogui was waiting expectantly for Ling Xiao to refine the pill. In front of him was an outstanding beauty, Wu Xixue of the Jade Spring Pavilion. Xiao Shui, do you think boss can refine a 3rd-grade pill? Hua Xiaogui asked softly. He saw that Wu Xixue was completely focused on Ling Xiao, and felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Don't you believe in him? Wu Xixue asked. This. Of course I believe in boss. Hua Xiaogui scratched his head awkwardly. Isn't that enough? Wu Xixue replied indifferently. Hua Xiaogui sighed in his heart. Boss, Xiao Shui is still thinking of you. In the next moment, Wu Xixue's voice sounded again. You have to reach the 3rd grade as soon as possible. Hearing this, Hua Xiaogui was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Definitely. I will definitely reach it as soon as possible. At the same time, the charming Yu Lai Yan was also paying attention to Ling Xiao. She ignored the greedy gazes of her senior and junior brothers behind her and murmured, Junior brother, do your best. As your senior sister's man, you can't lose to that annoying old man. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. With a loud sound from the cauldron, Ru Chong had finally finished refining the pill. Ru Chong let out a breath and wiped away his sweat. He then took out 2 pills to recover his spiritual energy. Ru Chong has finished refining the pill. What pill did you refine? Yun Xiong asked from his seat. Ru Chong glanced at Ling Xiao and then said to Yun Xiong, Sect leader, I refined a top 3rd-grade pill, the Spirit Breakthrough Pill. Spirit Breakthrough Pill? Ling Xiao couldn't help but reveal a strange smile when he heard this. It just so happened that he was caught by Ru Chong. Ru Chong sneered and then said to everyone in a clear voice, The Spirit Breakthrough Pill can raise a high-level mystic disciple to a low-level spirit master. It can also raise any spirit master by 1 level. Senior brother, please appraise it for me. Nangong Changle gently waved his hand, and the pill in Ru Chang's hand flew into his. Nangong Changle carefully looked at it and said, This pill is a fire attribute spirit breakthrough pill. Its color is excellent, and it should be able to display 80% of its medicinal effects. It's very good. Good, as expected of Elder Zhu. If you can refine more of these pills, our sect will have many more core disciples, Yun Xiong praised. The Spirit Breakthrough Pill was indeed a top-grade 3rd-grade pill. If they could refine it in large quantities, who knew how many spirit masters they could produce? It was no wonder that Yun Xiong was so happy. Thank you for the praise, sect leader, Ru Chong replied. He then looked at Ling Xiao and said mockingly, Ling Xiao, since you said that you wanted me to teach you, then you should have seen clearly how I refined the Spirit Breakthrough Pill. As long as you can refine a Spirit Breakthrough Pill, you will be the alchemist's core disciple. At the same time, I will also apologize to you for what happened before and allow you to return to my medicine mountain to study. How about it? Ru Chang's words sounded very light, but in reality, they were quite vicious. The Spirit Breakthrough Pill was clearly impossible for a new 3rd-grade alchemist to refine. Even the current Chao Nanxian might not be able to do it. However, he wanted Ling Xiao to refine the same Spirit Breakthrough Pill as him. It was obvious that he wanted to make a fool of Ling Xiao. At the same time, he threw out a temptation. He actually allowed Ling Xiao to return to Medicine Mountain to study. If Ling Xiao agreed, then Ling Xiao would definitely be looked down upon and ridiculed by everyone. Moreover, Wood Flag Peak would not allow such a disciple with no moral integrity to stay. Ru Chang's intentions could be said to be vicious. He did this to destroy Ling Xiao's mental state when it came to refining pills. When Ling Xiao heard these words, he almost burst into laughter. The Spirit Breakthrough Pill might be a top 3rd-grade pill to Ru Chang, but to Ling Xiao, it was an ordinary 3rd-grade pill. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao possessed the mysterious medicine sex pill refining method? The pill recipes recorded there were definitely the most complete. Among the third-grade pills, they were even more precious than the spirit breakthrough pill. Ling Xiao had previously learned from Nangong Chengal, but he knew that Nangong Chengal's knowledge of pill recipes was far inferior to his own. Thus, even if he left Medicine Mountain now, it would not affect him in the future. Now that Zhu Ruchang had actually invited him to refine the spirit breakthrough pill, Ling Xiao naturally had a way to deal with it. Elder Zhu's ability to refine the spirit breakthrough pill is really not bad, Ling Xiao praised. Then, his expression changed as he said, "However, it seems to me that it is only a so-so." When Ruchang heard Ling Xiao's first sentence, he raised his gaze high and was about to smile in satisfaction. However, when he heard the second sentence, his expression darkened and he immediately shouted, all right, all of you listen. Ling Xiao actually dared to say that my spirit breakthrough pill is only so. I want to see if you can refine the spirit breakthrough pill." Ru Chang's words were very loud, and everyone heard him. A few elders' expressions turned cold, not to mention the attendants. They all felt that Ling Xiao was too arrogant. Chapter 259. The spirit-breaking pill was a high-quality pill no matter what rank 8 sect it was. Not only could it make a high-level Xian disciple suddenly become a spirit master, but it could also make a spirit master rise by a level. Such a pill could definitely greatly increase the strength of a sect. Although sects were mainly measured by the number of king stage cultivators, spirit masters were also the elites of a sect. They were an indispensable core strength. Now that Ling Xiao said such arrogant words in front of a group of elders, he would naturally be displeased by most people. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yang An, who was an alchemist, snorted in disdain. Even if he wanted to refine this spirit-breaking pill, it would not be easy, but this kid in front of him did not care about it. How could he be happy? On the side, Chaonan looked at Ling Xiao with a faint bitter smile. No one knew what he was thinking. On the viewing platform, Yun Xiong shook his head and said to Mu Huai, "Elder Mu, this young man still needs to be tempered." Mu Huai laughed dryly and replied, "This kid's temperament is not bad, but he is a little arrogant. When we get back, I will definitely teach this stinking brat a lesson." On the side, the Jade Spring Pavilion's pavilion master Wen Haiyan laughed tenderly. "Sect master, it is not a bad thing for a young man to be a little arrogant. Do you want him to be like us old men who are serious in speech and manner? That will make him lose the drive of a young man." "Sect master, mother is right. Seeing you guys always with a straight face, I am scared." The beautiful and cute Wen Qidi, who was behind Wen Haiyan, pouted and said, "Die, or don't be rude." Wen Haiyan snorted coldly. "Haha, it's fine. Die, or this is the truth." Yun Xiong laughed happily. "Sect master, that kid is making his move. Let's watch." Mu Huai reminded from the side. Everyone focused their attention on the field again. "You've only managed to utilize half of the medicinal properties of such a large pile of spirit herbs. I have to say, Elder Zhu, your decades of perverted alchemy skills are truly too lacking," Ling Xiao said in an extremely contemptuous tone. Ru Chang's face turned green, and his body trembled in anger. If there were not so many people here, he would probably fight Ling Xiao to the death. "Yellow female brat, do you only know how to talk? If you have the ability, then refine it." Ru Chang scolded. "Then watch carefully," Ling Xiao said as the obsidian cauldron flew out from his space ring. Ding! As soon as the obsidian cauldron landed on the ground, a bright light flashed and Zhu Ruchang's green serpent cauldron was shaken away. Boom! After the green python cauldron flew out, it actually automatically exploded into pieces. The surrounding people were all shocked by this sudden scene. Luckily, they were all spirit masters and above, so they weren't injured by the fragments that flew out from the explosion. Ru Chang felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his eyes widened as he stared at his shattered cauldron. His expression became savage as he leapt towards Ling Xiao. "Bastard! You dare to destroy my cauldron!" Ling Xiao didn't even look at him. He turned around and threw a punch at Ru Chang. Bang! How could Ru Chang be Ling Xiao's opponent? He was immediately pushed back. "Your trash cauldron exploded on its own." What does it have to do with me? Ling Xiao said straightforwardly. He didn't think that the obsidian cauldron would have such a bad temper. It had just been released, but it had already destroyed someone else's cauldron. Ling Xiao found that he liked the obsidian cauldron more and more. What's going on? Why did Elder Zhu's cauldron explode? Did it break because it was used for too long? What do you know? That's a high-grade cauldron, so how could it break so easily? I heard that it was a relic of Elder Zhu's master. Even a king stage expert wouldn't be able to shatter it. Then why did it explode? You ask me, but who am I supposed to ask? I just think that it has something to do with Ling Xiao's cauldron. Everyone was very puzzled by what was happening, and they were all discussing in low voices. Nangong Changle suddenly stood up from his seat and said in shock, Could this be a heaven-grade cauldron? Yang En and Chao Nan looked at Ling Xiao's cauldron, and their gazes couldn't help but burn. Others might not be able to recognize what cauldron Ling Xiao was holding, but Nangong Changle, Yang En, and the others could tell at a glance that Ling Xiao's cauldron wasn't ordinary, and it might even be a legendary heaven-grade cauldron. Although Ru Chong had been sent flying by Ling Xiao, he still didn't give up and once again pounced at Ling Xiao. That cauldron was his most cherished possession, and he had spent a great deal of effort to obtain it from his master. Now that it had exploded, how could he not feel heartache and anger? Enough, it's time for the examination. You're not allowed to cause trouble here. As Zhu Ruchong's senior brother, Nangong Changle naturally couldn't allow Zhu Ruchong to continue losing his composure. With a shout, he raised his hand and immediately restrained Ruchong. Ling Xiao, you can start refining now. Whoever dares to disturb you, I swear to kill them. Ling Xiao's master Mu Huai glanced at Ling Xiao and coldly stared at Ruchong. Ruchong shuddered, and the flames on his body immediately extinguished. He continued to glare at Ling Xiao with hatred. Ling Xiao's mouth twitched, and his hands finally began to move. A small pile of spirit herbs appeared in front of Ling Xiao, and he immediately threw them into the cauldron. All the elders on the viewing platform looked at Ling Xiao's actions in confusion. Yun Xiong couldn't help but ask Nangong Changle, Elder Nangong, isn't refining the essence of the spirit herbs one by one? Normally, it's refined like this, Nangong Changle replied. His eyes were filled with doubt as he looked at Ling Xiao. Could it be that this kid has already reached that stage? Wow, it works like this. Just as Yun Xiong was about to say something, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Yun Xiong once again looked at Ling Xiao, and with a whoosh, he stood up and looked at the center of the field in shock. The spirit herbs in the medicine cauldron all floated up, and each stalk of spirit herb was like a star rotating non-stop. Ling Xiao's flaming palms were like flying phantoms, and one blue flame after another pounced on the cauldron. The cauldron emitted a series of sizzling sounds, and the spirit herbs that were floating in the air instantly withered under the heat. Then, they turned into bits of rich medicinal essence that dripped into the cauldron. How is this possible? Nangong Changle also stood up and stared at what Ling Xiao was doing with a face full of shock. Zhu Ruchong, Yang En, and Chao Nanxian, the 3 third-grade alchemists, were also filled with disbelief. Hua Xiaogui, who was not far away, couldn't help but exclaim, Boss has actually reached the realm of refining medicine into rain. This is really my boss, my god. After saying that, Hua Xiaogui stared at Ling Xiao with a face full of admiration, as if he had seen a naked beauty, full of excitement. Wu Xixue, who was at the side, asked in confusion, What do you mean by refining medicine into rain? Don't be noisy, Hua Xiaogui snorted impatiently at Wu Xixue for the first time, and continued to stare at Ling Xiao refining medicine. Wu Xixue stomped her feet, and just as she was about to vent her anger, she saw Hua Xiaogui's meticulous appearance, and finally endured it. Ling Xiao had already entered the realm of forgetting himself, and the spirit energy within his body was constantly being drawn out, while the flame shadow palms were constantly being shot out. The speed was countless times faster than Zhu Ruchong's. The most surprising thing was the blue flame that shot out from Ling Xiao's palms, which was extremely astonishing. Nangong Changle's old eyes stared unblinkingly at Ling Xiao, and he muttered, This is definitely the legendary obsidian cauldron, and that blue flame, could it be the legendary heavenly fire? Could it be that this kid found some secret realm? Otherwise, how could he become so powerful in such a short period of time? When Chong Ruchong saw that Ling Xiao was actually able to reach the realm of refining medicine into rain, His expression was one of shock, and the other one of disbelief. Refining medicine into rain was a realm that only alchemists who had reached the king stage could use spirit energy to imprison spirit herbs in midair, and then use flames to refine the spirit herbs one by one, turning them into medicine rain that fell into the cauldron. This realm was the symbol of becoming an alchemist grandmaster. This was because normally, only a fourth-rank alchemist could reach this realm. Moreover, the requirement for controlling the fire was quite high. Without dozens of years of practice, it was impossible to achieve this. Otherwise, all the spirit herbs would be destroyed. For example, Chong Ruchong knew that even his senior brother, Nangong Changle, didn't dare to do this when he was refining high-level pills. After all, every spirit herb was very precious, and if something went wrong, the loss would be great. However, right now, Ling Xiao had completely overturned his thoughts. He was actually able to reach the realm of refining medicine into rain, at the age of not even 20, and with the strength of a middle spiritual master. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would definitely have thought that he was dreaming. Unfortunately, although he wanted to dream, reality was very cruel. The mysterious palm shadows that Ling Xiao struck out were even more complicated and difficult to understand than the 18 burning flame palms he used, and the speed of the fire palms was even faster. It was as if this palm technique had been created for the sake of refining pills. Moreover, feeling the strange nimbleness of the blue flames, Chong Ruchong's heart finally began to waver. He thought, could it be that this kid had some sort of fortuitous encounter? As the shadow flame palms that Ling Xiao struck out became faster and faster, the spirit herbs floating in the air gradually all had their essence extracted and fell into the medicine cauldron. When the last spirit herb had been refined, Ling Xiao quickly threw a beast core into the medicine cauldron, and the blue flames in his hands increased in intensity. Pang pang! The flames burned the walls of the cauldron, and a strange light screen appeared around the medicine cauldron, faintly consolidating the extracted spirit herb essence and the beast core's energy within the medicine cauldron. Now that it was already the final stage, Ling Xiao still didn't show any signs of impatience. His expression was only focused on the medicine cauldron. Suddenly, the beast core's energy within the medicine cauldron was completely refined, and Ling Xiao shouted, "Condense!" Ling Xiao flipped his palms and pressed them down. The spirit power in his body surged like a tide, all of it rushing into the medicine cauldron. Pang! The medicine cauldron let out a muffled groan, and a green light spread out. A dense medicinal fragrance assaulted the nostrils, causing everyone in the surroundings to feel refreshed. What a dense medicinal fragrance! This pill must be of high quality. Isn't it? It's even denser than the pills refined by the elders. I wonder what kind of pill this is. It should also be a spirit break pill. The elders just told him to refine it. Chapter 260. When the green light gradually dissipated, 2 thumb-sized pills appeared in Ling Xiao's hands. For some reason, when Chong Yuyu saw the pill in Ling Xiao's hand, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably, as if he had an ominous premonition. He exclaimed in disbelief, This is definitely not a third-grade pill. Definitely not. He had originally wanted to refine a top-notch third-grade pill to humiliate Ling Xiao, but now that the other party was able to refine it, how could he believe that this was the truth? Ling Xiao used the bottle to store the pill and looked at Chong Yuyu with disdain. This is a high-grade wood attribute spirit-breaking pill, and yours is just trash. After saying that, Ling Xiao passed the bottle to the attendant at the side and told him to take it to Nangong Changle to appraise. Nangong Changle took the bottle and glanced at Ling Xiao. Then, he opened the bottle and took out the 2 elixirs to examine them. How is this possible? Nangong Changle looked at the pill in the bottle in shock, his heart filled with bitterness. Elder Nangong, what's wrong? Yun Xiong asked. Old man Nangong, quickly tell me. My disciple's pill should be pretty good, right? Mu Huai asked anxiously. The surrounding elders were all waiting for Nangong Changle to announce the results. Nangong Changle took a deep breath and faintly said, This is a third-grade wood attribute spirit-breaking pill. The quality is excellent, and there are no signs of fatigue. The medicinal effect should be able to reach 100%. As soon as Nangong Changle announced the results, the crowd went into an uproar. As expected of the boss. As expected of the boss. Hua Xiaogui clenched his fists and said excitedly, as if he had a share in Ling Zhao's achievements. Yun Mengqi and Bing Ruoshui, who were standing behind Yun Xiong, revealed a few moving smiles. Yu Lian, on the other hand, smiled beautifully and said, as expected of senior sister's man. He did not embarrass senior sister. When the senior and junior brothers behind Yu Lian heard this, they all revealed pained expressions. Elder Nangong, are you saying that the spirit-breaking pill refined by Ling Xiao is of a higher grade than the elders? Yun Xiong asked. Nangong Changle smiled bitterly. Even I might not be able to refine such a perfect pill. He is simply a genius in alchemy. No. It should be a ghost. As he said this, Nangong Changle felt a bitter taste in his heart for the first time. This was a disciple of his medicine peak and a direct disciple at that. Anyone else would have doted on such an outstanding disciple like a treasure. However, he had kicked him out of Medicine Peak. He knew his own pain. Mu Huai's following words made Nangong Chong feel even worse. This is all because Elder Nangong has taught my disciple well. Mu Huai said proudly. The worry in his heart had disappeared without a trace. This child's future will be limitless. Elder Mu, you have to properly teach that kid. Yun Xiong stared at Ling Xiao as he instructed Mu Huai. He then said to Nangong Changle, Elder Nangong, you can announce the results of the examination. Nangong Changle nodded and sighed softly before saying in a clear voice, Ling Xiao has passed the examination to become a successor disciple of the alchemist. Wah! Everyone burst into an uproar when they heard this. The Purple Sky sect had finally welcomed the second successor disciple of the alchemist. The first person to become a successor disciple of the alchemist was naturally Medicine Peak's Chao Nan Xian. He was also the eldest senior brother who had surpassed Lu Dong, and became the first successor disciple of the Medicine Peak when he was around 30 years old. As for Lu Dong, because of his age, although he had become a Tier 3 alchemist, he could not become a successor disciple. Therefore, Ling Xiao was ranked second. He was currently only 19 years old and was still a few months away from turning 20. In the entire Great Northwest, it could be said that Ling Xiao had become a Tier 3 alchemist at such a young age. Moreover, it could be said that he was the only one who could use the method of refining medicine into rain, and at the same time, had a 100% success rate and medicinal properties. Even a Tier 4 alchemist like Nangong Changle, who had long been famous, did not have a level like Ling Xiao. When Zhu Ruchong heard this announcement, he staggered and almost fell. This time, he had lost his cauldron and lost all face. His resentment towards Ling Xiao had deepened. This kid's cauldron must be a heaven-ranked divine cauldron, otherwise it would be impossible for him to use the realm of refining medicine into rain. Moreover, the success rate is so high, the quality is so good, and the flame he used, even if it's not a heaven fire, it must be an earth fire. This little bastard is not worthy of these divine objects. Only I can have them. Zhu Ruchong thought resentfully in his heart. He kept thinking about how he could get rid of Ling Xiao, save his face, and seize the foreign object on Ling Xiao's body. Nangong Changle had someone make 2 spirit-breaking pills and return them to Ling Xiao's hands. Ling Xiao lightly tossed the pill in his hand in disdain and said, Master, this kind of ordinary pill is for you to distribute to our Wood Flag Peak's junior brothers. After saying that, he threw it towards his master Mu Huai. Mu Huai quickly caught it and scolded with a smile. Stinking brat, this is a 3rd-grade spirit-breaking pill. If it were to be auctioned, it would be worth at least a few thousand Xian crystals. Are you becoming arrogant and complacent now that you have some achievements? Many of the surrounding attendants revealed looks of greed. They all had the wood attribute, and a single spirit-breaking pill could save them many years of bitter cultivation and directly advance to a higher level. However, the high-grade pill in their eyes was only ordinary in Ling Xiao's eyes. This was too much of a blow. Don't think that you can ignore everything just because you have become a 3rd-grade alchemist. Who knows how many seniors and experts in front of you are of a higher level than you? In the future, you must guard against arrogance and rashness, work hard, and contribute even more to our sect. If you have time, you can come to my medicine peak at any time. This old man will give you a few pointers. Nangong Changle said to Ling Xiao with the appearance of an elder. Seeing that Ling Xiao had such a rare treasure and such achievements, Nangong Changle regretted choosing his junior brother and giving up on his disciple who had a limitless future. Now he more or less wanted Ling Xiao to return to his medicine peak, but he couldn't bring himself to do so he could only use his identity to remind Ling Xiao. After all, he was the only fourth-grade alchemist in the Purple Sky sect, and in his opinion, Ling Xiao was only a third-grade alchemist. Without his guidance and the pill formulas he provided, he would probably be stuck at the third-grade alchemist realm for the rest of his life, and it would be difficult for him to become a fourth-grade alchemist. Not only did Nangong Chengal understand this point, even Mu Huai, Yun Xiong, and the other elders present understood this point. Mu Huai glanced at Nangong Chengal in displeasure, then said to Ling Xiao, "Elder Nangong's words are right. In the future, you should come to Medicine Peak more often." Mu Huai cared for Ling Xiao the most, and he did not want Ling Xiao to be buried in the third grade. As the sect master, Yun Xiong also spoke. "Ling Xiao, although you have been expelled from Medicine Peak, that is not your master Nangong's fault. Even if you are no longer master and disciple, I believe that Elder Nangong would still be very happy to give you pointers. You must not let down the sect and your master's expectations of you. Become a fourth-grade alchemist as soon as possible. Do you understand?" Ling Xiao stepped forward and bowed slightly to the crowd, then raised his arrogant head and said to the crowd, "Thank you, Sect Master and Elder Nangong, for your favor." At this point, he paused for a moment before continuing, "But I don't need Elder Nangong's pointers anymore." Arrogant! Yang En and Zhu Ruchang shouted at the same time. Especially Zhu Ruchang, he directly rushed in front of Ling Xiao, pointed at Ling Xiao, and shouted, "Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have become a third-grade alchemist. If it wasn't for my senior, how could you have broken through to the third grade? It is your good fortune that my senior can give you pointers. Don't be untactful." "Isn't that so? Back then, my senior did his best to train you, and now you are so arrogant. If I had known earlier, our Medicine Peak would not have taken you in, you ingrate." Yang En also pointed at Ling Xiao and scolded in displeasure. The elders present were also a little displeased with Ling Xiao's attitude. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was only a newly advanced third-grade alchemist. How could he be compared to Nangong Chengal? Even though Nangong Chengal had expelled Ling Xiao from the medicine sect, the fact that he could swallow his pride and say such words showed that he still had a master-disciple relationship with Ling Xiao. The funny thing was that Ling Xiao actually did not appreciate it. "Humph, even if my disciple doesn't refine pills, he still has the right to be arrogant. One day, he will surpass all of us." Mu Huai was the first to stand up and speak up for Ling Xiao. "Hee, it's good for young people to be a little arrogant," Xiao Songlin, who was not far away, chuckled. His voice was not loud, but it was sonorous and powerful. For a moment, no one dared to criticize Ling Xiao. Even Yun Xiong could only laugh dryly and did not say anything. At this moment, Ling Xiao said faintly, "Since none of you believe that I don't need Elder Nangong's guidance, then I will prove it to all of you. Sect Master, please give Ling Xiao a little more time." Once he finished speaking, Ling Xiao turned around and returned to the place where he was refining pills. The surrounding deacons were all discussing in confusion. Does Master Ling still want to refine pills? I don't think so. According to the sect's rules, as long as Ling Xiao can refine a third-grade pill, he can become a true disciple. Then what does he want to do? Could it be that he wants to challenge Elder Nangong? That can't be. Elder Nangong is a fourth-grade alchemist and was once Master Ling's master. How could he dare to challenge Elder Nangong? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Master, Ling Xiao has been away from the sect for more than half a year. I'm sorry for making you worried. I don't have anything good to show my filial piety to you. Today, I will refine a pill for Master as a token of my sincerity." Ling Xiao looked at Mu Huai and said lightly. Although Mu Huai did not teach him much, Ling Xiao could feel Mu Huai's care and concern from the beginning. Ling Xiao knew that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. At the same time, he wanted everyone in Medicine Peak to know that driving him, Ling Xiao, out of Medicine Peak was the biggest mistake of their lives. He wanted everyone in Medicine Peak to feel regret, especially Zhu Ruchang. He wanted Zhu Ruchang to understand that although he was a kind person, he would not allow others to bully him. He wanted to completely and thoroughly step on Zhu Ruchang so that he would never be able to rise again. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the obsidian cauldron flew out again. Everyone once again focused their attention on the young man in the field and couldn't help but feel that he had grown a little taller. Chapter 261. In the center of the Purple Sky Sect's 1,000-man practice field, the elders of the Purple Sky Sect were sitting, and the outer circle was filled with the sect's inner deacons and a few true disciples. All of them stared intently at the handsome and extraordinary young figure in the middle of the field. In front of the young man was a large black cauldron. The cauldron emitted a bright divine light, and there were dozens of spirit herbs floating in it. After a moment, several spirit herbs turned into essence and fell into the medicine cauldron. The young man stood in front of the medicine cauldron, constantly waving the blue flame in his palm. He looked very focused and serious, and his movements were also very elegant, causing a few female true disciples to look at him with adoring eyes. Yun Mengqi, who was behind Yun Xiong, stared at Ling Xiao. She pouted and said to herself, "What an arrogant guy." Yun Mengqi didn't expect her words to be heard by Su Yi. Su Yi secretly whispered in Yun Mengqi's ear, "Mengqi, do you want me to help you teach him a lesson?" "You dare? If anything happens to him, I won't let you go," Yun Mengqi warned Su Yi with a cold gaze. Su Yi didn't expect Yun Mengqi's reaction to be so big. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Ling Xiao. He was puzzled. Could it be that Mengqi has taken a fancy to this kid? "Senior Mu, I wonder what pill Ling Xiao will refine for you?" One Haiyan of the Jade Spring Pavilion asked Mu Huai lightly. Mu Huai chuckled and said, "I don't know either, but it shouldn't be worse than the spirit-breaking pill just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't want it from him." "Senior Mu, you really have Ping Yi. If you don't want it, you can give it to my Jade Spring Pavilion," Wen Haiyan said. "Haha, junior sister must be joking. No matter what, it's something my disciple gave me. No matter how bad it is, I have to reluctantly accept it, right?" Mu Huai replied with unusual happiness. This was the first time he had received such a filial disciple, and he was even more determined to teach Ling Xiao well. In the field, Ling Xiao had already refined most of the spiritual herbs. His face and back were completely soaked in sweat. He knew that refining high-grade pills consumed a lot of energy, and he had just refined 2 spirit-breaking pills. Fortunately, he had already prepared some pills to recover his spiritual power. As long as his spiritual power was slightly depleted, he would immediately swallow the pills and continue refining. 4 hours passed quickly, and the surrounding people were still waiting patiently. When most of the low-level auxiliary spirit grasses had been refined, Ling Xiao had an additional green and enchanting spirit grass in his hands. "What kind of herb is this? It feels so weird." Since Master Ling wants to refine him separately, his level must be quite high. "I know what kind of spirit grass this is. It's a mid-tier 4th stage viridescent lotus grass. Green vibrant lotus grass. Master Ling actually has such a high-level spirit herb. Could it be that Elder Mu gave it to him? If Master Ling can give this viridescent lotus grass to me, I'll definitely become his follower. A mid-tier 4th stage viridescent lotus grass could increase the purity of the wood attribute. At the same time, it could increase a martial artist's comprehension and absorption of wood attribute spiritual power. It was a high-grade spirit grass among 4th stage spiritual herbs and was extremely valuable. This spirit grass had already been in the spatial ring that Ling Xiao had obtained from the secret realm. Ling Xiao seemed to not care much about this spirit grass and very casually threw it into the cauldron. Many of the wood attribute deacons in the periphery were very distressed as they watched. Meanwhile, Nangong Changle's eyelids twitched. Is this kid going to refine a 4th stage pill? Yang En and Zhu Ruchong also noticed the spirit grass in Ling Xiao's hands and sneered in their hearts. "You want to refine a 4th stage pill? Maybe in your next life." They all knew how large the amount of spiritual power needed to refine a 4th stage pill was. Moreover, when they refined a 4th stage beast core, if they couldn't stop the loss of energy, it would only be a waste of spirit grass in the end. It was impossible to refine a 4th stage pill. Otherwise, they would already be 4th stage alchemists. As for Ling Xiao being able to refine a 3rd stage pill, they all felt that it must have been a fluke. Now that Ling Xiao was refining a 4th stage pill, they all felt that Ling Xiao was an idiot who was too arrogant. However, was Ling Xiao really someone who was arrogant and outwardly strong but inwardly weak? Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't waste his breath explaining to them, because he would only use his actions to prove his ability. After the viridescent lotus grass was refined by the blue flame, another spirit grass appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. However, this spirit grass wasn't as eye-catching as the viridescent lotus grass. Instead, it seemed very ordinary, and most people would probably treat it as a weed. However, Nangong Chengal, who was used to seeing high-level spirit grass, immediately recognized that the spirit grass in Ling Zhao's hand was a high-level 4th-stage camphor tail grass. Camphor tail grass usually grew at the peak of the peak where spiritual power was dense. It was very similar to normal green tail grass, and people without good eyesight wouldn't be able to recognize it. Its effects were even better than the viridescent lotus grass. It could condense a large amount of wood attribute energy and increase the speed of absorption. An ordinary low-level wood attribute spirit master would only need to use one camphor tail grass to break through to intermediate spirit master in a short amount of time. Even if a king-level expert used it, the medicinal effects would be very obvious. However, although the medicinal effects of the camphor tail grass were astonishing, this kind of spirit grass was extremely rare. Moreover, it was always guarded by a high-level 4th-stage green tail snake. Even a king-level expert wouldn't dare to rashly covet the camphor tail grass. Nangong Chengal really couldn't understand why Ling Xiao had such a high-level spirit grass. This kind of spirit grass was probably rare even in the spirit herb hall. Even if the spirit herb hall had it, the amount of Shen crystals needed to purchase it would be frighteningly high. He didn't think that Ling Xiao had the ability to buy it. He became more and more suspicious of whether or not Ling Xiao had had some sort of fortuitous encounter in the half-year that he had disappeared. Nangong Chengal wasn't the only one who recognized the camphor tail grass. All of the elders seated above also recognized it. After all, they were all great figures who had seen a lot of things. If they couldn't even recognize the camphor tail grass, then it would be in vain for them to be called elders. Xiao Songlin, who was sitting among the elders, once again chuckled and said, "This kid is getting more and more interesting." Mu En, who was behind Xiao Songlin, thought that his master had seen through the pill that Ling Xiao was refining. He couldn't help but ask, "Master, do you know what pill Ling Xiao is refining?" "Little En, you've failed me. I'm not an alchemist, so how would I know what pill that little guy is refining?" Xiao Songlin said with a benevolent smile. Mu En smiled awkwardly. "I thought that master was experienced and knowledgeable enough to recognize it." "We'll know what pill this little guy is giving to little Huai later," Xiao Songlin said as his old eyes once again landed on Ling Xiao. After refining the camphor tail grass, Ling Xiao threw in a few more high-level 4th-stage spirit grass. All of the elders who were watching were dumbstruck. They really didn't expect that a small middle-stage spirit master would actually be so rich. Every single one of those spirit grass would probably cause a bloodbath, but in the eyes of others, they were very common. "Phew, I'm finally done refining." Ling Xiao let out a small sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He then took a few pills to recover his energy and threw in a high-level 4th-stage beast core. "Impossible. That bastard can't be refining a 4th-stage pill." Chong stared at the spirit grass and beast core that Ling Xiao had thrown in. He couldn't believe that Ling Xiao was refining a 4th-stage pill. Ling Xiao naturally didn't care about other people's belief. Waves of mental energy began to be drawn out from his mind. The energy of a high-level 4th-stage beast core was enormous. Ling Xiao naturally didn't dare to be careless. Fortunately, he had the help of mental energy, the blue demon flame, and the heaven-stage obsidian cauldron. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to refine this high-level beast core and prevent the beast core's energy from spreading. The moment the beast core was refined, everyone held their breath. The spiritual energy in Ling Zhao's entire body surged like a tide, all of it pressing down on the medicine cauldron. Rumble! The sound of the cauldron exploding this time was unceasing. Even those who had reached the spirit master level felt their ears ringing. Ling Xiao, who was next to the medicine cauldron, naturally didn't have it easy. His entire body was shaken until he retreated over 10 steps. The clothes on his upper body were all torn, revealing his shining golden body. "Xiao! Mu Huai couldn't help but cry out. If it wasn't for his status, he probably would have flown towards Ling Xiao. However, although he didn't do so, someone else did it for him. The first to run out to show concern for Ling Xiao was naturally his brother, Hua Xiaogui. "Boss, you didn't die, right?" Hua Xiaogui looked worriedly at Ling Xiao. One had to know that the sound of the explosion just now had almost sent his soul flying. "How can you say that with your black mouth?" Yu Yanlai also ran out from the crowd and glared at Hua Xiaogui. She then ran to Ling Zhao's side and looked at Ling Xiao, who was still standing. His strong and sturdy body was emitting a dazzling golden light. Her heart couldn't help but beat non-stop for no reason. "I'm fine." Ling Xiao hurriedly took out a healing pill from his space ring, wanting to immediately suppress his churning blood and internal organs. He thought to himself, the rebound energy from a high-grade pill is really powerful. Even the 5 transformation technique of the Vajra almost couldn't withstand it. However, at this moment, a clear fragrance assailed his nostrils. 2 sparkling pills were handed to Ling Xiao. "Xiao, hurry up and take them." Hearing this familiar voice, Ling Zhao's body trembled slightly. He raised his tiger-like eyes to look at the beauty in front of him. "Mengqi, why did you come here?" Ling Xiao really hadn't expected that Yun Mengqi would show concern for him in such a public place. This caused his heart to be filled with joy, as if the internal injuries he had suffered just now were no longer as painful as before. "What's the point of saying so much? Take the pill first." Yun Mengqi glared at Ling Xiao before placing the pill into Ling Zhao's hand and once again flying back to the viewing platform. This time, everyone was completely dumbfounded. The sect master's daughter, Yun Mengqi, was actually showing concern for Ling Xiao in front of so many people. This caused them to feel even more incredulous. Could it be that the goddess in their hearts was also yearning for love? Yu Lian looked at the dazed Ling Xiao and pouted. "If you keep looking, you're going to start drooling." Ling Xiao laughed dryly before regaining his composure and swallowing the pill. "Little turtle, I'm fine. You two go back first." Ling Xiao smiled and then walked back to his cauldron. At this time, everyone finally recovered from their shock. They were all looking forward to finding out whether or not Ling Xiao had really refined a 4th-grade pill. Chapter 262. Zhu Ruchang and Yang An, who were at the side, prayed in their hearts, "Please don't succeed." None of them wanted Ling Xiao to refine a Tier 4 pill in front of them. Otherwise, their limelight would definitely be completely overshadowed by Ling Xiao, and their confidence would definitely suffer a serious blow. Even Nangong Changle and Chao Nanxian had the same thought in their hearts. On the other hand, Hua Xiaogue was extremely looking forward to Ling Xiao succeeding. The elders on the viewing platform and the surrounding deacons watched as Ling Xiao walked towards the medicinal cauldron step by step. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, as this was the time for them to witness a miracle. Ling Xiao took out a green pill that was the size of 2 thumbs from the medicinal cauldron. This pill emitted a rich medicinal effect, and it circulated with a brilliant divine light, giving off a very holy and unadorned feeling. The moment the pill was lifted up by Ling Xiao, it immediately caused an uproar. Did he really refine a Tier 4 pill? This is too crazy. That's right. How old is Master Ling? He doesn't seem to be even 20 years old. How could he be so powerful? A genius. With Master Ling's talent, our Purple Sky sect will also have a 5th-grade alchemist in the near future. That's right, our Purple Sky sect will become famous in the Great Northwest because of Master Ling. All of the deacons expressed their opinions on Ling Xiao at this moment. Ling Xiao held the pill with a charming smile on his face. He put away the obsidian cauldron and slowly walked towards Mu Huai. At this time, all of the elders on the viewing platform stood up. They looked at the pill in Ling Xiao's hand with a burning gaze, and all of them had the desire to snatch it over to take a look. Ling Xiao bowed and handed the pill over to Mu Huai, saying respectfully, "Master, this is a high-quality King Gene pill. It should be able to allow Master to advance by 1 level without a problem. And it doesn't have many side effects. I hope Master will accept it." King Advancement Pill. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, all the seated elders shot to their feet with a whoosh. They stared fixedly at the dazzling pill in Ling Xiao's hands. Their faces burned with desire, and their breathing became ragged. Clearly, they all knew what grade the King Gene pill was. Even the sect master Yun Xiong lost his composure and impatiently asked, "Can I have a look at Ling Xiao first?" This. Ling Xiao held the pill and looked at Mu Huai awkwardly. Only then did Mu Huai return to his senses. He immediately snatched the pill from Ling Xiao's hand and respectfully handed it to Yun Xiong. "Sect master, please take a look." Yun Xiong carefully looked at the pill that was emitting a rich medicinal energy, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The surrounding elders focused their gazes on Yun Xiong's hand. They all looked about the same as Yun Xiong. Sect Master, you better be careful. Mu Huai looked at Yun Xiong's appearance, and his heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that Yun Xiong would swallow the pill that his disciple had given him. After all, Yun Xiong had the dual attributes of water and wood, so this king advancement pill was extremely tempting to him. Yun Xiong knew that he had lost his composure, and his old face turned slightly red. He then handed it over to Nangong Changle and said, "Elder Nangong, come and see if this is really the king advancement pill." When Nangong Changle heard Yun Xiong's words, his heart seemed to be fiercely clenched. However, he still braced himself and took the pill. Looking at the pill that was glowing with a green light in his palm, whether it was famous or medicinal power, it was excellent. Nangong Changle handed the pill over to Mu Huai and lightly said, "This is indeed the legendary top-notch 4th-grade king advancement pill." Although Nangong Changle's words were not loud, everyone present was an expert and had extraordinary hearing. Everyone heard Nangong Changle's words, and for a moment, everyone was in an uproar. A top-notch 4th-grade king advancement pill. Doesn't that mean that Grandmaster Ling is already a true 4th-grade alchemist? Aren't you spouting nonsense? We saw Grandmaster Ling refine the pill with our own eyes. How can this be fake? No, I must ask Grandmaster Ling to accept me as his follower. In the future, I will definitely have the chance to step into the king stage. Brother is right. I also want to be Grandmaster Ling's follower. He can actually refine a top-notch 4th-grade pill, and he can even refine a king advancement pill. These two pills are things that even Elder Nangong is unable to refine. Hey, keep your voice down. It's not that Elder Nangong can't refine it, but he lacks the pill formula. It must be known that pill formulas that reach the 4th grade are extremely rare, and even if one has profound crystals, it would be difficult to buy them. It's said that only those sects above the 7th grade have the qualifications to possess them. Everyone believed that Ling Xiao had refined a 4th-grade pill, the king advancement pill, but there was one person who did not believe it. No. It's absolutely impossible. How could this damned bastard refine a king advancement pill? I don't believe it. For a moment, Ru Chong felt that he could not believe this was the truth, and his mind tried its best to resist it. He let out a strange cry and pounced towards Mu Huai like a madman. No one had expected that Ru Chong would make such a crazy move, and no one was prepared for it. Mu Huai was also in his most excited state. Suddenly, his hand became empty, and the pill disappeared. Haha, what kind of lousy pill is this? How could it be a 4th-grade pill? Let me taste it and I'll know if it's fake. Ru Chong looked at the pill and laughed crazily. Immediately after, he made a shocking move and actually threw the pill into his mouth. Bastard! Mu Huai roared. This was a great gift from his obedient disciple, so how could he let someone else eat it? Moreover, this was related to his advancement. The value of this pill was extremely important to him, but now it was going to fall into someone else's mouth. Unfortunately, even if he immediately imprisoned Zhu Ru Chong, he would not be able to stop Ru Chong from swallowing the pill. Everyone was dumbfounded. This shocking change was too sudden, and no one had come back to their senses. Seeing that the pill was about to fall into Zhu Ru Chang's mouth, everyone's heart ached. At this moment a vigorous voice shouted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you steal my disciple's item?" As the voice sounded, there was suddenly a huge pressure in the surroundings, as if the surrounding spiritual energy had stopped flowing at this moment. Looking at Zhu Ru Chang, he had been thrown dozens of meters away by an invisible pressure, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The pill that was about to fall into his mouth flew back in a direction. "It's the previous elder." The attendants outside exclaimed in the direction of the pill. That's right, the person who snatched back the pill was the previous elder of Wood Flag Peak, Xiao Songlin. Xiao Songlin took the pill and sniffed it, then laughed happily. Not bad, not bad. It is indeed the King Jin pill. This time, Xiao Huai is in luck. Mu En, who was on Xiao Songlin's body, swallowed his saliva and said to Xiao Songlin, "Master, can this King Jin pill?" Before Mu En could finish, Xiao Songlin glared at him and said, "This is a gift from that child, Xiao Xiao, to your junior brother. If you're not embarrassed, you can take it." After hearing this, Mu En laughed dryly and scratched the back of his head like a naughty child. not saying anything else. No one would laugh at Mu En, who was already over 100 years old. If it was them, they would probably lose their composure even more than Mu En. On the other side, Yun Xiong shouted unhappily, "Men, carry Elder Zhu down and throw him into the prison mountain." Yun Xiong was the sect master after all, and Zhu Ruchang had actually snatched Mu Huai's pill in front of him and the previous elder. If he wasn't severely punished, it would be difficult to convince the masses. Nangong Changle quickly ran out and bowed to Yun Xiong begging, "Sect master, please spare my junior brother. I think he also acted on impulse. Please show mercy, sect master." Yang En and Chao Nan both stepped forward and begged for Zhu Ruchang. After all, there weren't many people in their medicine peak. Although Zhu Ruchang had committed the crime of offending them, he was still part of their medicine peak. If they didn't stand up, then Zhu Ruchang would be crippled for the rest of his life. Yun Xiong looked at Mu Huai awkwardly. After all, Nangong Changle's position in the sect wasn't low, so he had to give him face. However, the pill was Mu Huai's, so it was better to let him make the decision. Humph, what's the use of keeping such a narrow-minded person in the sect? Mu Huai coldly snorted. His words were not only to feel injustice for Ling Xiao, but also because he was holding back a belly full of anger. That was a top 4th grade King Gene pill. A top grade pill that couldn't be bought even with profound crystals. It was almost destroyed by Zhu Ruchang, so he definitely wouldn't let Zhu Ruchang off so easily. When Nangong Changle heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. He knew that his junior brother had gone too far, so he was too embarrassed to beg for mercy on his behalf. Just as Yun Xiong was about to send him away, Ling Xiao stood up and bowed to Yun Xiong. "Sect master, please spare Elder Zhu. I think he didn't mean it just now." At this time, the nearby elders all looked at Ling Xiao with puzzled expressions. They all knew that Ling Xiao's expulsion from Medicine Peak was single-handedly caused by Zhu Ruchang. They all knew that Zhu Ruchang was extremely unhappy with Ling Xiao. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao should hate Zhu Ruchang to the bone, and he should be eager for Zhu Ruchang to be sent to the prison mountain. However, they didn't expect that the one who would stand up for Zhu Ruchang would be Ling Xiao himself. Ling Xiao continued to speak calmly. "Actually, a 4th grade pill is nothing. As long as there are enough spirit herbs, it won't be a problem to refine it again. Even if Zhu Ruchang consumed it, he wouldn't be able to withstand the backlash of the powerful medicinal power. Now that he has learned his lesson, I believe he will come to his senses, so let's just forget about it, master, don't you think so?" Mu Huai was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud and said, Yes, sect master, I think we should forget about it. Elder Zhu is a pillar of our Purple Sky sect, and he was just muddle-headed for a moment. I think we should spare him this time." Mu Huai was overjoyed. On the surface, it looked like Ling Xiao was letting Zhu Ruchang go, but in reality, he was letting Zhu Ruchang live under the disdain of everyone in the sect. This was even better than directly killing him. Of course, others might not think so far ahead. Yun Xiong looked at Ling Xiao in admiration, then said in a clear voice, "Since that's the case, then punish him by removing him from his position as Elder Zhu Ruchang. He will stay in Medicine Peak for 10 years, and he will not be allowed to come out until he reaches the 4th grade alchemist realm." With regards to Yun Xiong's decision, Nangong Changle and the others no longer had any interest in discussing it. However, Yang En didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao at all. "All right, then let's announce the conferring ceremony for Master Ling Xiao," Yun Xiong said in a clear voice. Conferring ceremony? This time, everyone revealed looks of astonishment and envy. "If he doesn't come and play with me, then you have to help me teach him a lesson." When Kidi took 2 steps forward and hugged Yun Mengqi's arm, Yun Mengqi glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Don't worry, junior sister one, junior brother Ling wouldn't dare to go back on his word." "Hi. I definitely won't go back on my word. When the time comes, senior apprentice sister Yun will accompany us," laughed Ling Xiao. Looking at Yun Mengqi, who was no longer avoiding him, Ling Xiao's mood finally became better. "All right, let's stop chatting for now. The conferring ceremony is about to begin. Congratulations, junior brother Ling. Yun Mingqi rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao. At this time, 8 bronze drums were placed on the plaza. In front of the drums, there were 8 disciples continuously beating the drums. Dong dong. All the inner sect deacons standing in the martial arts practice field separated and stood on both sides. The elders also stood up one by one in order. Su Jiannan, who was standing next to Yun Xiong, loudly shouted, "The conferring ceremony begins!" Woo-woo. Just as Su Jiannan's voice fell, the disciples holding the bugle horns began to blow. Everyone present became solemn and solemn. When the bugle horn sounded, Su Jiannan continued to shout, "I invite 68th generation disciple Ling Xiao to come forward for the conferring ceremony." Hearing this, Ling Xiao could only brace himself and walk towards the center of the stage. He had never heard of a conferring ceremony for becoming a true disciple. In his heart he thought, could it be that because I am young and capable, this is a precedent? Since Ling Xiao couldn't understand, he didn't bother thinking about it. In any case, he knew that this should be a good thing and not a bad thing. When Ling Xiao walked in front of the elders, Su Jiannan said, "Ling Xiao, kneel for the conferring ceremony." Ling Xiao had no choice but to kneel in front of Yun Xiong, who was sitting in the middle. In his heart he thought, no matter what, you are my future father-in-law. Kneeling to you shouldn't be considered a loss. If Yun Xiong heard Ling Xiao's words, he would probably skin him alive. Yun Xiong stood up and said in a deep voice, "Ling Xiao, you are the 68th generation disciple of our sect. It is your honor and our sect's honor. Today you have reached the level 3 and 4 alchemist level. According to the rules of our sect, you will be appointed as the head elder of the 67th and 68th generation, the head alchemist master, and the cabinet elder of our sect. You will be rewarded with a courtyard, 10 guards, 10 maids, and 5,000 low-grade mysterious crystals. You will be qualified to participate in the important business meeting of your peak and the important business meeting of the sect. You will be qualified to cultivate in the gathering spirit peak." Following Yun Xiong's announcement, the more Ling Xiao listened, the more surprised he became. He didn't expect that he would be directly selected as an elder because he refined the king advancement step and would also enjoy all kinds of privileges. He only felt that this happiness came too suddenly. After Yun Xiong finished his announcement, he walked to the deacon who was holding the tray, took a robe off the tray and walked towards Ling Xiao. Coming to Ling Xiao, Yun Xiong lightly shook the robe, then he personally put it on Ling Xiao and said, "Congratulations to Elder Ling for becoming the youngest elder in our sect's history." Ling Xiao bowed and replied, "Thank you, sect head, for the reward. All right, stand up. Remember to contribute more to the sect in the future and raise the sect's prestige." Yun Xiong praised as he patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. The moment Ling Xiao stood up, all the deacons and disciples bowed towards Ling Xiao and congratulated. "Congratulations, Elder Ling. Congratulations, Elder Ling." An earth-shattering voice resounded through the sky. As Ling Xiao enjoyed the crowd's applause, the various elders all walked towards Ling Xiao. Su Jiannan was the first to cup his hands towards Ling Xiao and said, "Elder Ling is truly a young hero. Now that you've arrived in front of us, you will definitely raise the sect's prestige in the future." Many thanks for Elder Su's praise. Ling Xiao really doesn't deserve it, Ling Xiao replied modestly. Zhao Mingyuan also walked up and smiled. "Elder Ling is truly an outstanding talent. You really make us old men speechless. Isn't that right? You're not even 20 years old yet. If my useless disciple has even half of your achievements, I'll be happy." Black Cliff Peak's peak Lord Gusher laughed. The elders of the various peaks surrounded Ling Xiao and congratulated him unceasingly. Only Nangong Changle, who had the herbalism physique, couldn't bring himself to say anything. He sighed, shook his head, and quietly left. Only now did he realize how big of a mistake it was to chase Ling Xiao out of Medicine Peak a few days ago. Originally, half of today's glory belonged to him, but he had given it all to Mu Qifeng. At the same time, he had also been ruthlessly slapped in the face by Ling Xiao. His Medicine Peak's face had truly been thrown away by his junior brother. If he had been a bit more forceful and ignored his junior brother Zhu Ruchong's opposition, and still allowed Ling Xiao to stay under his Medicine Peak, then the current situation would have been completely different. Their Medicine Peak would have definitely ushered in its peak. Unfortunately, all of this had nothing to do with them. After Nangong Changle left, Yang An and Chao Nanxian also left. Originally, Hua Xiaogui wanted to go up and say something to Ling Xiao, but he knew that his status wasn't enough to be compared to those elders. He could only come back later to congratulate his boss. After a round of congratulations, Su Jianan dismissed all of the attendants and disciples, leaving only the Purple Sky Sect's elders and a few of their relatives on the practice field. Yun Xiong returned to his seat and smiled. Today, I've witnessed Elder Ling's heavenly talent. The heavens have truly blessed our sect. Elder Ling, this sect master will now give you an additional reward. You can make any request of this sect, and as long as this sect is able to do it, we will do our best to satisfy you. Yun Xiong made up his mind that no matter what, he had to make Ling Xiao stay in the Purple Sky sect. At such a young age, he had reached the middle stage spirit master level, and he was also a genuine 4th grade alchemist. This kind of rare genius definitely had to be of use to the Purple Sky sect. He definitely couldn't be allowed to leave the Purple Sky sect. When Ling Xiao heard Yun Xiong's words, his eyes revealed a burning gaze, and he looked towards Yun Mingqi, who was beside Yun Xiong. Yun Mingqi just so happened to meet Ling Xiao's gaze, and her heart inexplicably began to race. Could it be that he wants to? Ling Xiao's words interrupted Yun Mingqi's thoughts, and he said to Yun Xiong, reporting to Sect Master, Ling Xiao does have a request that Sect Master would like to agree to. Oh, tell me about it. As long as this Sect Master can do it, I'll definitely help you. Yun Xiong was slightly astonished. He really hadn't expected Ling Xiao to be so honest and actually have a request. Ling Xiao earnestly requests Sect Master to marry senior apprentice sister Yun to me. Ling Xiao once again knelt to Yun Xiong. He had waited for this moment for a long time, and he finally had the qualifications to say these words to everyone. He definitely had to let everyone in the sect know that Yun Mengqi was his woman. All of the seated elders were startled. They hadn't expected Ling Xiao to make such a request. On the other hand, Xiao Songlin had a benevolent smile on his face. Mingqi isn't bad, and she's a good match for Ling Xiao. Mu Huai really hadn't expected his master to support Ling Xiao, and his heart immediately blossomed with joy. If Ling Xiao really managed to marry the sect master's daughter, then as his master, he would also be greatly honored. Yun Xiong was slightly startled, but his face didn't reveal the slightest bit of abnormality. He said, with Elder Ling's status and natural talent, he is indeed a good match for Mingqi. He then paused for a moment before continuing, but for such an important matter like marriage, we should still respect Mingqi's decision first. Yun Xiong turned to his daughter and lovingly said, Mingqi, do you agree to Elder Ling's request? Following Yun Xiong's question, Ling Xiao nervously looked at Yun Mingqi. For the past 2 years, he had set Yun Mingqi as his goal. Now, with his status, it wasn't as if he hadn't humiliated Yun Mingqi. He really wanted to hear Yun Mingqi admit that she was his woman. Just as Yun Mingqi was about to reply, someone broke the silence. I don't agree to Elder Ling's request. Mingqi can't marry you. If she wants to marry someone, she can only marry me. Chapter 264. All of the elders looked towards the person who spoke. Su Jianan's face was filled with displeasure as he shouted, don't be rude. The one who had just spoken was Su Jianan's son, Su Yi. Su Yi didn't shut his mouth after hearing his father's words. Instead, he boldly stood up and looked at Ling Xiao with dissatisfaction. Elder Ling, Mingqi will not marry you. You should give up on this idea because she only belongs to me, Su Yi. Ling Xiao slowly stood up and met Su Yi's gaze. Whether Mingqi marries me or not, I don't have the final say. You also don't have the final say. Only Mingqi has the final say. Mingqi, are you willing to marry me? Ling Xiao avoided Su Yi's gaze and very tenderly asked Yun Mingqi. Yun Mingqi's body slightly trembled, then she also stood up and walked in front of Ling Xiao. Back then, I said that as long as your strength can catch up to mine, I will marry you. Now that you have become an elder of the sect, your strength can't compare to mine, so... Yun Mingqi hadn't even finished speaking when Ling Xiao's heart tightened and his hands were tightly clenched. Su Yi laughed at the side. Elder Ling, did you hear that? Mingqi doesn't like you, so please respect her decision in the future. Su Yi thought to himself. You want to steal my woman? Don't even think that you can be arrogant just because you are a 4th-rank alchemist. Who would have thought that Yun Mingqi's words would suddenly change and she would say in a very gentle voice, "So right now, I don't want to marry you, but I will wait until the day you surpass me, then I will be your bride." Then, she made the boldest move of her life. She leaned forward slightly, and her beautiful lips touched Ling Xiao's thick lips. Then, she quickly flew away from the scene. When Yun Mingqi had already disappeared, Ling Xiao came back to his senses and shouted in the direction that Yun Mingqi flew, "Mingqi, just you wait, I will definitely catch up to you soon." Although Yun Mingqi didn't agree to marry Ling Xiao, she used her actions to prove her feelings for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already experienced it. Yun Mingqi's words also meant that she hoped that he would continue to strive to become stronger. Su Yi stood there and glared angrily at Ling Xiao. "Ling Xiao, I want to duel with you." Don't make a fuss. Quickly apologized to Elder Ling. Su Jiannan immediately stood up and shouted at his son. "Dad, didn't you and the sect master already agree that as long as I reached the king realm, she would betroth Meng Qi to me? Don't tell me you want to go back on your word?" Su Yi looked at his father and Yun Xiong unwillingly. Indeed, several years ago, Yun Xiong and Su Jiannan had made an agreement. At that time, Su Yi had displayed a powerful cultivation of 10 bin, and Yun Xiong had greatly admired Su Yi. At that time, he had joked with Su Jiannan, "When little Yi becomes a king, I'll marry Meng Qi to him." Su Jiannan had always remembered this matter, and had used these words to encourage his son to work hard and reach the king realm as soon as possible. But now, who would have thought that Ling Xiao would suddenly interfere and ask Yun Xiong to betroth his daughter to him? Yun Xiong had pushed the boat with the current and allowed his daughter to make her own decision. He had originally thought that Yun Mingqi wasn't familiar with Ling Xiao, and he also understood his daughter's personality. Most people wouldn't be able to enter her eyes. But who would have thought that his daughter would actually look at Ling Xiao in a different light? She had even kissed Ling Xiao in front of everyone, proving that her love for Ling Xiao wasn't fake. Su Yi's stubbornness had caused Yun Xiong to be at a loss. But fortunately, Su Jiannan was tactful and coldly said to his son, "Back then, the sect master and I were just joking. Now that the young miss likes Elder Ling, you can forget about it." "No. That's impossible. Mingqi can only be mine." Su Yi fiercely shouted, then turned to look at Ling Xiao. "It's all your fault, I want to fight you to the death." After saying that, he actually pounced towards Ling Xiao. Pow! However, before he could attack Ling Xiao, Su Jiannan had already knocked his son out from behind. Then he slightly bowed to Yun Xiong and the other elders, then carried his son back to Golden Tree Peak. "All right, Elder Ling, since Mengqi has chosen you, then you should quickly fulfill her requirements. Otherwise, even if I appear, it will be useless," Yun Xiong said to Ling Xiao, then waved his hand at the elders, indicating that they should all disperse. "Let's go, Xiao." Mu Huai called out to Ling Xiao, then turned around and returned to Wooden Flag Peak with his master, Xiao Songlin. Ling Xiao bowed to Yun Xiong and said, "Ling Xiao will remember the sect master's teachings." After saying that, he also turned around and walked back in the direction of Wooden Flag Peak. Yun Xiong looked at Ling Xiao's figure with admiration and muttered, "If he and Mingqi are together, then Mingqi's identity will not be buried." When Ling Xiao returned to Wooden Flag Peak, he was immediately called to the hall of Wooden Flag Peak. Inside the hall, Xiao Songlin sat in the middle, while Mu Huai and Mu En sat on both sides. There were also a few other old men, all of whom were elders of Wooden Flag Peak. As soon as he walked in, Ling Xiao felt a burning gaze. Ling Xiao blushed slightly and said, "Grand Master, don't look at me like that. I don't like men, especially old men." Puff. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, it immediately shocked everyone in the hall. Xiao Songlin narrowed his old eyes and said with a smile, "You're a good child. Xiao Huai has accepted a good disciple." Mu Huai got up, tidied up his clothes and scolded Ling Xiao with a smile. "You little rascal, you actually proposed to the sect master without discussing it with your master. Don't you think it's too reckless?" Ling Xiao laughed dryly and said, "Actually, I didn't want to propose to the sect master today, but who would have thought that I would become an elder for no reason? Then I might as well explain it to the sect master." "You stinking brat. You got Ping Yi and you're still pretending to be obedient. Fortunately, Miss didn't reject you, or else our Wooden Flag Peak would have lost all face because of you." Mu Huai continued to scold, but anyone could see that he liked Ling Xiao. Junior brother, don't show off here. Let senior brother say a few words. Mu En seemed to have something urgent and interrupted Mu Huai's words. He then looked at Ling Xiao and hurriedly asked, Xiao, can you still refine the king advancement pill? He and Mu Huai were fellow disciples of the same sect, and they both had the wood attribute. Both of their strengths had been at the middle stage of the king stage for many years. In terms of strength, he was a bit stronger than Mu Huai. If he had wanted to be the peak lord back then this position would have been his. It was just that he wasn't interested in the position of the peak lord. Now that Mu Huai had obtained the king advancement pill from Ling Xiao, he would be able to directly advance to the high stage of the king stage in a few days and leave him far behind. How could he not be anxious and envious? So now, he could only put down his old face and ask Ling Xiao for the king advancement pill. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and replied, Martial uncle, could it be that you suspect that I'm a fake rank 4 alchemist? No. How could martial uncle suspect you? We saw you advance with our own eyes. Mu En immediately waved his hand. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Then that's it. I was the one who refined the king advancement pill, so of course I can refine it again. As long as I want to refine it, I can refine as many as I want. Really? That's great. Then hurry up and help me refine one. Martial uncle will repay you. Mu En excitedly stood up and shouted. The elders on the wooden flag all stepped forward and bowed slightly to Ling Xiao. They said, Elder Ling, please refine the king advancement pill for us. Elder Ling, please refine the king advancement pill for us. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's face was filled with black lines. Mu Huai lowered his voice and said, Don't get too excited. Xiao is my disciple. If there's me, there will definitely be you. It was rare for him, the peak lord, to say such words in such a generous manner. When Ling Xiao heard this again, he almost fell to the ground and died. Xiao Songlin noticed Ling Xiao's expression and lightly snorted, Sit down and listen to what Xiao has to say. Master, no matter what, I must get Xiao to refine a king advancement pill for me. I can't fall behind junior brother. Mu En was like a naughty child as he looked at Xiao Songlin. Xiao Songlin glared at Mu En, then smiled at Ling Xiao and said, Xiao, look at your martial uncle, he's like an old child. You should refine one for him. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and replied, Great master martial uncle, although I can refine the king advancement pill, you should know that I need a lot of spirit herbs, and each of them is extremely precious. Even if I have a collection, I don't have many. When Ling Xiao said this, everyone understood. It turned out that Ling Xiao said that he could refine it, but he didn't have any spirit herbs, so there was no way to refine the king advancement pill. What Ling Xiao said was the truth. The king advancement pill was a 4th grade pill, and every supplementary spirit herb was at least 2nd grade or 3rd grade, while the main spirit herb was at least 4th grade. 2nd grade and 3rd grade spirit herbs were relatively easy to find, but 4th grade spirit herbs were relatively rare. Each of them was extremely precious and not easy to obtain. The reason why Ling Xiao had those 4th grade spirit herbs before was because he had obtained a lot of high-grade spirit herbs from the secret realm of the Earth Emperor stage powerhouse. In addition, when he left Priest City, the High Priest also gave him a large number of precious spirit herbs, which allowed him to refine the king advancement pill for Mu Huai. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he have so many high-grade spirit herbs? Xiao, what spirit herbs do you need? Martial uncle has a collection here. Even if martial uncle doesn't have it, your great master will definitely have it, Mu En said anxiously. Mu Huai looked at his senior brother and couldn't help but laugh. Senior brother, you also have this day, haha. If you laugh again, senior brother will steal your king advancement pill, Mu En said unhappily to Mu Huai. For a moment, everyone laughed. At the same time, the elders of Wooden Flag Peak all expressed that they had their own collections, and as long as Ling Xiao needed it, he could take it. Their goal was all for the king advancement pill. Xiao Songlin also said, Xiao, why don't you make a list of the materials you need, and if we see who has them, we'll give them to you. Gathering the spirit herbs shouldn't be a problem. Everyone present was a king stage expert, so their collections were naturally not small. They should be able to gather the spirit herbs for the king advancement pill. After hearing Xiao Songlin's words, Ling Xiao also quickly made a list of spirit herbs. When Ling Xiao was about to give them the list, he suddenly had an idea and revealed an awkward expression. Great master, You also know that refining a 4th grade pill consumes a lot of energy, and it takes a lot of time. Moreover, I'm sure you also know the value of each king advancement pill. It's not a problem for me to refine it for Master and Martial Uncle, but for the others. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.